Perfect. Perfect. What is going on, everybody? How are we doing? I hope you're doing well. I am so excited. Are you excited? Because we have got a heck of a live stream on our hands today as we are going to get to go through a little bit of Shane Waldron tape and get to compare it to a lot of what we've seen from Chicago Bears offensive coordinator Luke Getsy. I'm really stoked for this. I mean, it should be a ton of fun. It really should be because look, when we're analyzing an offensive coordinator, what I think that is so intriguing about talking through this topic is that you're going to get to see basically the entire bones of another offense. In watching this Seahawks tape, you're going to get to know DK Metcalf, you're going to get to know Tyler Lockett, an unrestricted free agent, you're going to get to know Jackson Smith-Jigba, Kenneth Walker, pretty poor Seahawks offensive line, and you're going to get to watch a whole lot of Geno Smith as we talk through this. And I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, like some of the tape that I've pulled for you, I've watched some of it. I've not watched a little bit. I just went and downloaded because Alex, was it? I think you had this idea and I loved it. I'm already downloading a little bit of Russ 2021 tape and I have one of the Drew Lock tapes on file. So we'll get to watch through this together and pull a little bit from it. Now, let's talk about what I am going to do and what I am not going to do throughout this breakdown, just so we're both on the same page, right? We're going to talk in generalities. There's a ton of every offensive coordinator's job and offense that is themed around the quarterback that's running it. And ironically, with Geno and Russ, there's a lot of similarities. I mean, at the very least, you've got two guys that they don't love the middle of the field, right? But they are willing to throw seeds outside the hashes. They're willing to throw over the field if they need to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, what we're going to try to pull from is less like, oh, wow, Shane Waldron in particular loves this concept, and more try to get a vibe, right? And watch at least a couple games so that we can try to pick out what is a vibe and what is something that Shane believes in, right? Like, let me use an example. The Bears always had a habit of, when things were going south, call a designer route that was going to take 3.5 seconds to resolve one way or another, right? You could tell that Luke Getsy's plan was to out-design the opposing defense. Whereas I'll tell you up front, at least the Shane Waldron film that I've seen is a little bit more focused on lightweight concepts where the goal is I'm going to give my guy answers, and if my play doesn't have enough answers, then I want him to go be a football player and do so relatively quickly. You're going to see more short dropbacks, an emphasis on doing things fast, an emphasis on playing fairly free. And I do think it unlocks a little bit within a lot of the Seahawks players, like freedom to go be playmakers, even if at times maybe you'd love a little bit more design. But we'll get into that, right? I tend to doubt that it is going to be exclusively me praising Shane Waldron. I doubt it, right? But it's funny because I saw somebody mention, Robert, are you going to break down the or Waldron's issues on third down? I bet you they're going to be case by case, right? Like, I've watched through the Steelers game that we're going to start with, and the Seahawks are pretty solid on third downs, especially to open the game. So I'm curious as to if we went back and watched every third down, every single third down inside of the offense, what we'd see, but we just don't have time for that, right? And so we'll get the gist that we can, and we'll go from there. And I tend to think that we're gonna like what we see, right? But we will, like, I hope you're gonna have fun going through a bunch of tape with me because it should be a fun hour or so. It really should be. And by hour, I mean, well, we'll see, right? But so I'm going to be really interested to see. Somebody asked earlier, is this offense better for Fields or Williams? I'm going to let the tape speak for itself, though. At least early on, you'll see. But we're going to go ahead and dive into it soon. Before we do, I got to appeal to the rest of, let me see this. What is this? Rob, when are you going to leave the stars and join the dark side? Go Hawks. It's, first of all, Austin, funny you mentioned Go Hawks. That is exactly what we're covering tonight, right? But then also on the other side of things, it's like, why would I quit the stars now? Like, we're not only finally good, but we're a fun, fast hockey playing team. But so anyways, give me just a minute. Work stuff. But anyways, first of all, thank you, Ravi. I'm so glad you like Robert's breakdowns. All right, so I've got to quickly appeal to everybody. This is the first off-season stream of what's likely going to be many. We'll do them as my schedule can account for. For instance, next week I'm going to be in Mobile. A couple weeks later, I'll probably be in Indianapolis. I'll see if I can do something, but like, doubt it. Especially because I'm not going to be near my computer. I could do a wrap up sometime over the weekend or something like that, but we may just save it for Tuesday so that the content is a little better. These things, unsurprisingly, do take some time to prepare, right? Quinn Hardy, how you doing? But so if you want to support the channel, membership is always helpful. If you've got emote ideas, I've long dreamed of a channel where the members are using custom emotes. And I think right now my custom emotes are just lacking. Somebody pitched an idea in the Discord for a cauldron that we'll call the Waldron cauldron. And if I had the time, I would have made it right now so that you could use it. But if you've got ideas, you let me know. Tyler, you asked me, am I a Texas baseball fan too? I don't know. You tell me. This hat may come on if I get insecure about my hair. But so all this to say that supporting the channel will help a lot. It helps go a long way towards just helping me put more stuff together. And it's all a matter of justifying it to my wife, to be honest with you. Tonight's donation goal, I like throwing something at you that I can actually attest to. I still owe you a wide receiver draft stream. It's coming. But at this point, it's like, all right, you want to put together, or if you want me to put together a full Caleb Williams breakdown, easy, something to chase, right? But so without any further ado, let's go ahead and dig in. MJ, I'll respond to some chat stuff. You mentioned, hope the baby boy is feeling better. Yes, thank goodness. He had the stomach bug that I had about 9 days ago, which was sad times for the family. But the fact that I got it late was hilarious to me. Like, I mean, it was funny in the sense of, wow, how amusing. But gosh, I'm telling you guys, like on Tuesday, I couldn't look at anything. Right. And you know what? So somebody mentions I need to wear a hazmat suit while looking at film. Like Akusai, I hope it gets better. This is some fun stuff, right? But so let me see the converse to that as well. The Hawks are not good. A lot of potential. It's right, tumultuous. It's like wanting me to cheer for another bad team. I love the Blackhawks. They're gonna be fine. They've got Connor Bedard. Like everything that you need to hear me say. But it is so funny, isn't it? Where it's like, why would I finally have a team that's out of the rebuilds? Like Rope and Otterger, or like, gosh, how am I screwing up his name? I was just calling him Otter. Like Heiskanen, so many others on this Stars roster are so fun. But anyways, then hop on the Bedsy train, right? Football CFC, you saw that they didn't really target much of the intermediate area in 2023 compared to 2022. Is that a result of Canellis leaving? No idea. Joe Treviso, you mentioned Waldron's lack of balance and consistency. Y'all, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Like I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like everybody else. I appreciate what you guys think about my opinion. I have not had time to do a super duper ultra mega deep dive on Waldron like I think I wanted to, but we're going to watch the tape and we're going to pick out a lot of analysis together, because I do think the more you watch somebody's tape, the more you can point and go, hey, I recognize that concept. And not to mention, you can pull some identity ideas, right? But so let's go ahead and get this thing running. We see the film. We're good to go. Our pen is not working. See, this is exactly why we check these things before the stream, Robert. But so let's get the pen on. There we go. We're in a good place. And let's kick off with some Seahawks Steelers tape. So first of all, like, I know it's so simple, but there are a couple things that I want you to. Great. I just realized that the now discussing is super duper wrong. So let me get that solved. Let's go. Perfect. Is this the part where we criticize every little thing about the quarterback? You know what, Akusai? If you want to, we absolutely can, right? But so a couple things that I want you guys to pay attention to, because I think they're sweet. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, like it. If you come to enjoy it later, like it. If you hate it, let me know, right? But so one thing I want to point out, watch Gino's footwork, whether it's coached or whether it's just something Gino does, right? You're going to see a lot more 1, 3, and 5 step drops as opposed to 3, 5, and 7 step drops from gun. Again, it's always hard to tell what's the player, what's the offensive coordinator. Hopefully, we'll watch enough quarterbacks where we feel like we can be pretty confident in our assessment. But you're going to notice that there is an element of Shane Waldron's offense that places an emphasis on get through the play fast. Whatever's there, take it. Whatever's not, don't, and find something else, right? You're going to see a whole lot of formation diversity. Like here, we're going to start an empty 2-by-3, right? And I can't even, like, we're going to watch this film together. I think you get a lot of useful motion. I love when you get a play on a play, right? Like, for instance, what do we have right here? Well, we've got a two-way option, right? You've got a swing screen from the 2 side in at snap motion. So if it's a man scenario, you're going to get this guy caught in the wash, and you're going to have 3 blockers that are going to take on the 3 guys in front of him, right? And if you don't like that, or you like this matchup better, which, I mean, it's DK Metcalf, right? Why would you not like that? Then you can hit a slant to your number 1 wide receiver. So if Gino wants to feature his guy, he can take that. If he doesn't, he's got a swing screen open right here. Could we criticize this decision? I guess you could, but there's all kinds of space. I'm never going to have an issue with this kind of decision. And if Fields had made more of these decisions, I'd say the same thing. Got to be honest with you. Like, come on, look at that separation, right? Bummer that this thing gets tipped by a defensive lineman 97 who's right on the ball. But from an offensive design perspective, God, there's nothing I love more than watching a play that has 2 plays in it, right? It's pretty simple. There are a lot of offenses that have this. And I would be honest enough to tell you if that was some kind of super designer thing. Like, I would love to tell you that the Bears bagged an offensive coordinator that's just got this amazing brain, just huge brain exploding out of his skull, right? Just such a big brain. But having 2 plays within 1 play, pretty normal. But all the same, I mean, we go back just a little bit. We're talking about a basic slant, right? But game opener, we go bang. If we hit this, I mean, there's no saying what it could be. Like, ball comes out there. Chances are he gets tackled by this safety. But it's also DK Metcalf. And every once in a while, if you just seed this guy right here, then you might get out the back of the play, especially if this guy takes a poor angle, and you might jailbreak to the end zone. And that's really all I'm looking for. Like, 0. Let's call it a 2% chance that the thing breaks loose for a score. But DJ Moore is going to have those same chances, and I love pretty much any in-breaking routes for that exact reason. And it's nice to see that there's something that you're going to see a fair amount of, but don't obsess over 1 play. Like, well, I'm going to see if we can't go medium quick through enough of these tapes, because while I'm sure I could break down every single concept for you guys, I actually don't think it's helpful. Like, you have to remember that what we're watching right now is Shane Waldron, yes, but it's also Shane Waldron's plan against the Steelers. So we're going to need to watch at least 3 games on this stream so that we can try to parse out what is the game plan and what isn't. Now, one thing that I think is sweet about this offense is that it is a return to outside zone, which I'm a big fan of. It doesn't work on this play, but you're going to get a whole lot of good stuff from this, right? Because one of my favorite things about outside zone is the fact that as everybody kicks over, and it's relatively simple to execute, right? You get a whole lot of movement and motion from the defense, and they have a tendency to overcommit or take themselves out of the play one way or another. Again, doesn't work here because our center gets manhandled. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? But it's a running play. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? Sets up our first 3rd down of the game. Somebody was asking, Herbert loves those runs, right? It's also Waldron's plan against the Steelers with the Seahawks. We don't have the receivers they do. Well, okay, so it's a good point, Tumultuous, but you got to remember that while DK Metcalf and DJ Moore are not exactly the same, but they share more traits than you'd think they do, and you're going to laugh at that. But they're both speed winners, athletes, yak threats, and surprisingly good in contested situations. The biggest difference is that they don't look anything alike, because obviously one is much shorter than the other, right? I would say that DJ, obviously, is a much more dangerous run after catch threat, and that DK is a much bigger physical threat. But DJ, in my opinion, is much more physical than a lot of people give him credit for, and it's given a lot of corners trouble. But that's just talking about him as an X receiver. I personally think DJ may get used a lot more as a hybrid between Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, because you can move him basically all over the formation and do a whole lot of things with him, but it's funny because you look at DJ Moore and there's all kinds of things you can do with him. But like you're saying, this is Waldron's plan with using a bunch of receivers, though I do think the Bears intend to get Waldron a lot of those receivers. That's at least the guess that I get. So let's talk about this next play, right? Third down. We got a 3rd and 9 or something. What do we got? Yes, Michael. Yes, Michael. That's what I'm saying, and I appreciate you. All right, so talking about this next concept, it's pretty simple, at least from what I see. The Steelers, take a look at this. Don't we love a good disguise? Like, my favorite part about watching more film is that you guys get to see more of the rest of the league's football. Like, here we start in the most basic of basic cover 3 alignments, right? And then we're going to see a dropout into invert cover 2. Right? It's sweet. I want you to just watch the Steelers at this point, because you have to make sure that you are always, like, you're paying attention to what do we see pre-snap. If you don't know what we see pre-snap, then most of these calls that guys check into won't make any sense. It's a basic disguise, but it's a sweet way, isn't it, to go from cover 3 into cover 2. And that's a call and a look we've seen 1,000 times, right? So what are the Seahawks running, right? Well, they've got DK on a slant, and then over here, they've got what looks like a wrap-like call, where they're going to have, I think it's him, like, he's going to curl underneath a driving dig runner. Let me see if I got to get better at the color switching thing, because I think that there's more we can do. It's basically 2 concepts paired up, right? And the goal is to get this linebacker right here that's going to sit in this spot to cheat one way or another. If he drives here, you hit this. If he drives here, you hit underneath, right? So what does Gino do? Gino takes the snap. He's going to look here. He sees the linebacker sit up right there. So he's going to throw underneath. Takes one look at DK just in case, right? Throws it underneath. Decent little yards after catch play, but I don't think we get the first down. Happens. Like, 3rd and 9's never that easy to convert, but we checked it, or they kind of get us, because we were hoping to hit the cover 3 slant, right? Like, DK, to me, is exactly where he should be if we wanted to rip this thing through cover 3 zone, because then this linebacker would be over here, and this linebacker, because he's a safety, would be up out of the picture, and you've got a corner that's going to be dropping into there, and maybe you've got one more linebacker sitting roughly over the middle of the field. But in this case, that doesn't happen. They drop into cover 2, so we're fooled a little bit. We give it to a guy. We let him try to run after catch, and we don't get the first down. Bummer. But hey, there's your first series, right? Now it's 7-0. Always got to keep in mind the score. Like, always got to keep in mind the score when we're watching tape. Blue Dragon Goonies, you mentioned, should we go Connor Williams? Injury freaks me out. Got to be honest with you. But my co-host on Bear With Us, you should check out the podcast if you don't, he thinks that we should. So if you're a Nick guy and you trust Nick's opinion, as you probably should, then Connor Williams is totally safe. If you're a scaredy cat like Robert Schmitz is, then we should sign somebody else. But it's whatever you want to do, right? Next play. First off, let's take a look at this. So I appreciate the formation diversity. We're going to go shotgun sometimes. We're going to go split. What is this? 12? Looks like 12 to me. Like, we're going to get DK and Lockett up on the line. No problem with that. And now we're in a relatively heavy yet balanced formation that we can run out of, we can pass out of, we can do all kinds of things with this. And instead, we're going to run a big play action shot. We're going to take a shot down the sideline, and we almost throw a pick, right? So from a design perspective, I appreciate the fact that this is just 1-2, right? Maybe a little early if you're an establish the run kind of person, but I also love the fact that we've got a split action, play action that gives us a great pocket to throw from. I don't think Gino makes the wrong decision if he doesn't want to deal with this linebacker. Like, if he doesn't want to feather this over, I get him trying to think that he can fit the window, but solid play by 25 to drop back and get in this throwing lane. Plus the throw is not incredible, right? I got you, Squishy. I got you. So this could be better, right? From an execution perspective, but he's thinking there all the way. Let me take a look at what they're in pre-snap, just to see what we got. Pre-snap, it looks like it could be man, right? Looks like, I mean, with the way these guys are lined up, you're thinking maybe it's man. You got to always remember that play action, you turn your back to the play. So when they shift from what could be a man look to a zone look where you get this guy going here, this guy coming out. Maybe Geno turns around, doesn't see, that's more than likely that he doesn't see this guy, right? He sees this defender right here and thinks, yeah, I can squeeze it by him, and just misses the zone defender underneath. But you know what? We breathe in, we breathe out. We say, it's a turnover-worthy play. Bummer, but we move on, right? Next play, shotgun set, 3x1 personnel, or like 3x1 right here with DK split out. All kinds of things we could do with this. Light box. I'm interested to see what Shane does here. Let me see this. This is in December, John. I couldn't tell you exactly what week it is, but it's a December 31st game. So it was one of them where they were pushing for the playoffs. Looks like they're running, for the life of me, I cannot remember this concept, but it gets run all the time. Kind of like Y-cross-ish, right? Where you've got a curl over here, you got a tight end coming across the middle, you're trying to look for this, right? But it's ultimately a high-low, like it's a relatively simplistic concept. And so Geno sees, who's that dropping out? Geno sees the linebacker sitting over the middle, gets it out on time. 9 makes a play for us. Because it sure seems to me like one of Shane's core identities is, hey, ditch the ball. Get our playmakers a chance to do something with the ball in space consistently. High-low concepts are super common, Matthew, but even moreover than that, I would call them lightweight. Like, there's a decent chance that if you're seeing what I'm seeing on this tape, and granted, we're like 5 plays in, so you don't have to pull the exact same analysis that I have so far, but it's as if they're not trying to go full progression read. And Eric, right now we're in the early goings, right? And I would even say the script isn't even working super duper well. But so 3x1 set on 3rd down, we go double stick, we get a throw in. Nice. Kudos to Geno for just fitting this sucker in. Like, when we watch what they're doing, it's as basic as you could ask for, right? Where we see a cover 3 alignment, but obviously we know that the Steelers have been rotating all day long so far, right? But they're just going to run double stick. You're hoping that one of these 2 is open, and if they aren't, you got a smash route over the top just in case that you get like a cover 2 or something like that. Geno's going to take the snap, 2-step drop, and he's already present. This is something I'm a huge fan of. It seems as if Waldron's drops basically resolve ahead of, they resolve ahead of the play. It feels to me like they gave Geno a consistent chance, especially in the drop back game, to settle himself and see the routes a little bit early so that he could try to get the ball out relatively quickly. At least that's what I'm seeing. And in slow motion, we can see that Geno spots that we've got this guy sitting on it with number 90. I think Geno stares at the middle with the intention of looking 90 off. I can't tell you why, right? Just that I see Geno do this all the time, where I think he's throwing a head fake, because then he pats the ball and goes back to 87. And if you watch 90, is that TJ Watt? Like, if you watch 90, he bites the fake, hook, line, and sinker. There's nobody out there, right? It's so fast. Watch it one more time in real time. Oh, I hear the shuffle coming up. Kyle Birch, thank you so much for subscribing. I thought you were already subscribed, but that's okay. No, it's not the best throw at Kusai, but it's a quick throw that's basically a no-looker. I mean, especially when you watch the throwing platform that Geno's trying to throw it from, that thing is all torque, for better or for worse, right? But seriously, like, you watch it in real time, it's just a head fake. Pop in, right? One more time so that you can see it. Pop in. Geno throws these head fakes all the time. It's fun to watch, honestly, because it really does manipulate zone defenders. And the only reason I think they're head fakes is because A, half the time he's not looking at anybody in particular, and B, generally he has settled on a route that he wants to throw, and then he pops his head in there, for instance, and goes back to the route he wants to throw rather than just staring at him. And Alpha, I don't think you're wrong that he could be looking back at DK, but it's more like, so here's at least how I see it, right? And this is the stuff we're never going to know because we're not in the quarterback room, right? But he stares at the guy he wants. He ultimately throws to the guy he wants to, and he takes a brief moment to just take a look at the middle and get the guy off of his preferred target. It's like, that's where I'm going. Now I can manipulate the defender and go back to the guy that I want it to. It's all in rhythm, which is neato, right? Good play by Geno. Play call allows for some playmaking, if you wanted to think of it about it that way. But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, double stick, it's not groundbreaking. It's lightweight, right? But so, anyways, next play looks to me like inside zone. It's nothing crazy, right? Out of the gun, they like to run a lot of inside zone. Maybe you could say that it's a little outside zoney. Maybe. But with the tackle getting stood up, if it is outside zone, they really don't get much from it. You prefer quadruple curl? Well, have I got the Kansas City offensive coordinator for you? Yeah, Joe, we've actually seen quite a few two tight end sets, but part of that at least seems to be just to threaten. Like, for instance, here's another two tight end set. The Seahawks really loved having Lockett and DK and then just some threatening guys in the box. And I think they use a lot of those with the intent of clearing space for guys like DK and Lockett, right? Like, this easily could be a play action down, and it is. And Geno's going to get out of a tackle and just laser a ball to DK Metcalf. And I mean, again, this is where, to me, I would call the concept lightweight, right? It's not that this is groundbreaking. It's literally double curl, right? And so within that, it's like you get double curl, you get an instantaneous edge rusher that crashes down on Geno. He's got to make a play, and then his guys go into scramble drill after the fact. Maybe I could do like this instead. See, look at that. That's so nice. Robert's getting better, right? But so within that, you get a play. But also, the left tackle gets smoked by what? Oh my gosh. Not only does he get smoked, but like, yeah, what is this? Thomas P., thank you so much. We're going to hear a lot of shuffling. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. So TJ Watt gets straight through. Geno Smith just works his way out of it, resets his feet, lets it howl. Bada boom. Ken P., how you doing? Man, we got members on members. I'll get the membership thing updated for Rob's rant here soon. But like, you take a look at this play. Is it groundbreaking? No, right? Like, we get what? A curl, and a swing route. Nothing crazy for play action, right? Is he open? Well, he would be if we weren't dodging the guy, right? But Geno's got the green light to just find his man, DK, and throw him open. And I gotta admit, like, the anticipation you see from Geno makes me a little green with envy. Is he covered? Of course he's covered, right? But it's almost like DK is just waiting for where Geno wants to put it. Like, they've done this a couple times, right? Like, he's staring at him saying, yeah, all right, where are you going to put this thing, G? And then he rips it, and we even get a little bit of run after catch because Metcalf's just a monster, right? Look, I'm not trying to tell you Justin can't. With the right coaching, always possible that he can, right? But that's a sweet play in the pocket to escape and just rip the ball. Like, plus, look at this release. Boom. There's some stuff on this tape, I got to tell you guys, that when I'm watching it, if you're seeing the same thing I am, like, the ball just explodes out of Geno's hand. I'm sitting here like, okay, I see the first round pick. Like, boom. Man, he can play. He can play some ball. The other thing that I do think gets lost in this sometimes, was Geno second rounder? I thought he was a first rounder, but maybe not. Take a look. Fact check me, right? To me, if there is one thing I would like to point out, because it's funny, Robbie, you mentioned it looks Caleb-ish. Like, I think Caleb might be able to make this play. It always depends. We're gonna do a lot of Super Bowl shuffling because StreamYard does not have any idea how to handle, like, multi-membership, right? But so, love it. The tumultuous, what I at least think is so interesting about watching NFL quarterbacks is that a lot of the top 10 ones, Geno is considered top 12, right? He's considered maybe 13th. So a little better than average, right? And in that, you see guys that have to step up away from a dead to rights free rusher, right? And then just flick the ball. Okay, second round. There you go. Like, He's going to step up past a dead to rights rusher, and he's going to throw a guy open for a massive explosive play. And I'm with you, Hair Bear. The routes totally are run well, but it's more to say, if you guys are picking up on what I'm putting down, that the standard of quarterbacking in the NFL is hellishly high. That's all. And so whether the Bears are hoping Justin steps up to that level, or whether the Bears are drafting Caleb Williams and hoping he steps up to that level, there is a chance that even if the Bears drafted Caleb Williams, he may do some things that are going to make us in Chicago go, wow, when's the last time we had a quarterback that did this? And the rest of the league's going to say, I don't know what you're freaking out about. Like, that's pretty normal. It is always wild to me every time I watch an NFL game where, like, if I'm watching Andy Dalton play for the Saints, I'll be like, is Andy Dalton kind of piping it right now? And NFL quarterback's just really hard. But anyways, let's get back to the offense, right? So you take a look at this formation. What does the defense look like it's going to do, right? They look like they're in cover 3, don't they? Could be man. Always could be man. But especially because especially with this defender sitting off the ball out here, it sure looks like cover 3, at least from Jump Street, right? But so we're in a 3 tight end, this 13 personnel, right? And so at that point, like, you've got DK with tons of space. You've got 13 personnel that's bringing all kinds of guys into the box, right? And so what does Waldron want to do out of it? Well, let's take a look, right? We're gonna run it. Walker decides he wants to hit the outside edge. He does. Playmakers making plays. Should Walker go that way? Well, that's his call, right? And to me, at least, that seems like it's one of the prevailing themes of this Seahawks offense, at least on this tape, is, hey, if you see a seam, go for it. Walker's got the green light to go get the edge and break a tackle against a corner. The corner can't handle him. He turns the edge, snaps a second tackle, if you want to call it that, and picks up a first down without even getting brought down. Could he have hit the hole right here, either there or up the back of the tight end? I mean, technically, yes. And chances are that's what the play call would probably ask him to do, is try to squeeze between Fant and 84. But running backs don't tend to like running behind tight ends for that exact reason, right? But also, Walker might just think he's that guy. And on this play, he totally was. Picks up a first down for us. So you see a lot of this where sometimes he'll I know that somebody mentioned the Seahawks stat about the Seahawks not going in their designed hole, but you got to remember that at least in outside zone, the intended hole is not explicit, right? But at least that's what I've seen. I think it's a nice shift too, Robbie. Thank you, John. Appreciate you. So then we get more outside zone, except this looks to me like it's inside zone with an outside zone track, and I love it. So ignore the result for a moment. We just ran at the 3-wing side, right? We've got 13 personnel again, and my favorite thing about 13 personnel is that you take a look at the way the Steelers are lining up against it. We're getting an overload, right? So excited that you get to become a member to Bear Grish. But so, like, you take a look at this, and just by lining up 13 personnel, we end up getting, take a look at this, like this beautiful weak box where we can go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 if we hit our box, or if we hit our blocks, right? So just by lining up in 13, we're able to basically get 4. Draw a better circle, Robert. We're able to get 4 on 3 that are overtaken, assuming that this huge linebacker is going to be able to track the play, right? Then we run the play. We get exactly what we want, right? Our guys execute. 58 does a good job. Man, kudos to this specific lineman for holding like a maniac and getting away with it. Don't we love this? Like, look at this right here. You know he's holding on for dear life because he doesn't get away. But frankly, the lineman just doesn't let him sell it, and Kenneth Walker takes advantage. What I love about this is that when you take a look at the blocking itself, it's got the feel to me of inside zone, right? The way that 72 and 63 step up right here reminds me a lot of your standard inside zone play, but the track the running back takes is more like outside zone. So you get a couple blocking advantages here in the red zone from what you're expecting when 68 jumps up, 73 goes and hits 99, and Walker just takes this thing to the house from there. Either that or it is supposed to be inside zone and Walker just doesn't feel like it. So that's always possible, right? If we're in the running back room, Kenneth may tell us, nah, man, I was just hitting that front side hole because I wanted to. But either way, it was nice. Don't you love a run play when it works, man? The longer I watch football, look, I love a good passing play. How do you not love a good passing play? But a great running play is just chef's kiss offensive design. It always is. And my favorite part about zone is that, to me, zone, all right, this is going to be corny, right? But gap scheme is like conducting a beautiful symphony. Jason, we got some awesome gift subs from Thomas P. So you can thank Thomas for that. But so if gap scheme is like a symphonic orchestral piece, right? It's very fine-tuned. It's very specific. There's a lot of moving parts, and everybody has to do their specific job really well. And if you do, you can get a big gainer. Outside zone especially, but most zone plays, outside zone being the biggest one, is more like jazz, right? Where there's all kinds of chaos happening at the same time. And if your running back is a beast, then he can take advantage of the creativity that all of the movement creates. Because again, when you're running outside zone track, like, you're going to get all these defenders moving, and they have to move at very specific angles to keep their gap assignments, because the gaps just go haywire the moment that you start that play. It's one of my favorite things that happened during the Juan Castillo days. And if you remember, it was far and away the most successful the running game had ever been in the Nagy tenure. Like, far and away. Now, did it work against elite defensive lines? No, because you always need bodies on bodies when you're facing really good defensive lines down. But it's a nice advantage, especially when you're going up against similarly talented defensive lines. Let's keep going. So you get a nice play action, split action here. Oh man, we got another one. Rex Smith, so excited. You got to become a member. We love it. So play action. It looks like we get some decent options here. It's the same play that eventually I got to learn this concept name because I don't know what it is. It's just something that we've seen a billion times inside of the Getsy era. But so Gino gets to take a look at this play right here, but he's not really going to think about it because it's a screen. One of the other things that I've at least seen in the Waldron tape that I have watched so far has been that Waldron got his screens off, right? The most embarrassing part about Luke Getsy wasn't the fact that they called so many screens. The embarrassing part about Luke Getsy is the fact that the screens got sniffed out so easily, right? And in this case, the Waldron's already run 2 solid play actions, right? And so Gino's going to get out. He sells it really well. Hair Bear, thank you so much. Hope you do, right? Gino sell, snap, and then throw the ball, which I appreciate. Like, I can't say anything specific about like screen technique. I did not play in the NFL, right? But we get a really deep screen to Kenneth Walker, and look at this. If anything, you could say we maybe under execute, right? Like, if 75 goes up and chips 24 really hard, then that'd be one thing. But hey, we'll take the first down. No problem. I'd have to go back and look, Alpha, because I think you're right. Like, don't hear me trying to say that this screen is somehow wild and crazy. It's more that it's executed, I'd say, a little bit better than a lot of the screens the Bears ran, where you felt like you really could see it coming from nearly a mile away. Though I would tell you with an open palm, Alpha, that I am not such a football savant that I can recognize a lot of the formation tendencies that I think were laden. Bradley B, excited you got to become a member too. The formation tendencies that I think were laden within the Getsy offense that a lot of other guys were picking up on. I could pick up on some of them, but I'm sure that there was like a booklet that everybody would assemble of, okay, they only run like 3 plays out of this formation subset. So if you see that, a screen could be coming, right? And personnel certainly tended to give a lot away. So we're back in 13, right? We could do all kinds of things, right? But I love the fact that when you go to 13 personnel, the Steelers are giving you an overload and they're giving you a one-on-one with DK Metcalf. So if you want to run a one-and-done kind of play call that has some options with your tight ends, you absolutely can, right? Or if you want to run something else, you can do that too. And in this case, what a seed. Oh man, Ken P, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Look at this. Like, look at the seed we get on what I think is drive. At least it looks like they're trying to run drive, right? Where you get basically an over and a dig. And we just get a howler from from Gino, who sees this linebacker take the underneath and just rips it, baby. Oh my goodness. And take a look behind, or like take a look behind the screen here. Good quarterback play is fun to watch. Gets up and away from a free rusher. Man, if this had ruined a Bears play, we would say the offensive line sucks, right? But Gino fakes the handoff, immediately just slips past pressure and lines a rocket to 87 into the space that he should be, right? It looks to me, because I can't tell you that I know the read perfectly, like he's basically just watching 99, and once he sees 99 take, he knows that space is there. Like, whoosh, bang. 87 makes a nice play. Hey, Bearski, I'm going to leave you guys to make that determination. I'll tell you that right now. Right? You want to talk, like, I can comment at least on how it compares to a lot of the things that we've seen watching an entire 17-game season of Bears film on this channel. But as far as what this means for the rookie situation, we'll see. Now, somebody mentioned earlier, oh, this definitely means that the Bears are taking Bowers. I mean, good question, man. Like, you got to remember that the Seahawks have Noah Fant. He's probably right here. I don't know this, right? Like, Noah Fant. So then we've got a 4th rounder here and a 4th rounder here, right? 4, and then Fant. But so within this, does that mean that the Bears are going to draft Brock Bowers? Well, technically, you could do Cole Kmet. You could draft a kid, right? So you could draft a kid in the, I don't know, 3rd to 5th round, like 3rd to 5th, and then maybe you sign somebody. Maybe this is like a Mike Gesicki. Maybe you bring back Tanyan. You probably don't bring back Tanyan, right? But so point being that I don't actually know how much Shane Waldron needs the tight ends to all be good. Does that make sense, everybody? Like, who's to say? We don't know. Always possible that they could go for a Bowers type. But it sure seems to me like the 13 personnel is used more as like a hand that flashes before you punch him in the face than it is that you're using these tight ends to be major receivers. If anything, they're here to block and take up space a lot of the time. But they'll occasionally run you a route, and when they do, you're hoping for zone. But what do I know? I mean, it's very possible that they could go with a Brock Bowers. Jay Haas, excited that you got to become a member. We're like 15 members tonight. Way to go, everybody. But so, yeah, Lewis was a 1-year deal. Then we just go outside zone again. We hit him really hard. And again, look at this, right? They've been giving us this overload all night long. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Chances are, I mean, again, we're probably 5-on-5 if we want to hit the weak side of the formation. So we do, right? Like we get a front advantage, and it's so natural for our offensive line. And then Kenneth is able to run for a solid 7 yards. Khalil Herbert could do this. Like, yeah, I know I'm one of the people that wants Bucky Irving if the Bears can get a shot at him in the draft and they have an extra draft pick. But it is awfully nice when you take a look at this because the 3 tight ends just imbalance the formation for us. Somebody mentioned, I think it was you, Derek. No, it was Colin, who mentions it's more to keep the defensive fronts honest. Exactly, right? It's less that they're running 13 personnel because they want to use the 3 tight ends, and it's more to adjust the personnel that are on the field for the defense and then move them to where we want them to be, right? Exactly, Falco, right? We need this. And then, hey, maybe we can convince him to run some Chicago toss crack. But yeah, exactly, Ben, right? Same formation, same play call. We didn't have to burn it, right? So then we get, 12 personnel with 2 receivers now. We get whole 2 receivers, and we put them in a bunch. But you'll notice that we've used some motion. The motion that we've used has actually been helpful. And then, I forgot we false start here. Bummer. 2nd and 3, 2nd and 8. But so we motion in. When we motion in, what happens? Not much, right? DBs bump over a little bit, but they certainly don't look like they're in man. We get a creeper coming forward, so he's probably coming, right? We'll take a look here. More motion, and the timing of it to me is really pretty, right? Like we've seen a lot of crappy timing within the Bears motion offense, but I love the fact that 84's coming. You give the defense a little hand to react to, and then Kenneth just gets wherever he wants to go, finds some daylight, and starts to be a playmaker, And man, doesn't Kenneth Walker have a little bit of Dave Montgomery in him? Like just in the world of that, like powerful, every step is earth shaking kind of like attitude. It sure feels like when you watch Kenneth Walker's tape, you're like, all righty, right? But so to me at least, it's really cool seeing the way that this Seahawks run game is constructed because it fits in with a lot of what they want to do. If anything, look at how this formation right here sets you up later in the game for if you get the Steelers to rotate into something that pushes 25 into the box to try to account for the run game that's starting to gash you just a little bit. Well, now you've got a coordinator that is willing to use the two receiving studs that you have, and you showed that very clearly on the first drive, and you'll get there more than likely. But moreover, you're starting to hit them where you think it can hurt. You watch the end zone copy of this run, it's just as pretty, right? Tight end comes up, and he's sealing TJ Watt. Boom, hits 90, and at that point, everybody's just working their man. Beautiful little double team right here from 63 and 75. Like 63 is going to pass him off. 75 is going to take him over. Beautiful, beautiful work right here for, I don't even know who 75 is, but that quick shunt to win him that gap side. And then Walker does the rest. Love it. John, thank you so much. I love the fact that we are so behind on stream notifications. Thank you guys for bearing with me on support. I appreciate you guys. Somebody mentioned this in my Discord. We will get to Senior Bowl preview if we can. This is going to be a Shane Waldron focused stream. And if it ends up being more of a Senior Bowl review, we'll get there, right? But so we just saw the snap nearly. What do we think this is? Because I'll tell you what I think it is. Doesn't this sure look like it's man? We spread out into empty. We've got guys adjusting. They don't look like they're in zone to me, right? But so we'll see what Waldron's got in the cauldron in this man set. Oh, could that be any easier? So if I had to guess, not knowing anything, I bet you, because Waldron does this a lot, that this is a man zone split play, right? The Bears run a lot of mirrored. I don't really know why they do. Like, there's a reason that a whole lot of people, and if you ask JT O'Sullivan, he'll tell you the same thing, hate mirrored concepts. And it's because if the defense runs a symmetrical defense, you're just beaten twice, right? And you've got to have somebody make a play for you. But in this case, if I had to guess, the three receiver potential, or like the three receiver side is running something that's a little more anti-zone. I bet you Lockett's like running something up into the honey hole with somebody breaking underneath. You get it, to try to overload some zone defenders. And then on this side, you've just got a rub slant. And so that's the man beater, right? Because if 84 occupies a little bit of space, you're going to get DK Metcalf wide open. And wide open, he sure gets, doesn't he? And then you've got literally one of the most dangerous people in the NFL running with the ball after the catch, which is a thing to behold. And doesn't this look easy, right? Kudos to Geno. I mean, he didn't even throw with a ton of anticipation. He just throws, gets it out in plenty of space, and now, bada bing. We're on the 10-yard line, baby. Oh, yeah, Alex. I need that to be DJ. Not to mention, like, I would just love to see DJ in space more often. I'm amazed we didn't get more DJ running all the way into the end zone. But definitely a little bit of poor effort. But I'll tell you what, Akusai, that is a heck of like a player that you're trying to stop. And 24 may just not have the stop-start capability to hang on to them. Alex, happy to see you become a member. I think you've been around for a little while. But so, Falco, sometimes it feels that way, doesn't it? Let me see here. Yeah, I just want to make sure everything's still working. It sure seems like it. Metcalf Bear, man, I would love that. Like, DK is so dangerous. All right, so now we're in a 2x2 set, right? We've got a lot of commitment here from the Steelers, who are keeping, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys in the box, right? It's a little more penny front style, but we've got an extra guy right here. So you got to think that it's not just some kind of zone defense, but that on top of that, it's going to be a blitz, right? And it is a blitz. Oh, Gino. Irish pipe bomb, how you doing? So looks like we've just got a basic scissor, right? That if we can get this ball on target, it's a score, right? So this one, maybe a little bit of a miss. We're throwing with no platform. If you wanted to, or like if you wanted to critique him, you can. This looks to me like it's also a coverage bust, which doesn't help anything. both of these corners freeze. So I completely get what Gino's looking at when he takes a look at this, because he sees this corner locked in on Tyler Lockett. And so I too would think, all right, I'm going to get a rub right here for 87. Who's going to come wide open? Just throws it up for him. Now, it doesn't help anything that both 28 and the other corner both take 87. Like, he's just slow. That's a coverage bust. It does not help anything that Lockett is hilariously open. It doesn't help anything else either that JSN also sure seems like he gets open. Boom. Right? Oh, it's a hitch. So that's not speaking of much. But we throw to the open guy. He's got space. Better throw, and it's a score. From a coordination perspective, you can see how whether they're checking into it or not, because it doesn't necessarily look like they are, they just come to the table with some kind of short option here. Like, it looks like you've got a DK go if you want it, a hitch, and then your scissor right here. So a lot of ways that you could go with this. You get presented with a blitz. Gino's sitting here thinking, all right, if it's a blitz, then I'm going to throw through it and I'm going to score because I'm Geno Smith and nobody's seen me play, right? We don't hit the throw, but I love the aggression. Like, the hitch does look like is the hitch a hot route, Ben? You about to get me hot and bothered? Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. He's absolutely right. Like, so if you take a look at JSN right here, is JSN watching the snap? A little, but JSN's watching the extra blitzers. So the moment he sees that they blitzed, he's going to snap around and he's ready if Gino wants to hit him for a quick gainer. Now, Gino wants to take this thing deep. Kudos to him for thinking that. Also, Kenneth Walker cutting across, cutting the blitzer. Like, take a look at this. Boom. Talk about protecting that quarterback, right? Love it. And like you're saying, Iceberg, it's just a busted coverage. Lockett is hilariously open. I think Gino panicked a little bit there, Ben. I also think every once in a while, quarterbacks are going to do something aggressive and ultimately make an aggressive mistake, right? I thought Quincy, what's his name? It's not Quincy Williams, is it? Quincy Avery on Twitter said that, where he was like, if my quarterbacks can make an aggressive mistake, I prefer it. And I was like, I like that. I'm going to steal that, right? Where Jim Lucky, excited that you got to become a member, where, like you're saying, it's an oof, but it's not a turnover. And at the end of the day, if you hit it, you're a hero, right? And if you don't, it's 2nd and 10. So it could be worse, right? But then they're going to run outside zone again. Kenneth Walker's going to make a nice play, breaks one more tackle, he gets even more. But these are some of my favorite reps in outside zone, and this is why I like referring to it as jazz, right? It's just not that common that you're going to see everybody take that outside zone step out to your left, and somehow the run ends up working back to its right. But as you see everybody flow, right? You end up with 16 hitting this hole to try to cut Walker off, and now Walker's got this tunnel up the other side that if 72, Abraham Lucas, I think, gets a better piece of his man, we don't have to try to break a tackle, and we might be in the end zone, right? Creativity from your running back is core. It's where I could see the Bears potentially trying to upgrade if they don't think that Herbert or Roschon can get them enough of what they need, because you have to be a really strong one-cut runner. But I also remember Herbert basically being built for outside zone, so could be anything, right? This is a false start. I just knew this one was in here, so I'm going to skip it. Then we get to 3rd and 11, right? It is, 10-7? 10-7, 3rd and 11. We're hoping that we end this thing with a 4-point lead, but then we're going to sure hope that we hope that we can get this with a 4-point lead, but we don't want to make a mistake and lose our tie game at the very least. So what do we got? Well, we got a 3-by-1 formation with a little bit of a bunch. So what do the Steelers want to do about that? They got 2 guys in this area. Could be zone, right? Like, try to go through the pre-snap read. What do you see, right? Well, this could easily be man. In fact, it probably is, right? Just taking a look at this, Jay Gentile, excited you got to become a member. Sorry if I didn't call everybody out. But at least what I'm seeing right here, you see guys staring at their man, looking a little at the snap, but staring at their man. Maybe they're going to disguise because they're not deadlocked on their guy, right? But this has a 2-man feel to it. And let's see what we get. As we move a little bit, that all but confirms we're probably in man. And if it is 2-man, well, then you might just split straight up the middle, right? I think Gino knows this, because that's exactly where he looks. And what a seed Like, talk about aggression. Geno Smith sure ain't lacking that. Like, he takes a look at the fact that Lockett cleanly separates away from his guy. 20 does not do anything to cut off the middle. And Geno just unloads right over the top. Beautiful layered throw. Like, to just loft it. Bang. You know, I didn't see this the first time because I was taking a look at I didn't obviously watch the defense closely enough. I thought it was some kind of zone, like a cover six thing. And it might be. It might be like cover six-ish, but this is definitely like man, or at least man-like. Because if 42 is passing him, then like 20 needs to be picking him up, but nobody really picks him up. And Geno just launches a seed, or like right over the layered safety. Yeesh, man. How pretty is that? That is a ball. Not to mention, he does it under pressure. One thing that you've probably seen that I'm a big fan of, and I mentioned this earlier, but like it's worth pointing it out here. Geno goes, catch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are in. Like, even the deeper routes, Geno isn't taking 7-step drops, right? You could see that Waldron would rather get him to 2 hitches, right? Like, instead of hit your drop and throw, which is obviously one of your options, Waldron would rather get him to his drop spot and into creativity mode, even if that costs him a little bit of extra depth. And I do think that did a lot to help Geno in this case, where you're firing him through his drop back so that he can reach it and see the field that little bit better with a little more stability. But Geno's looking at Lockett all the way, likes what he sees. What a ball. Like, that's one that I would love to hear the presser about. It feels that way, doesn't it, Alex? Like, I would love to be I would love to hear the presser answer for what Geno was seeing. Looks to me like 2-man, but what a gutty decision to basically throw that thing to the end line and ask your guy to go get it. Because if anything, part of me, just looking at it one last time, right? Part of me is thinking that Geno might have actually wanted to put this throw a little bit higher, right? Just begging the question. I imagine that Geno's basically trying to leave that thing on the goal pipe, or like on the goal pipe. Because Ben, you mentioned you think he was late. I think he's waiting for Lockett to get to the back. He's just trying to fit this thing on the end line, right? Which he does anyways, because, or what is that, JSN? Yeah, that's JSN. Has to turn and barely get his feet down, so maybe he drops it in where he wants it to be, but I would bet you he's intending to put it a little higher so that he layers it that much more. Either that, or he's got a total understanding that this 20 guy ain't nothing and he's not scared of him. But either way, man, that's the NFL. Like, to me, watching tape like this is always a reminder that I think really strong quarterback play is a matter of taking calculated chances in many cases and just erasing a defender. Is this throw open? If Justin didn't want to take this throw, I wouldn't blame him, right? Like, why would I think somebody would sit there and say, yeah, maybe you could make this throw. And I would sit there and say, ooh, I don't know, man. Like, that's a pretty tough one. But Geno basically just says, I'm not scared of you. And ends up ripping it over the top, scores 7 points for it. Like, kudos to him, man. That's sweet. And I do like the combination that you see here, because at least what we get from the rest of the offense is like, I love anything that includes a whip route, to be honest with you. So we've got DK running decoy for a Lockett whip route. We've also got a 3 verts feel if we like any of the verts, right? And so you've got options for some kind of quick throw. It's the red zone. You're not expecting to get too much, right? But you got 1 horizontal crosser after 3 verts clear some space, and you just got to trust your quarterback to rip one of them. He does. Score a touchdown. You're leading. And then you're not leading anymore. Next drive, 17-14. That's the NFL, right? But so, where are we? Second quarter? Yeah. Second quarter, little over 1:30 left. So let's take a look at what Shane does, because we're reaching the point of the game where I cannot remember quite what happens. But so this could easily be some kind of a disguised defense. You got 2 safeties relatively creeping down, right? But this guy, 28, looks like he could easily drop back into center field if they wanted him to. So I would be thinking disguise if it was me, and he does. Like, in the NFL, you got to cheat with your alignment. You just have to. But so we're in yet another formation that we could realistically do just about anything out of, right? Like we've got trips to one side, we've got one tight end on the field, DK split out, but not split out too far, play action, step up in the pocket, play basically busts from jump. It looks like they wanted to hit a slant against, I don't know if they wanted to hit a slant against cover two per se, but they are running like a DK over route right here. And the moment we get pressure on play action, first of all, we get the dreaded, why are there two guys standing in the same place? Right? So that's never easy. But DK's just, or Gino's just going to get out the pocket and he's going to rifle the ball to Lockett that ends up getting tipped away because of a hit. It's a little too high, right? But at least he's making a play, giving his guy a chance to hold on to a tough football. Bounces out of his hands. Oh well. Pull, up, rip. Good hit. NFL. He is a Kusai. So then we get a little bit of motion as we're going to pull 84 across the formation. We're pretty much in the same formation we were just in, except we moved the back over, right? So now we're in 13 once again. We got Gino over here. For some reason, they're committing 2 extra defenders at this point. Like, it's solid. I mean, they're going to drop into, what is this? Just cover 3? Gino's going to check it down. He might. If we were going to really be critical, it's hard to tell. Just because he throws it so early. Like, he might have had one of these guys open, but I don't ever blame him. There are a lot of these offenses that seem as if they are taught, basically. Like, I would prefer you get the ball to a guy with tons of space than specifically wait around and resolve it, especially if it's already 2nd and 10. Basically, like, emphasis on setting up a 3rd down. And here, the Seahawks get some. That closing defender closes awfully fast, but doesn't it feel like a point of emphasis? At least it does to me, that playing quick and trying to get the ball somewhere is an emphasis within this offense, and I don't think that that's necessarily an issue. Looks to me, Akusai, like they're trying to break separately. Like the wide receivers ran to the wide receivers do kind of run to the same spot, but part of the reason they run to the same spot is, at least from what I see, because they kind of quit on the route. Like they turn around and see that, but had they kept running, they're going to resolve a little more like that, right? But exactly, West Coast short pass is the run game, that kind of idea. Of course, Rudy, Jordan, you ask if I like what I see. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't, right? Shorter designs, or quicker, let's call them more efficient designs, right? With a quarterback that's ready to sling. Like, this is fun stuff to watch. Not to mention the world's most basic concept, Jordan. Instead of mirroring everything, we're running a man side and a zone side to answer as many problems as we can. Efficient motion, but not abusing motion. Like, sure, it seems like we've got some, I don't want to call them question marks, but the data says that there's question marks on 3rd down and in the red zone. So I don't know what the answers are to those yet, right? But schematically speaking, it does feel awfully refreshing and uses the players on the roster pretty well. Not to mention, I think it leaves a lot of room for the players to go make you some plays rather than trying to fit everybody that you have into a tight little box where they all do their little job like the good little soldiers that they are, with very little nuance, right? At least that's what it seems like to me. Here we go, 2x2 set with a back. We've got our 2 guys split out right here. We've got a tight end and JSN right there. Like, at least for me, Jordan, I don't look, I'm not going to try to pretend. Here's something core, guys. I'm not going to try to pretend to you that I think Shane Waldron is the absolute bee's knees. I think he's experienced. I think he's done this job before. I think he's worked with all kinds of quarterbacks, like Russ, Gino, Drew Lock, like, what was it? Did he work with Stafford? I don't think he worked with Stafford, but he worked with Goff. So you're talking about a lot of different types of NFL quarterbacks that Shane Waldron's been around. But I'm going to look you guys in the eyes and I'm going to say, at least what I see is it's refreshing, which is a good thing. But beyond that, you got to remember that in this league, you're either bad enough to get fired at offensive coordinator or you're good enough to get made a head coach. And the hope is that Shane is good enough to get made a head coach and that we will see him hired away to somewhere else. And we will have to grieve that when we get there. But I would like to have an offensive coordinator that's actually good enough to get another head coaching job before we're dead, right? And so hopefully Shane is that guy. But there's a piece to this when we talk about this where it's like, I think there are some people that they wanted like a top 5 play caller. There really aren't any that are going to hit the market at the very least. Maybe you'll get that from like a Zach Robinson or something. Maybe you'll get that from a young guy like Clint Kubiak that we've never seen at this point call plays. But then you're hoping that somebody comes in and without any experience at all, right? That they become the offensive coordinator that's going to end up taking you to new heights and then leaving you to go somewhere else. And you mentioned Bieniemy Akusai, but exactly right where Bieniemy is the other example, though he's got plenty of history around him. Like we'll see. Somebody mentions another Adam Gase. Exactly. Kellen Moore. Colin seems like Kellen keeps kind of getting his shot. He's right about to become a head coach, and then the offense that he's on, it's not good. It's surprisingly static. I'm surprised at how poorly that Chargers offense ended up being run, but that's a whole separate conversation. And Jordan, you mentioned Dave Canellis. Exactly. Canellis succeeded, immediately a head coach. You could make whatever Carolina joke you want, but he succeeded, and then he got a head coaching job. And now he's going to get paid $20 million guaranteed over the course of 4 years. Like, it's a sweet deal for Dave. And so I look at this Bears offense, and at least, I mean, we're going to keep watching a bunch of tape, right? We got plenty more tape to go through. But at least what I am seeing early on is about what I expected, which is to say the Bears are probably getting at least what we hope. Squishy, excited, jumped in, became a supporter. Love that, man. Like, at least what I see is that the Bears are getting top half offensive coordination, like a mind that is running plays that make sense, that is adapting things to the players as needed, that is trying to weaponize the talent on the roster, and is bringing a lot of fresh thinking, I think fresh thinking, to the Bears rather than an over-engineered attitude, right? It doesn't seem like this offense, and again, we're one half in, but if you're feeling like I'm feeling, it doesn't feel like this is the offense where they ever asked, all right, so Gino, I want you to drop seven. I want you to drop 7 steps. I want you to take a look downfield. I want you to look for the deepest dagger route that you've ever seen in your life, and that is read number 1. I'm expecting him to get there in 3.5 seconds, and I don't want you to throw with anticipation. I want you to just wait that thing out. And your offensive line, if they don't hold, I don't know what to tell you. That's been the Getsy MO, right? And instead, what we would do to make that work is that we would pull JSN in and he would block, and we would pull this tight end in and he would block, and then neither of them would hit their block, separate problem. And then for some reason, I don't know, I'm going to pick on Tevin here. Tevin would lose his block for no explicit reason. And then all of a sudden you'd have a play that just busted really fast, right? Whereas it feels as if in this Seahawks offense, there's a lot of room to freelance, at least from what I've seen, which obviously there are times where that can go wrong, right? Because it means that you may not have an answer to literally everything, but it also means that your players are playing free and they're playing relaxed and they're playing like professionals. And at least when I'm watching the Seahawks, are there minor mistakes here and there? I mean, yeah, this isn't even the first time that you're going to see like a couple of it's not the first and it's not the only time that you've seen a couple Seahawks players kind of run into each other, right? But at the same time, we're seeing general ideas get executed pretty well. Split DK out, make him dangerous in space, right? Run a wide zone running game that allows Kenneth Walker to just eat in open space. Leverage formations to push the defense into looks that we like and then run at them. Leverage those formation to push the defense into run looks we like and then run play action off of it. Doesn't it all feel cohesive? Right? Running plays where it's very obvious that you could have run 2 plays within that one play so that you put both the plays on tape. Like, there's a lot to like, at least from what I see in the bones of this Seahawks offense. But let's keep going because we got to get away from the script, right? We get a little shallow cross here. Looks to me like Gino wants to throw to 84. The linebacker sits behind it, so then he considers checking it down, but I don't really know why he doesn't. Instead, he just turns, wants to run it himself, doesn't pick up the 3rd down. We'd have to ask him in the quarterback room. That feels like a little bit of a miss to me, but maybe the timing on that is something that, was supposed to work another way. Always possible. But so let's see here. Jordan, are you thinking that Herbert needs the Russell Wilson treatment? Like, put him in a grinded out offense and let him hit play action shots? I got to tell you, man, I don't know about that. I just don't know. I mean, I think that quarterback's unfettered. There's like one guy that can handle it, so I don't blame you. But it is wild to think that right now Roman might be in line to ultimately be Herbert's coordinator, and it has me wondering if Herbert's ever going to really pop the way that I think a lot of us want to see him pop. But that's a separate conversation for a later time, right? So right here we see once again they're going to pack it in very similar condensed sets to what we've seen the Bears use all throughout a bunch of time. That looks like it's a receiver. It is a receiver. Let's see. I expect Herbert to have a lesser role. Oh, that Herbert. I thought you meant Justin Herbert. Like, because of Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh. Like, which I would wonder if Justin Herbert would have a lesser role in an offense coordinated by Jim Harbaugh's ideas and Greg Roman's execution, right? But it is funny how both of those might work, right? Anyways, the Steelers are giving us, they are showing us the D. See, I thought you were talking about Justin Herbert. I thought that made sense. But so here they're just going to run what looks kind of like a concept that we've seen in plenty of cases, right? Where you're going to get, in this case, I wonder is it an option? I don't know if it's an option. Might be a side adjust right here. But so looks like they run a concept we've seen a million times, like one of those play action boots. The Seahawks boot a lot, but the Steelers were ready for it. Here, Geno does a really good job of just getting the ball out anyways, right? Just flick it to your guy, lofty play. We pick up 4 or 5 yards, right? Like, big play action fake. 84's not out. JSN's ready for the sneak flat. We've got DK here on the comebacker if we want it, and then we got somebody in the flat that we're able to get the ball to. Good execution. But I mean, you need to be able to push this ball out. That's not easy. Like, 56 right here is right in our face. We got to step and we got to loft the ball, and it's the NFL. That thing's got to be pretty much perfect. It is. Thank goodness. It's a tough throw, Iceberg. That's for sure. 2nd and 6. We go play action. This is beautiful. Look at this throw. We talked about how that last throw was tough. Look at this. Fading backwards. Jumping ball. Into zone. Like between zone defenders. Excuse me. This guy, I just want to remind everybody, this guy is considered by nearly everybody the 13th best quarterback in ball, right? I'm not even saying they're wrong. I'm saying the standard of quarterbacking in the NFL is so high. It is so high. Like, here we've got what is a cover 3 look. At least it looks that way, right? And then the moment that you get, you're basically pushing into the same levels concept that we've all seen about 1,000 times, right? And the moment you do that, you see an overload. There's 2 defenders, right? Like, snap. Geno recognizes he's got 2 defenders out here. So it's just a matter of where they go, right? He's going to take a look at the deep one. He takes the deep route. He's going to take a look at the underneath one. He takes the flat route. Processes that near light speed and just pushes the ball on instinct to 84. Whips it. It's frankly a little underthrown. Like, just for obvious reasons, right? Because he's jumping backwards as he lets this go. But he's just got to whip that ball out into space, and boom, you got an explosive play. Like, it's processing, and it is really solid. I mean, that's the thing, Iceberg. The average NFL quarterback is silly talented. Like, this kind of stuff is nutty, right? There are things, believe it or not, that Geno can't do. I mean, there are some manipulation pieces that I would say that guys like Joe Burrow are a little bit better at than Geno. And no, I'm not saying that for the obvious dumb reason. I'm saying that Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow do a really good job pre-snap of finding answers that I'm not certain that Geno does, but I'm not trying to say Geno sucks at it, right? But Geno's arm is pretty live, and you see some live stuff that I'm not surprised, Matthew. If that is, it's not a formation I've seen often, right? What, twin tight ends like sitting in the backfield. So maybe you could feel him like drawing that up and being like, oh yeah, I'm really gonna get the league with this, right? But so here we've got another 13 personnel set, which again packs the defense in, gives us a little bit of exposure to what they want to run, right? What is interesting, and I've never seen this, right? Is like I just never thought of it this way, that when you run 13 personnel and you pack everybody like between the numbers, like hashes to numbers, you kind of get the same effect as empty, don't you? Like now we know what the defense wants to run because there are pretty much no receivers on the field. So we're getting a pretty plain Jane cover 3 look in case we wanted to throw at it. I'd really never thought of this until this exact moment, so we can test this thesis as we watch more film. But maybe part of the reason Waldron likes 13 is because it and empty are easy ways to get the defense to tell you what they're doing. And if that's the case, okay, I had never thought of this, right? But it's a neat concept that also lets you play with some run flexibility and push the defense into what you want them to do. But here we're just going to run the ball. Doesn't work out for us. Happens sometimes, right? We run it at our 2 tight end side. We immediately give up a little bit of pressure to 95. Can't get anybody over, et cetera, et cetera. Not everything needs a massive breakdown, but it is interesting to just try to get inside the mind of what the offensive coordinator is thinking, right? Here we've got 11 personnel, 2 guys split out wide, a little bit of motion across. Looks like they're in zone. What zone is it? Maybe it's man. If it is man, then we got what we wanted because it's a spear screen. Let's see. Maybe running a spear screen the whole way and just catch a break against the right call. They definitely are running a spear screen the whole way. If anything, 84 gets there early. But 87 does a good job running the ball. Gets his first down. Well, that time they ran to the heavy side of the formation instead of the weak side. Exactly, Ben. I mean, they are going to balance it. Like, one thing that I heard somebody talk about, which I think is really intriguing, right, is this idea that I think it was Kyle Shanahan that talked about how sometimes you almost want to sacrifice a play, right? You want to run somewhere so that you don't have a tendency. Because if you literally always do the optimal thing, then you're going to be predictable, right? And one of the core ideas behind the Shanahan-McVay idea is not to get too cute, but within that to stay as unpredictable as is possible, right? And so on top of that, it is interesting, isn't it, Ben? Where, not that I want to defend him immediately, but he might be thinking that when he runs at the heavy side at the heavy side and then doesn't get all that many yards. Okay, you got 2 yards, right? But in getting 2 yards, you showed that you are willing to run to that front side so that you can try to get that overload later in the game and hit the weak side. But who knows? Like, I can give you my best guess. We're just watching tape, spear screen, and again, hey, kudos to Shane Waldron. These screens are well timed. I don't look at this and think spear, right? Especially with the way that the Seahawks have been playing. Now, granted, you could say that there's 2 tight ends out here. What were the Steelers thinking, right? Because this isn't exactly DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett out here. But the Waldron has done a decent job so far of getting the screens off, which I see as a positive. Because to me, that generally implies decent design, right? Pop. And again, footwork from Geno. Catch. 1-2. Out. I don't want to say it's too stark a difference, but it is awfully nice to watch an offensive coordinator that's if anything, giving the guy such short drops that we can execute them really cleanly, right? 17-14, we got a first down. We're pulling a guy across the formation in motion. Sure looks like man to me. It is man. It's almost certainly man, right? Like, looks to me like we've got him coming right here. So we've got 1-2 with what looks like 25 over here. What do we want to do against man? It's a light box. We may run the ball. We get a second motion. Oh, yeah. We take a hold because, honestly, DK just goes full DK. Like, watch DK down here. It's just kind of funny, right? DK just refuses to let go. Basically ends up in a bar fight. But it turns into a nice explosive, and I love that. Now, John, Jordan, we don't need to argue too much, but I completely understand good football talk. One thing I love about this, okay? Now, I'm just a big fan, okay? I'm a big fan of when you show something that makes the defense kind of sit on the what is this? He's like, let me see, Prabat. Waldron's secret to bringing the time to throw down is to not have the quarterback drop as much. It's not nothing else, Prabat. It's also that the concepts generally resolve quicker. No, I appreciate you, Jordan. I just want to make sure. But so one thing I love about this, have you noticed that there are three potential handoffs here, right? There is one, then there is two, then there is three coming around the side, right? Like watch this thing play out and you'll see that this same play, it's not a triple option. It's just that you could run it three ways. You've got the jet fake, you've got Kenneth getting the ball, and then you've got the end around right here. But so I appreciate that because at least to me, that shows the defense on the sidelines, hey, there's a lot of ways we can do this, right? Kenneth gets up the seam because, again, the jazz works in our favor, and then you've got a running back in space making a play. Plays on plays, exactly, right? Outside zone, I love it, man. Like, you just get that whole defense moving. You get 16 shooting the wrong gap, as happens all the time. And then Kenneth Walker puts his foot in the ground. 75 gets beat. That's what I think is so funny about outside zone in many cases, right? Like, 75 loses. He just loses in the correct direction for us. And now you've got Kenneth Walker, like, running. Jordan, what do you mean specifically? Like, because it's not like I disagree with you, but yeah, Wag, at least it feels that way to me, where it's like, it is really multiple. And Getsy's stuff was very designer. That's the thing. Like, it's so funny because it was really easy to come away from Nagy, especially at the end of it, where in the Nagy 10 years end, it was like, thank God, let's get anything else, right? Shane Waldron's offense it's a little more streamlined. And the formations are a little bit more compact. I mean, you'd almost call them like weathered, right? Like the formations that Waldron's using, it's not like there's a billion less of them, but there's a lot more things that he will do out of them. So they're a little bit less predictable. And in sacrificing predictability, you lose a little bit of optimization at times, right? But you also get guys, anytime, Ravi. Like, you also get an offense that clearly knows what it is and knows where its answers are, and frankly, even know what plays that are like, they know what plays they're going to need to freelance off of based on defensive looks, which I don't think is an issue. And Jordan, you mentioned that like that Bears fans are so quick to trash people like Getsy because he's out the door, and that's the thing, right? Like, at least to me, to tell you guys my take, right? I liked a lot of what Getsy did with the designer run game. I think there were major issues with what they tried to do with it in the with the offensive line this year because it didn't feel like they could block anybody. Last year, it felt like they honestly could open up run holes against pretty much anybody that they wanted to on the ground. This year, not so much. And I think Getsy has to own a lot of that, right? But the passing game with Getsy it was definitely an issue. There were also wide receivers that we saw that were open nearly every week. And so I'm not trying to say, wow, Luke Getsy, how amazing are you? But it's like there's clearly a disconnect between the offense that Getsy wanted to run and the offense that Fields wanted to execute, right? And we're never going to quite know who's at what fault, but I do think Getsy got, look, I don't want to say it's a raw deal. Like in Chicago, I think it was the right time to move on because I think he pretty much had to. Like, just being really blunt with you guys, you had to do something after this last year. It was clearly too disappointing. The offense, or not the offense, the fan base, frankly, was just too restless, right? Like, you had to fire somebody. It sucks to say it, but you had to fire somebody. We all know that, right? And so if Getsy ends up taking an L for the team and you get Shane Waldron, I still think that the offensive shift that you're getting is going to be positive for everybody involved, right? But like you're saying, Jay Sanders, that last game was exactly wrong, right? It was the wrong way altogether. Like, I would still tell you, hand to my heart, that I think Getsy gave us a better offense than Matt Nagy did in 2019 and 2020. Well, specifically, sorry, I'm thinking 2020 and 2021. when Matt Nagy ripped the playbook in half for the third time, it got bad. Like the offense we saw was distilled to the point where it no longer had any flavor. It no longer had any like alcohol. It no longer had any sizzle, whatever you want to use for your metaphor. It was just water, right? And frankly, it was tap water. That like it wasn't even cold. And so and I'm with you, John. Like that's the thing, because they definitely like had some major formation tells. You could feel that you could feel that the offense was run by a first time play caller, in my opinion, right? But I don't know. It gets weird talking about it because, like you're saying, John, I mean, we saw execution mistakes that were basic. We saw guys that really didn't know where they were going. It felt to me like an offensive coordinator in a quarterback situation. They were pretty much pushed to their pushed to their limit. And I don't want to prop Getsy up too much, but I think, thank you, Jay Sanders. Excited to see you become a member. Love that. And like you're saying, Alpha, he ran 3 screens in a row. Like he ran the same screen twice. It got picked off and took the other way. Like it's funny talking about Getsy because I'm basically trying to say that I don't think he was like bottom 20 or like, I don't think he was bottom 5, but also the results that happened with the quarterback that was in town, you had to fire him. Like you just had to, right? The offensive coordinator, the buck stops them, for better or for worse. And hey, I'm excited about what we see with Shane. Like, I love new. New is fun. New is always an exploration. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe it won't be. But don't you love that we get to find out together? By the way, just got to say, don't you love that we've got 152 people 2 weeks after the season ended on a Thursday night talking like Shane Waldron tape together. Like, you guys rule. Love you, Bears fans community. Like, hit the like button if you're enjoying this. If not, let me know what we could change, and we'll go ahead and change it. Like, but anyways, let's get back to the tape, right? As we talked about it, like that let's see here. Oh, this is funny. Because I think Gino kind of chooses wrong. Like, here we get a nice little zone overload where it's just an over. It's like a spacing kind of look right here, right? And this is totally open. But Gino's going to pick the other side, which is just like curl flat. And that's nice and easy too. And we just don't like the curl. It looks like it's stick, as a matter of fact. Pre-snap, we're probably thinking... Pre-snap, I actually don't know what he was thinking. But Gino's just going to get the ball out. Guy comes up. Doesn't make a decent enough tackle. Running back makes a move for us, which is great, right? But so, snap. Ball in space. Go make a play for us, Kenneth. Shades of David Montgomery just breaking the first tackle by default. 75 does a good job of getting out there. I wonder if that's a recognition thing. He does. He totally sees the ball. Good on you, Abraham Lucas. DK has statue. What's DK doing? Yeah, he ain't moving. But so let's see. Right, Alpha? I mean, that's totally true. That's the other thing, Wags. Like, there's a lot of the personnel usage with Getsy that did get a little ridiculous. Partially because the Bears kept drafting for a Shanahan system that, all right, look, Leisure Paz, you had your say, right? You give me one more comment, I'm just banning you. Like, I'm just letting you know, right? It's a positive stream. Yeah, all right, there you go. All right, anyways. Empty set. I am my mod. We get another pair of guys that are in the right, or that are in the same place, right? And that's the thing, Ben, because you talk about the bad parts with Getsy, and it's like, yeah, it got pretty bad. Like, especially because if the Bears needed a blocker, like, then all of a sudden, let's see here, Ant Moss, absolutely nobody cares what you think. Like, this is a positive stream, it's a positive environment, and I will moderate it that way. Like, I really don't care what you think. We're all going to be positive and nice to each other, because what's the point of football fandom? We don't play for the teams, right? Like, we just support the teams. And if you don't think Bears fans are aware that we are, 4-25 in our last 29 matchups, then you're just not thinking. So you want to come here and talk smack, you can, but you need to be at least a little nice, because when we talk Green Bay, we are nice. Like, it's good stuff. But we're not. Yeah, we did. John, I think we did. In the last, the more amazing part at this point, John, is that we won 4. Sean, exactly. We keep the tangents and all. We got to change nothing, right? But so, anyways, as we talk about it, like tangents with some occasional all 22, we get enough. We get enough, but it's all on topic. As much as we talk about it being tangents, it gets really tangential in the middle of the season because nobody's ever talking about we're only half talk about the game on Tuesday night. And like you're saying, Jay Sanders, that's at least what I kind of think. Hair Bear, sorry about that you couldn't sleep, so you're back. I mean, obviously you'd rather sleep anyways. But so let me see. Somebody mentioned, let's see, right? Exactly, tumultuous. So here's another like little Geno moment where at least I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, I think so, Falco. Like, Bradley, hope you're doing well. It looks to me like they're trying to run a rub sit. I really, there's sometimes I hate football terms, and if you're over 18, you probably get what I'm getting at. But like, you could name them. I can't with a straight face do it. I'm gonna get banned if I do. But like, the amount of football terms that always just make the 15-year-old in me laugh when I say them out loud, always just know it's there. Okay. Like they're all, it's just constant. You sit there and it's like, why did everybody name this? But hockey does feel like it's probably worse. But so we're trying to run like a sit route with a rub on it. And so that's at least what it looks like Geno wants out of this look. He thinks he's seeing man. So if he is, then the rub's going to be your good option, right? You got a zone, or you've probably got an anti-zone call on this side, which is probably for the best, but you want quick resolution because at least the way that the defense is set up means that it's, what is this, like second down and something? Yeah, it's like 2nd and 9. You're looking for a chunk. Like, it looks as if the Shane Waldron offense generally wants to see like manageable third downs. We like manageable third downs, not to mention we're sitting on the 30. So if we do get half back, then we're thinking we could kick to tie the game. That's something that's going to be in anybody's mind, right? But so Geno's going to take the snap. He's going to give the littlest look to the left-hand side. I mean, did you catch it yet? Like, it looks to me like this is a head fake to get the middle linebacker moving just because it's so quick, right? And then sits back, rips to DK. We've got JSN sitting on top of DK, which just about brings this defender into the play. There's plenty of mental mistakes in this offense. And frankly, it's refreshing to see that this must happen all over the league, because while it doesn't seem to happen as often against the Bears, that's like 3 in one game, and it's at the end of the game. Like, it's got to be a rookie mistake at Kusai. There is no play call in the books that is, hey, let's both curl in the same depth. But that's not going to stop DK Metcalf, 3rd and 5. Like, so then we get 87, motions across, looks like we're in man, and let's see what they do with it. Because this is one of them 3rd downs. The play's open. Like, we're just going to basically run, let me see, what would you call it? It's stick on this side with shallow cross on the backside, which that works for us, right? We just missed the throw. We overset. Woof. Oh, well, we get our field goal, right? It is a nice route. I mean, like, Ben, I remember you were talking, what was this, 2 years ago? We were watching Jets tape, and you were like, get me a Garrett Wilson. I'll tell you what, like, I don't know if Tyler Lockett's going to have it next year. I don't know if Tyler Lockett's going to have it 2 years from now, but, like, Tyler Lockett's got it this year. That guy can play. I'll tell you with an open hand, I do think that if the Bears went and signed Tyler Lockett, that would make sense because he knows Shane Waldron's terminology and what Shane generally likes to do. I do think the coach inside the offense room is a real thing, right? Like, I think that's just a thing that happens, you know? But also, I am just saying the difference between Darnell Mooney and Tyler Lockett is just not that different. Maybe you'll disagree, but at least to me, like, Tyler's got all the production, right? But Tyler's also had, I think, a little bit better quarterbacking than Darnell has had over the last couple years, and certainly a lot more offensive stability. But Tyler Lockett might just be exactly the kind of guy that the Bears could look for as your wide receiver 2 if you don't get a better wide receiver that you could push down on the depth chart into a wide receiver 3 role if you get somebody even better. Lockett plus DJ would be a whole lot of fun. I'm with you, AC. And to me, it hurts to see that Darnell Mooney may go somewhere else for a cheap deal and then pop again. But that's at least what I think. Like, is he not Jibby? Like, is it just that he might get cut because he's really expensive and there's regime change? Because I saw somebody post something about it on Twitter, and forgive me, I'm making a stupid mistake and I know it, but I'm trusting that Twitter had a point for doing that. But so here we go, just outside zone, right? Doesn't get it. Oh well. Raymond, you mentioned Getsy with how bad the wide receiver acquisitions have been. Honestly, I think that there's a lot of this. I am just saying, okay? So, like, obviously, wide receiver acquisitions go as well as your quarterback plays. On top of that, right? Like, it's not as if Chase Claypool went well. Like, the Bears obviously had an athletic mold that they wanted to fit their wide receivers into, and hasn't really come to fruition. It's funny we talk about wide receiver acquisitions when the best one, right, is DJ Moore, and he's been nearly unit saving, like, at that point. And so it's not as if all the Bears wide receiver acquisitions have been awful, but Chase Claypool has been really terrible. And I would forgive you if you wanted to say, yeah, Claypool and DJ kind of cancel out. Like, I get that. I do think that different quarterback play might help the receivers a little bit more, but that's just what I think. Like, when I watch this offense, at least when I watch Geno, I think that there's pieces of this that fit Caleb or Drake a little bit more. Here they go for the old trick snap, and it doesn't look like the center's in on it because the snap comes pretty much to Geno. Kenneth tries to catch it, can't, and the ball's on the dirt. But what I thought was hilarious about this, personally, right, is that Geno is going to go with the snap overhead, like the whoopsie fake. And I think it's hilarious that the ball's actually on the deck when that happens. Just because, I mean, come on, that's funny. Like, that's quality physical comedy. You could see why Seahawks fans got mad, especially near the end of the season. Because this stuff's, well, it's not great. When you run a trick play and it doesn't work, like when you run a trick play and it works, then you're a hero. When you run a trick play and it doesn't work, you're a dumb, stupid idiot. Right? Yeah. Alex, I bet Geno's just like, wait, what? What happened? Boom. Let's see here. Oh, my goodness. Is that Noah Fant? All right with the snag? Like, Geno throws this back foot for no particular reason, right? He's just going to sling it, and 87 stops his feet. But all the same, like, he stops his feet. They're clearly not on the same page, but okay. What a dirty snag. Like, we gotta have fun when we're watching this kind of tape. It's not even the Bears offense, but it's so funny seeing a play like that where you're like, alrighty. Reminds me of the Komet and Atlanta catch. Yes, exactly, Alpha. Right? But so let's see what we got here. Looks like the concept is basically, because it seems like there's a decent amount of this, or at least we've seen it twice, right? Where it's 3 verts, and if you don't like it, just drop it back, right? Bring Fant to Chicago. Hey, maybe that's the Bears' option, right? Boom. Drop cuz if you're doing what I think you're doing, do it one more time. But so you'd be super happy to have Fant as the new Tanyan. Pravat, would you be super happy to have Fant as the new Tanyan for $7 million a year? Because I don't know if you would. But hey, maybe that's the direction that they want to go. But Kobe Parkinson is a free agent. See, that makes a little more sense, right? Just because I imagine the Bears are going to want to be pretty cheap. But we'll see what happens. I don't know. What intrigues me about this is that the Bears don't have the whole world in terms of cap space, but they've got enough to work with. So I'm really intrigued to see what they want to prioritize. Because look, all right, so Malt Vegas, what do we think of Bowers? I think he's really unique, right? Like the funny thing about Brock Bowers. All right, so tangent time. Let's go. Let's see. Chicago Bears salary cap calculator. Look, the really intriguing part, I guess, about this is that the Bears, for the first time in an awfully long time, have actually mitigated the dead money on their contract or on their cap, right? Yay, we love that, right? They get $80 million in cap space next year compared to now. No, it's not a Brock Powers tangent. We'll get there later when I scout him better. Look, I'm sorry to tell you, Alex, that I watched the Georgia tape and forgot Brock Bowers was on the roster because I was watching Ladd McConkey and all the Auburn DBs, of which Jalen Simpson looks really, really fun. And in forgetting Brock Bowers was on the team, I am sorry to say that I didn't notice him. There wasn't a moment where I went to myself, oh, shoot, who's 19? Like, I am not trying to tell you that I think Bowers sucks, right? I'm sure when I watch him, he's going to pop like a real weapon at tight end because I wouldn't hear this many people saying that he does if that's not the case, right? But it's more to point out that I think Brock is more unique than he is absolutely outstanding, because there's a lot of these guys that, like McConkey, for instance, where there will be a day after the Senior Bowl probably, like where I show you McConkey's footwork, and that guy is different. Like, I understand that if you Google Ladd McConkey, he's going to look like a walk-on, right? Which I would argue is the biggest problem with Ladd. Like, biggest issue with him is that if you were able to post a picture, if I had media share involved, somebody could pay to put a picture of Ladd McConkey in his in his stuff or like his pads. And I always think it's hilarious because he doesn't look like he belongs, outside of the fact that he played at Georgia, blocks like a demon, and moves insanely well. Like, he's pretty good. And like you're saying, Wags, I'm by no means trying to go after Bowers specifically. But if you're picking in the top 10, like I'll tell you right now, if you trade it down from 9 to 20 or something, I'm really intrigued by this because I understand that everybody wants Rome Odunze. I want Rome Odunze. If the Bears pick Rome Odunze, I'm not going to have a problem with it, right? If Rome Odunze goes early, not going to have a problem with it. Like if the Bears take a Dallas Turner, not going to have a problem with it. There are so many things that the Bears could do at 9 that will not bother me, right? But also, if you traded down and you got an extra second and maybe an extra second next year, right? The mini trade that instead of the mega trade for number 1, that then at that point you could look at taking a Keon Coleman, a Troy Franklin. Like, you're probably not taking Ladd in the 20s, but you could think about it. You could take Tez Walker. You could take, Brian Thomas, I think is his name. They have the other LSU guy. Like, there's actually a lot of sick receivers in this draft, like a lot of really sweet receivers. And you could take one in the 20s while re-racking with another second round pick, while also grabbing maybe a center, right? This is how, if you wanted to talk about how do you get Jackson Powers Johnson on your roster, it's probably trading down, because then you're going to have 2 second round picks, you hope, after the Justin Fields trade, right? Like, Falco, you mentioned it's the type of draft to draft the best one in round 3, maybe, right? But to me, the bottom of round 1 is going to have the bottom of round 1 to me looks like it's going to have a talent in it that should not be there, right? Like, Jibby, you mentioned that wide receivers are a dime a dozen. Well, in this draft, there's just a million of them, right? And if you want to get the one that fits your offense, I don't blame you. You got to remember that for as much as we talk about it, like that's just a terrible X. Like the X wide receiver right here. Say Michael. I don't know why I keep saying McConkey. Is it McConkey? That's even worse for the branding perspective. But so the X wide receiver, I understand that people like DJ at X. Look, I'm not trying to tell you that DJ Moore sucks as an X receiver or something like that. But like, me personally, I keep looking at at Keon and thinking to myself, there's a lot you could do if you got him. Or maybe you get a Troy Franklin type. Like, if the Bears had a legit X receiver that allowed DJ Moore to be an all-tool player and play literally whatever position he wants to, I got to admit to you guys, that makes the internal football Robert pretty happy. And it frees up DJ to do all kinds of stuff, which I think could be really handy within this offense. And there's just not that many of them, right? But so anyways, somebody, Wags, you mentioned if the top 3 receivers are gone and Bowers is gone, who do you trade back and target? I would consider Keon. I would probably look at some of the edge rushers just because you got to think about it, right? Like, if you can grab one of those guys, you got to think about it. You mentioned Javon Baker. You mean like the safety Chicago Bull? Just to be sure I got you, because I think that there are some better safeties later in the draft. I also think safety is a constantly misevaluated position. Like I think there are a lot of people that always want big, tall, or big, tall, medium, fast mover guy with some instincts because he's like a 210-pound behemoth, right? Javon Baker's the UCF receiver. I got you. I'm thinking of Javon. It must be like Javon Bullard or something. Chris Carter, just casually, right? But so, anyways, getting back to the cap thing, because this is just something I wanted to show everybody so that we're all on the same page, right? Because there are a bunch of sweet receivers. Like, don't ever let me tell you that these receivers aren't awesome. It is Javon Bullard. Thank you, Jimmy. But so the biggest problem the Bears have is now that they got the Montez Sweat deal on the books. All right, so let's say that you cut Eddie Jackson, but you cut him at a normal time, right? So now we're up at $60 million, right? And then you cut, what is it? Where's Cody Whitehair? How did I miss him? There he is. You cut him. Right. Okay. So now we got a little bit of dead money back on the back on the contract situation, but that's that. Right. Why am I cutting them now? Why am I not post June 1sting them? Well, you have to remember that you're only going to post June 1st so many guys, because as much as you do get that money, and it's more, right? You also push the problem onto 2024, and beyond that, you don't get the money until later. So unless you're going to spend every dollar you have and save none for the rookie class, which you always could do, right? You could probably post June 1st one of them, for instance. Now you get up to 70. All right, so that's fine. The rookie class is probably going to cost you $20 million, right? Just because you've got you have two first round picks, one of them being 1-1. And if you do draft Caleb, that's $10 million. And then if you draft somebody at 9, right, that's going to be $6 million. So actually, chances are your rookie class might be, if you get another second round pick, a little closer to like $23 million, right? Matthew Brown, I think they're going to try, right? Honestly, I think that there's a decent chance that the Bears don't cut Eddie Jackson, but they're gonna at least think about it, right? And so then at that point, like, you've got probably like $47 million, right? Ish. Okay. Then obviously it hits us pretty hard if we tender Jalen Johnson, right? So then at that point, like, now we just dropped another 18 off the cap. We're down to like, what is that? $29 million. And then depending on how much cap you want to keep on hand for the season, let's say that they want to keep about $6 million just for in-season free agent signings, we're looking at like $23 million. I hope we can all see this. Let me check. 23, right? And 29. All this to say that while the Bears cap situation is good, I mean, it's healthy, right? This is not a bad cap situation to be in. It's also not the world's freest and easiest cap situation if the Bears want to sashay through this massive like free agent market. And that's the thing, Prabhat. You mentioned RIP the Chris Jones dream. It is still possible. Not only could you potentially restructure some guys, I mean, you could. If you absolutely had to, you could push guys out, right? But also you could just structure the cap hit of Chris Jones to be light on the front end, right? Or at least you could try. But it would be interesting, I think, if the Bears basically decided that they were going, because I don't know. There's part of me that thinks that if you got Caleb Williams, let's say you actually did go through drafting a rookie, right? That you would plan around it, right? You would push some of these contracts into the point where it's 6, then it's 30, then it's 30, then it's 30, because you can pull that out of the front end, right? And like you're saying, Akusai, there's a front loaded out if you needed to get out of Tremaine Edmonds' contract. There's a couple ways that you could manipulate the money. Maybe you're muttering to yourself, oh, well, come on. Kmet's going to be here, right? And then you mentioned, Matthew, what do we do about Justin? So if you trade Justin pre-June 1st, it's going to save you $3-ish million. So you do get something like that, right? If you wanted to, you could potentially, let's see, if you wanted to restructure, you could submit it. Let's drop his base down to like 1.5. Almost dropped it down to literally $1.5. So you could obviously get some, no. Okay, that does not help you nearly at all. Let's see if we can restructure Tremaine. at this point. But so if we cut the base, let's just do that. Okay, so at that point, if we pump some of that to bonus, we can basically get another $5 million out of Jermaine Edmonds. Are we sure we want to do that? Good question, right? So there are going to be some ways that that Ryan Poles is going to have to massage the cap if he needs to. Jean Nikolic, you mentioned the second most important offseason in Bears history. They all feel like the most important offseason, don't they? Like, until the Bears win their next Super Bowl, I guess we don't know which one is the most important offseason. The Saints thought that they were about to be SOL, and then they hit on the 2017 draft class, and it pretty much flipped their organization around. They didn't win another Super Bowl, but it's the only reason that Mickey Loomis got another contract extension that they are where they are, right? But anyways, we are way off topic. It's all to point out that the Bears' cap space this year, it's not even what I thought it was. Mostly because they've got so many draft picks, at least in the high areas of the draft, that they need to have the cap to sign them, and they aren't actually that cheap, right? But exactly, Prabhat. Like, Brad said that we could do pretty much anything we want in free agency. The other thing worth remembering is that everybody else's cap space isn't healthy either, right? Like, if we wanted to take a look at let me see, is this where I want to go? Please select a team. That is not what I want. Let's see, free agency. No. New guaranteed money. Gosh, what am I looking for? Right? After the draft, we won't have that many positions to fill. That's certainly the hope, isn't it? Let's see. I'm just not even going to try, am I? Transactions table doesn't help anything. Cap calculator wants me to select a team. There's got to be like a contracts table. Is that what I'm looking for? No. Let's see. Where's the team-oriented stuff? Teams. That's it. I think. Gosh, I'm just eating a fat L out here. Just hit cap space. Thank you. Effective cap. The Bears are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they're like 10th in effective cap. Could be worse, right? Active cap spending, the effective cap that they have, it's like 34. Everybody's a little squeezed, right? The biggest problem that we've got is that all kinds of teams are in the big red. Man, the Saints are really low, aren't they? But so, thank you, Mario. That helped a lot. We'll see what the Bears want to do. There's all kinds of things that they could do. Yeah, the Saints are always in the red, right? But the Bears are not in the world's healthiest position. But then next year they still aren't. So it looks like there's going to need to be some decent like decision making that goes on. It's not the number one overall spree or like the number one across the board spree that I think some have made it out to be, and I've definitely made it out to be at times. But we'll see what happens, right? It's same, Alex. They've been in the red my whole life too, so you're not alone there, right? Now let's get back to the game. Where are we in this? Is it still 24-17? All right, 24-17. We're closing into the fourth, right? And then we'll watch a little more of this or a little more tape as we go, right? But so we've got motion come across the formation, and oh my gosh, oh man. Okay, so mistakes, and in particular, JSN just dropping a ball that hits him in the chest. That is bad. JSN, how dare you do this to me? Man, talk about a game-losing play. Then Watt jumps on it. Did he even get touched? Yeah, he did. Okay, probably. No way they call that. Are they going to call that an incomplete pass? It might be. Because the ball goes forward. Let's see. Does he bump into the RB? So he never catches it. That's an incomplete pass. Oh, man, that helps them so much. Talk about a game-flipping play. But yeah, he's going to beat this man in space. The ball was probably a little bit late. At least it seemed to be because it lands on his hip. But he's probably got to catch that too. Yeah, Gino just doesn't even try. He's like, nah, that's not happening. Because he knows it's incomplete, I guess. I hadn't thought about that, Michael. That's a good point. That's part of why you design it as a forward touch pass instead of something else. Here it looks like they're running stick. Oh, man. How beautiful is that? A quarterback getting to the backside dig. Here we look. We take a look at stick. We don't like it. We've got a guy, or we've got 29 hunting underneath right here, right? Like, we don't love it. So instead, we're gonna rip it over we're gonna rip the backside dig. So open. Matt LaFleur level open. And then DK is just gonna chug down to the 40. Man, that is beautiful stuff. And what is this? 5-step? 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. Ball out so quick, too. Nice timing. The Wise. Boom. Yeah, he's getting killed out there. Looks like he just doesn't love it. Then gets to the backside. What did they show? Cover 3 early? No, they showed 2. And they stay in 2. I got it. Gino sees this guy commit, and he knows, okay, so we got everybody open then. And he's right. Bang. I would love to see the Bears manipulate space like this. I'll tell you what would be hilarious would be if the Bears end up bringing an offense similar to this to Chicago, and they score a similar amount of points, and they make a similar amount of mistakes. And I can't help but think that there would be plenty of people that would look at a game like this and they'd say, well, Justin could have done that, right? And I don't know that he could have, at least in some of these cases. I think that there would have been different ways that the Bears would have tried to attack defenses with Justin in tow, right? But it is funny to me that the scoring, we hope it'll go up, or like we hope it'll go up, but we can't say for sure one way or another. What do we got? Hair Bear, thanks so much for subscribing. For some reason, Hair Bear, I thought you already subscribed. But so, and I'm with you, Sean, where it's like what Gino is doing with his drop is exactly what I wanted to. Looks like you get a whip route, an over route over the middle. Gino's thinking seam. You just know. Like, Gino looks at this and he can't not see the tight end just ripping up the seam. And that guy is wide open. It's not even a stick and nod. It's just straight up the seam, and he can't do that. Like, there's just no way to throw that. So Gino's going to take off. Here's the Justin Fields, right? Except you'd think Justin might score, honestly. Like, this run right here, Justin probably gone. Depends on if he beats 20, I guess. But at least the Justin that we've seen, he probably scores at. But Gino's thinking about the over, takes it. Kudos to Gino, man. He's making some solid decisions. When he's running for 30-some-odd yards, you're doing something right. Just flushed out of the pocket. We haven't seen a sack, have we? I just realized that. Like, this is Steelers' defensive line. These guys are not bad, especially as pass rushers. And I don't think we've seen a sack. I'm curious as to how Gino's sack numbers measure up. 13 personnel, 1 on the wing, a little bit of an overload. We go play action. We're booting. DK. Oh. Looks like 24 closes on DK, which works out, right? But he's thinking, get it to the flat guy. Throws just a little high. Happens, right? Sean, I would think that last season Justin takes that seam, but there's pressure in Gino's face immediately. Like, there's no way to take the seam, is what I'm thinking. Like, I think Gino saw it and it distracted him, basically. Oh, 84. We can catch this, right? I mean, we can make a better effort than that. But let's also bring the throwdown. Both. 5.8% sack rate. That's pretty good. Yeah, 24 is Joey Porter Jr., right? Is this Charbonnet? Man, Watt gets in there so quick, doesn't he? Boom. 84 is just never there. Let's see. What did you mean, Zach? Caleb is taking Fanta over the top? Maybe. It's totally possible, right? Hope so. TE block Watt. Exactly right. Hey, when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't, right? What we got here? Ooh, guys open left and right. What are you going to do with it, Charbonnet? You're going to get beat. Happens. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like they want just clear out post with like a dig inside, it in there. Gino picks that side because he likes his matchups with this. But man, Lockett is wide open. Come on, Gino. But Gino, at least he steps up. Like, it's funny you talk about JF hits this. Like, Justin probably runs, right? I would think so. It's possible. Now, who's to say? We don't know. If Justin steps up and runs here, that's even more dangerous, right? But so, checks it down. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think, anyways. Not every play has to be a winner. Not every play is going to be a winner, but it looks to me, at least, like he's thinking man, and he gets zone. And the moment he gets zone, especially with cover 3, like this safety shades over, the play is sort of dead the moment that this linebacker's staring there. So then he's thinking about it. I wonder what stops him, honestly, because it looks like Gino looks at him, but just doesn't trust it. Maybe he's thinking, I doubt he's thinking field goal. Like, he started trying to option throw more against zone. Man, he's running. Are you talking about Gino specifically? I think so. Or, oh, you mean Fields. I gotcha. I got to tell you guys, I am really interested to see what the Packers do with Jordan Love. Okay, that's so funny. Like, the Hawks get a field goal and the Seahawks the Steelers answer. It has felt like this entire game the Steelers have been up exactly 7. Right? I'm so interested to see what the Packers do with Jordan Love. Look, I got to tell you guys, like, I thought Jordan Love was set up to fail for the first 6 to 9 weeks of the season. That was exactly what happened. And then the next 8 weeks happened, and it was pretty stunning what Love was doing. The guy was playing some ball. Like, I talked in that video about how, like, Jordan Love plays really well when he can get to the top of his drop and just throw with timing. And man, he could. Like, those Packers young receivers were balling. But kind of like Jason Hesden is saying, I mean, the complex part of this is like, okay, so are you giving Love a Supermax extension basically for 8 games of play? Like, are you going to get that 8 games for the rest of the next 4 years? Like, you can't run a value deficit at quarterback in this league. Like, you have to have Patrick Mahomes to get that kind of value. And even then, the what is it? The Chiefs aren't even at the expensive part of Patrick Mahomes' contract yet. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with Jordan Love going forward. Because look, I don't think Love is like bad or something like that. I'm not about to try to make some heel turn and tell you guys like, oh, Love sucks and he sucked the whole time. Like, it's not that simple. It's more like the guy's going to get paid as if he's elite, right? And is he going to maintain that elite level? We'll see. But that's a big risk for 1 year of play, 1.5 year of play, because starting out wasn't that good. At least the results weren't, but we'll see what happens. Matt LaFleur is a wizard, one of the most underrated one of the most underrated coaches in football. So it's not as if the Packers can't put together quite a good team, but you gotta think that it's going to get tougher if you take 15 to 20% of the cap and throw it at a quarterback that you're not committed to ride or die. Like, we'll see. We'll see. Could easily be another 6 to 8 losses to the Packers in a row. Not trying to pretend that the Bears are definitely going to win, right? But I'm really interested to see what happens here, because I think Love kind of backed him up into a spot where there's just no other choice, right? That's the thing, Mario, right? Like, if Justin has that season, we're crowning him. I don't think there's any reason not to crown Love right now. It's just that you're crowning him in an extension year, and that just puts a lot of pressure on Love to live up to it. But what's new, right? There's pressure on Josh Allen. There's pressure on Justin Herbert. There's pressure on Joe Burrow. It comes with the position, right? There's pressure with the guys that aren't paid. There's pressure with the guys that are. Like, it's a hellish position. If anything, You guys could look this up as we talk about this. Did you realize they got Geno Smith on a 25 mil a year extension? That is bargain pricing in Seattle. Like, they got exactly what they wanted. Oh no, Geno. Sack fumble. Here they go, 3 verts again. Looks like we've got an outside breaker, an inside over, and then another inside breaker. Looks to me like he wants to hit the throwing window right here, but he's just a little late on it. 5 does a great job of getting around the tackle. This ball is on the deck, right? 1 sack, 1 fumble, and if the Steelers got it, this game is over. And it sure looks like they did. Kudos to 51. Mason Rudolph punches it in the end zone with 4:32. Forgive me. I'm going to basically check if they lost. Do they lose this game? Look, we can see what they try to do on the comeback stuff. Like, for instance, hey, it's a deep pass. No, it isn't. It's just checking it down to Charbonnet. But if they lost, we're going to move on. They did. Let's see. It's 10-11. So we got at least one more game in us. Let me take a look here. McFact, what are you looking for consistency-wise? Let's see. It is a giant booger. Austin, how do you not love that? How do you not love the giant booger that is what is his name? It's Victor E. Green. You get it? You get it because it's Victor E. Green. Hey, I'm just saying, the Stars have been the most successful Dallas team, at least consistency-wise, since I've been alive. Now, granted, the Rangers just won the World Series, so everybody's going to point to that, right? But it is so funny, right? When Fields, let's see, a Wilson game to see how we might see a Waldron Fields plan. We can. Do you want to watch the lock game first, John? That was my question, right? And I'll leave it up to you guys. Like right now, I will go ahead, get in my files system, and I'll pull down the Russ games that I got, and we can pick which one we want to watch. But everybody, check in. Do you want to see Drew Lock? So 2023 separate quarterback, or do you want to watch Russell Wilson? Because part of me thinks that what Waldron did in his first year might not be what Waldron does in his later years. So I at least want to see a little bit. Like, forgive me, because we might get dangerously close to watching the script, right? But I'm interested to see at least what they did 2023. So Mario, look, you got to remember, we live in a day and age of 8 terabyte hard drives. So I've got a 500 gig solid state that runs nearly everything. Then I've got a terabyte solid state where I put all my video stuff on it, right? And then I got a terabyte HDD to put video games on. And sometimes I sneak other stuff onto it. But so rocking like 2.5 terabytes of space. Honestly, it's not that much. Like in the wide world of the rigs that I've seen, but it's definitely like, I mean, when you start with gamer gear, you can make a video editing rig very cheap because everybody, what is it? You pass off a little bit. Exactly. Yes, exactly. The M2 drives, it's perfect, John. It's great. See, Top Troll, that works for me. You could say that. You're totally good. Like, and Ben, I'm with you. You need the terabyte SSD for games, which is why I didn't want one, because I'm trying to not incentivize myself. I want it to run slow. But so we'll try to watch a little bit of each, Prabhat. Here we go. Are they not going to call that? Okay, no, false start. Let's see what they got for Drew Lock. Here's your support the quarterback game plan, right? Are we down? We are down again. 7-0, right? But man, a 4 terabyte M2, Michael? Yeah, that sounds amazing. That's incredible. All right, so a couple sits and a check down. Kenneth, go do the work for us. He doesn't, right? Looks like it's basically just spacing and nobody gets open. We're double covered. The wheel's not there. We're covered up. We're covered up. We got to get this thing out. Catch you later, Prabhat. Let's see. That's good to know. So we'll see. The off-season streams, in the effort of consistency, we're probably not going to go till 1 a.m. every time. Like, I just can't do that to myself, right? Yeah, this is the Eagles game where Gino's just sitting there into it, man, which was so fun, by the way. So Locke's going to make an adjustment. We're in 11 personnel. We get 87 coming over. It's a run play. Eagles front can make some plays, and they do here. 90 is quarter, right? Just so I know. Don't get anything. Ugh. Exactly, Brandon. It's like we don't have all of it, right? Or we're not that desperate for it, especially because the conversations just aren't that mandatory. I wonder if the Eagles are going to drop out of this because this looks like plain Jane man coverage. Probably going to rotate somebody into the hole right here, right? Um, but let's see, man, lock hits DK. Why wouldn't we? And we don't pick up the first down. Happens. Good play by is that Sid, 33? Sid Brown. Let's see. Looks like it. No, it's not. You hope the Eagles hire Fangio? Tell me why. And that's the thing, Wags. Like, to be honest with you, I'm right there, right? Like, to be blunt, the whole Jordan Love, Jordan Love getting paid might be weird for him. Yeah, it's a great problem to have. That's the copiumest cope thing that a Bears fan could say, right? I do wonder if Jordan Love is setting himself up for a Dak Prescott situation. But dang, that's a lot of regular season wins, isn't it? And so we'll see what happens. I mean, we just can't tell the future. Hopefully, the Bears, whatever they do, whether it's Justin Fields or whether it's Caleb Williams or whether it's Drake May or whether it's freaking Bo Nix, right? I hope the Bears finally get a quarterback that is good. That period. I mean, that would be the hope, right? Whether that's Justin Fields stepping into the role or whether that's drafting somebody else and that somebody else succeeding. Like, I'm really intrigued to see what happens. I don't think the Bears have had this opportunity often. As much as we talk about number one picks, I think we all agreed on this stream that the Bears were just not ready last year frankly, they weren't ready to give up on Justin Fields, which is a separate conversation, but the team wasn't ready because they weren't any good to feature a rookie quarterback. They just weren't there yet. But this year, I think the story's a little different, for better. Like, not for better and for worse, for better. Like, both options make a lot more sense. A lot more sense. And to me, that puts the Bears in a position that I haven't seen them in my whole life. Like, normally, I'm sitting here saying, well, year 5 might be different for Jay Cutler. Normally, I'm sitting here saying, well, Jay, we haven't seen it from Mitch yet, but we're gonna. Or if you remember me in 2020, it was more like, nah, Foles going to make this thing work. And hey, Foles had his moments. Like, Foles cooked sometimes, but heavy emphasis on sometimes, because some of those Foles games were some of the ugliest football on offense that I've seen in my life to this point. Normally I'm sitting there like, here's what Andy Dalton is. Here's what Andy Dalton isn't. Like, that's been my whole life at this point. But let's see. Third option, he wants Russell Wilson. I mean, it's always possible, Jay Sanders, and maybe they draft like a JJ McCarthy. I just doubt it, right? Like, not because of any other reason that I can't help but think that is getting too cute. Like, to me, Jay Sanders, you either want to change quarterbacks or you don't. And if at some point you really do decide that like JJ McCarthy is your guy, I just can't help but looking at that and thinking, okay, so if you want JJ McCarthy, what do you not like about Drake May? If you want somebody else, if you don't like Drake May, what do you not like about Caleb Williams? If you don't like both of those, if you don't like Caleb Williams and Drake May and CJ Stroud and Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson, what quarterback do you like? Right? And maybe you want to take a shot on a later round guy. You can. Like, I'm not a huge Michael Penix guy. Maybe you are. I'm not a massive Bo Nix homer. Maybe you are. Maybe, or like, I think McCarthy, JJ McCarthy, has some really interesting tools, but I don't think he's ready yet. I think he definitely needs minimum a full year and probably 2. Like, probably needs a little while to like grow and get better. And I don't think Russ like has that high level in him anymore. Like, specifically talking about top 16, right? I don't think Russ is going to reach that level. And I don't think he's going to reach it in 2025, like after 2024. I think it's kind of downhill from here, right? And that's the thing, Alex. Like, At least looking you dead in the eyes in the camera, I think Bo Nix is more interesting than some people want to make him. I think Bo Nix is really easy to push down your draft board for a billion reasons. But Bo Nix's movement kit is better than I think some people think it is, which might make him more of an escape artist than meets the eye, right? And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. Like I hear you, right? Those are Denver stats this last year, right? But it doesn't have the runway that a lot of other plans do. I mean, you're trying to build this team. Yeah, obviously you're trying to build this team to win in 2024, but the goal is that they also win in 2025, that they win in 2026, that they win in 2027. You could say we'll get there, right? But the whole point of the draft is to be forward thinking. And so if you do trade down, now you need Russell Wilson to pop. You also need Jay Sanders. The moment you do that, you need Caleb Williams to be bad. You need Drake May to be bad. You need Justin Fields to also be bad. And you need Russell Wilson to look like the best option out of all of them. And if they don't, you need JJ McCarthy to look like the franchise savior the moment he touches the ball. Like, at least to me, right? I can't help but look at that and see a massive landmine for Ryan Poles. Because the moment that you pass on a quarterback at number one, well, whoever you went with has to be better than all the other options. And that might be a scary thing. Like, it's, to me, I don't want to say that it's an easy decision. It's not. Like, the fan base right now is so split. It's as split as I think I've ever seen it. And that just means that if they do draft Caleb, I mean, you're not going to get the entire franchise behind him. You won't. Like, not immediately. Until he throws for 30 touchdowns in a season, until he wins 10 games in a season, you're not going to get there. There'll be some Bears fans that'll rally around him if he wins week one. There'll be some Bears fans that will hate him immediately and they won't ever let it go. Like, it's totally possible, right? And McFact, I hear you about trading down and building the locker room behind Fields, if I could be blunt. Man, I think that building around the fourth best quarterback in the NFC North is a losing proposition, to be honest with you. Like, I think you could build a hell of a team. I think it would be, McFact, I think the team you're wishing for is the most Chicago Bears team you've ever seen in your life, right? Like, I'm telling you this as a friend, right? At least I'm trying to. Like, to me, if you want to have a team that is talented at all levels, except one of the only positions that tilts the game harder than any other position in the sport, you trade down and you build around Fields. Like, and at least to me, I can't help but look at that and want anything else. Like, that to me sounds like a nightmare, and I'm not a fan of it. I mean, that's just where I'm at. You may be somewhere else, right? But I've lived my whole life watching, or basically hoping, that the quarterback isn't actually as big a problem as I think he could be. Like, the future first Jay Sanders could be helpful, but having an all-pro center and an all-pro right tackle and an all-pro wide receiver one and an all-pro running back does not make a top 10 offense. It gives you partial tools there, but you might end up with the Atlanta Falcons if your quarterback is not very good. I mean, I guess I'll flip it to the Rob cam because at this point we're just ranting. Like, we'll get back to some tape here shortly, I promise. But at least when I look at this Bears quarterback decision, I know that people are going to litigate it to death, right? We're going to just talk it to death. But honestly, Jay Sanders, the more I've thought about it, the riskier I think it is to trade back. I think the moment you trade back, you are allowing somebody else to take a shot at something that, if it works out for them, you will never live it down. Like, you trade away from Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams or Drake May or Jaden Daniels end up any good, you are going to get hung. I mean, not literally, right? But, like, you can get fired. Because the moment either of those three are good, people are going to say, wait. So you pass on Stroud. God forbid Anthony Richardson is good. And then people go, okay, so you pass on Stroud. And you pass on Richardson. And then let's say Caleb is fine, right? But that beyond that, then, so Caleb is fine, but Drake May is really good. So people will say, so you pass on Stroud. So you passed on Anthony Richardson. So you passed on Drake May for this? I mean, you mentioned Fields is good, not great. Actually, no. I'm saying Fields is pretty bad, in my opinion. Like, I think that it is a hard bargain to look at Justin Fields right now and say, that guy is good. Like, I think he's a great athlete. I think as a quarterback, he is quite low on the totem pole. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that are better quarterbacks, managers of the offense, throwers of the football. Like when you put Fields in shorts and give him no pass rush, oh man, jumps into a top 10 thrower of the football. But that's just not the NFL. You have to diagnose, you have to throw quickly. It's not in Fields' game. And he runs so well, he makes up for it a lot, but he doesn't run the play call well. Honestly, Jay Sanders, I don't think I am. I mean, I think that there are too many Bears fans, to be honest with you, that are way too forgiving. I think there are way too many Bears fans, like we've heard recently, that will make comparisons, like saying Justin Fields has the same skill set as Lamar. And I think that's a lot. Like, does he technically exist in the same archetype as Lamar? I guess. But to say that Fields is Lamar is to talk about, or is to frankly not talk about how Lamar's pocket sense has evolved and gotten to where it is. Talk about Lamar's release. Talk about Lamar's willingness to throw when he's backed up in the pocket. Talk about Lamar's ability to bail his offense out with his arm at all levels of the field. I mean, that's my opinion. And you talk about that McFact, like that Getsy hurt this offense in the quarterback position hugely. McFact, I think that's a really risky thing to say. Isn't it more sane to say the quarterback probably had a hand in it? Isn't it? Like, isn't it fair to look at this? Like, and that's the thing, Jay Sanders. You step back and you listen to non-Bears fans analysts. Those guys are watching highlights, and plenty of them are saying that Fields is bad. JT O'Sullivan does not like where Fields is right now. Kurt Warner is saying that Fields is missing layups and probably deserves to be replaced. That's a Hall of Famer and another backup quarterback. And the only guys that are talking about this in the positive are Dan Orlovsky, where generally when Dan starts supporting a backup quarterback, like you know that he's about on his way out. And then another guy is Chase Daniel, who has now said that Danny DeVito is, I do that every time. Tommy DeVito is the real deal. Mason Rudolph is the guy. Like the list of guys that Chase Daniel is throwing his weight behind are about what you'd expect, right? And for sure, Jay Sanders, he said, or that JT said he likes Justin Fields. Of course he does. I mean, how do you not like Justin Fields at this point? Like the character, the person, the athlete that he is, it's awesome. But he's also talked about how if the Bears move on, he completely understands, which I think is telling you everything you need to know, not to mention the frustration he displays talking about Justin Fields, because I think he's thinking that maybe another offensive coordinator can get Fields out of this funk. Maybe he can make him a little bit better, but I've lost a lot of faith, man. Like, I think it is a very risky proposition. And if you told me that I have to pass up on a potential total superstar and instead I'm going to stick with a guy that probably is who he is, and then the moment he stays who he is, I think the Bears would be screwed. I mean, I really think they'd be screwed. Somebody would say, well, you could move up for next year. I think the quarterbacks next year are pretty underwhelming. I mean, I really liked Quinn Ewers' tools. He doesn't seem like he got much better from 2022 to 2023. That's a worrying sign. Shadir Sanders had a sweet 3 weeks, but does he look better than Drake May or Caleb Williams? Not yet. Doesn't look like he was better. And if you compared this tape, 2023 of Shadir, to Drake May or Caleb Williams in 2022, we're not there yet, which is fine. Maybe he's a good quarterback, might develop in the NFL, but that's a bigger risk. And if you wanted to take that quarterback, like if you wanted to take the quarterback one in any draft, you're going to have to trade everything you just traded down to go get that guy. And even then, they may not give you the deal because the team that got the number one overall pick probably wants to use it. Like, to me, Jay Sanders, I think it is incredibly dangerous to pass on a talent that I think looks really sweet just because you want picks that you still have to hit on. And now you leave yourself totally unsure, in my opinion, at quarterback. And you mentioned that you think Justin is good and will potentially be top 10. Chris, who's he replacing? Right? Like, which top 10 quarterback is Justin bumping? I think it's much more likely that Justin never cracks the top 12 than he cracks it at all, to be honest with you. And I'm talking not just the throwing metric. Let's use a normal metric. Like, you could use quarterback rating if you wanted to, like QBR. You could use EPA per play. You could use PFF grade, right? Like, all these stats have him in the bottom 20 at this point. Like, it's, at least to me, I can't help but look at this thing and just the film is not pretty. Like, I think when you watch Fields' film, you see a quarterback that is not playing the position in time. His drop back is ridiculously slow compared to the majority of other quarterbacks that we watch. He doesn't seem to throw without a platform, which is kind of a necessary skill. We saw this a lot in the playoffs. Like it's he was graded at who was Caleb? Like I don't think so. I mean, you got to go look at those stats again. Like when he played top 25 defenses, he averaged 290 yards a game. Everybody's seen a graphic against Notre Dame. I don't know where they came up with those stats. They're not the case. Like, but so anyways, Justin's dropbacks were fast in 2021. So Chris, I thought the same thing. They weren't. I went back and timed them. They're the same. Like they're exactly the same speed. It's always been slow. And people pointed it out in college. Where was slow there too. Like, let me see. AC, I understand the here we go thing. I really do. But I guess I just sit here, guys, and I think to myself, the argument I'm making is that Fields probably is what we're seeing. The argument that I think a lot of people are making, and I get it, is Fields is more than we have seen. And if you get more around him, then he's going to be even better. And I just sit here and look at it, and I think to myself, he will look better, right? Like if you make better icing, then the cake is going to taste a little better, right? If you plate the cake better, if the cake looks prettier, you're going to feel like the cake tastes a little better. But did the cake change? And is there any position that better describes cake than your quarterback? Like the quarterback is who you mold the whole offense around. Like the quarterback functionally drives everything. And I can't imagine watching Fields this last 2 years, honestly, and thinking to myself, like, wow, I want to see more of this. Because you mentioned Jay Sanders. You're totally right that it's like Rob's been out on Fields for a while. Yeah. Like, to me, I would challenge a lot of these other guys that really love Justin Fields to sit down and break down every game of his tape. Like, I get it. I get it. Justin is magnetizing. Like his highlight plays are hypnotizing, but the plays he leaves on the field are frustrating and they stay that way. They haven't gotten better. Like for as much as I know there are people in the chat right now that are going to break out nicknames that are really derogatory towards Justin, we don't need to turn around and hate him either. Like I think he's a great dude. I don't think he's done a thing wrong for Chicago. We don't need to turn him into a villain. He's not a villain, right? But he might not be a good quarterback. He might be a great athlete. He might be one of the best athletes at the quarterback position. He's able to make magic with his feet and create plays out of nothing. But a lot of the plays that are created for him within structure, we aren't getting. And we're leaving stuff on the field. And it frustrates me, that's for sure. And at the very least, I look at that situation and I think to myself, okay, you got 1-1. You don't have to trade up anything. You even have another first round pick after that in 1-9. How do you pass up on this opportunity? But that's just me. Like when Caleb or Wags, you mentioned when Caleb is our quarterback one, he makes all the quick on tempo throws as well as the magic plays he can make. All the vitriol disappear because ultimately we all still want the Bears to win. I mean, I agree with you, Wags. The problem is I don't know if that happens week one as a rookie, right? I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to have 14 tweets saved in their drafts that are going to say something to the effect of Fields can do that. Fields can do that. Fields could have done that. Fields would have made that play. Like it's gonna be the conversation. It was with Mitch. It will be again, right? This is what we do. Like people are going to hang on to the old quarterback because they liked him, and they're going to blame everything on the rookie quarterback when the rookie quarterback like struggles, and struggling is normal. It's very normal for rookies. Even as good as I think Caleb is, it's hard for me to imagine that there won't be an adjustment period. And I think it's putting the fan base in a goofy spot because I think that there's a million ways to prove, to be honest, Jay Sanders. This is the core of it. I think that there are a million ways to prove that Justin Fields has underperformed. You can look at the fact that his passer rating didn't move from year 2 to year 3. You can look at the fact that his PFF passing grade, if you care about that, is 25th, I think it is. But maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you care about the fact that his ESPN quarterback rating went down in his third year. But maybe you don't care about that either. Maybe you care about the fact that in his third year, he got hurt again and he didn't eclipse 3,000 yards passing. but maybe we don't care about that either. Which, hang on, we got a Super Bowl shuffle. Thank you, Wags. Appreciate you. Like, maybe we don't care about that. Maybe we care about the tape. The tape matters, right? But maybe we don't care about the dig that he missed over the field or the middle of the field. Maybe we don't care about the third down where he didn't throw it. Like, maybe we don't care about the slant that he didn't throw again. The Bears ran 49 slants, right? The Bears ran 49 slants. Would you like to guess how many we threw on, right? Like, let me see. Like, if we want to talk about how many times we threw the ball, we threw them 6 times. I think we completed a couple of them, right? But we didn't throw it when we called it. And we've talked about that on this channel, right? Now, granted, I think that there were some of these. Like, just to be clear, when it's talking 49, I think that includes double slants, which is 2 slants in one play. So I doubt that the ratio is supposed to be like 48 out of 49. It's not that simple, right? And don't make it that simple. But you also need to be able to throw the slant to throw the slant. And in many cases, Justin would see the slant and it would be there, but we would roll out and maybe we'd run. We'd roll out and maybe we'd throw. Like, there were all kinds of things we could do. I mean, guys, is there a more Justin Fields phrase? If you've been on this channel before, you probably have heard this. Is there a more Justin Fields phrase than, well, that was open, but instead we did this and it worked, right? Justin is the after-play maniac, right? Him not running the initial play, pretty standard. Him being able to make something happen with whatever happened after the play, also pretty standard. He's so fast that it's easy for him to get to the edge. Like, very, very easy. And he does, and he makes a lot of it work. Like, but eventually, I do think this is a league that's begging you to win within structure. Like, I really do. I look at, you mentioned Brock Purdy. That's what Purdy does. He plays within structure, and it's gotten him to the NFC Championship game. You look at Lamar Jackson. What he's done in structure with Todd Monken has been phenomenal, right? Like, Ghost, I don't think Justin's dumb. I think it's just tough to process all that information that fast. It's a position that, like, 12 guys can play well. And Chris, you mentioned, wouldn't it be safer, right, to sign a veteran quarterback? I guess it'd be safer to get a top 25 guy, right? If you wanted a top 25 quarterback, Justin's in that category. I just don't care for anything above top 16. Like, Justin Fields is the quarterback that the rest of the NFC North wants us to keep, right? Like, does that bother you? Does it bother you that the Vikings fans want the Bears to keep Fields? Like, Packers fans want the Bears to keep Fields. Like, it's clear, isn't it? And so you mentioned, why not trade the number 1 to San Fran for Purdy? They're going to keep Purdy. Like, they like Purdy. And Jay Sanders, you mentioned Caleb's the guy that's going to play within structure. Yes. I mean, a lot more so than Justin does. Justin won't do it. Caleb does play in structure. Watch him hit a slant over the middle. Watch him hit a seam up the gut. Watch him hit a dig route on his second or third read. We've covered it on the channel. Like, I think Caleb does a lot more in structure than he gets credit for, but that's just the film that I've seen, at the very least. I mean, obviously there are amazing things that Caleb does creating. You could argue Caleb Williams is the player people keep trying to make Justin Fields out to be. Justin just isn't that guy. Like, there are plenty of throws that I have come to the rationalization that Fields just must not be able to make him. Must just not be able to make him, right? Like, quick throws. I don't think Justin sees throwing windows. When you put 2 linebackers here, and you run a dig, and the goal is to throw between them, I don't think Fields has that in him. Like, the play where Justin ends up with 1 foot here, 1 foot here, and he's got to just dump it off to his running back. I don't think Fields throws this ball. At least he hasn't. Like, generally from that moment, he tries to scramble one direction or another. Like, I would even argue that I think Fields' legs are becoming part of the problem because he's been so successful with his legs that at this stage, he is using them to try to solve every issue. And that ends you up exhausted in the fourth quarter. Are we even so surprised? Fields will run more than anybody on the football field, DBs included, for the majority of the game, it feels like. And then after taking 15 hits of all kinds of different ways, like, he ends up, we are on the Rob Cam. Oh, good point. Uh, thank you. But so it's it's just I don't know. I really don't get personally, Jay Sanders, how it's not that I don't get it. I do. It's more to say that when I watch the college kids, when I watch Geno's tape, when I watch Love's tape, when I watch nearly any quarterback in the NFL, right? I see a guy that's playing that is at least giving your offensive coordinator more options. And the part of me that thinks even just a little bit like a coach would be really frustrated calling plays for Justin Fields because he won't run them, right? Like Jay Sanders, imagine you're calling plays for Justin Fields. You call something, he's open. Or like you call something, the guy's open. We don't throw the ball, right? How do you feel? I mean, it's going to get blamed on you. Justin Fields at this point in the media, like it's very clear. If Justin throws 4 touchdowns, it's because Justin Fields is amazing. If Justin throws zero touchdowns, runs for 1, and throws an interception, it's because you're a dumb dingus. Like you, the offensive coordinator. That's life right now, right? Bobby Slowick is getting half the credit for CJ Stroud for reasons that I do understand, right? Because the rookie's playing so well and wow, amazing, right? But Justin Fields, so he throws for 16 touchdowns this season, right? And I think it's what, 7 of those touchdowns? It was 7, right? Came in 2 games, and that's great. I mean, don't let me take too much away from him. But when in the other 10 games you throw for 9 touchdowns, isn't that not great? Is that all Getsy's fault? We ran for 4 more. So I guess you could add the total to like, I think it's 1 in the Denver game. That was a rushing touchdown, so 3 in the other one. So now we're at 12 touchdowns in 10 games. But is that all the offense's fault? Right? Michael, we're talking throwing touchdowns, Perez. Wags, when you watch the film, do you get a bit of Rodgers on the quick game stuff where he sidearms and flicks it? I do, Wags. But I really try not to make comparisons to Hall of Famers. So I'm really trying not to stick with it, right? But so what are the Bears going to trade Fields for? If he's this bad, he's barely worth a 7th. Chris, this is the same league that loves quarterbacks. I mean, too much, right? Sam Darnold went for a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th, and Sam Darnold is a backup for San Francisco right now. So as much as I would say all these things about Fields, like that athletic profile and the fact that you could slot him in, try to win some games right now, that's probably going to keep it at a 2nd and I guess another 2nd, right? I'm going to clap when he's traded, like if that's the case, because I think kind of like the Roquan Smith trade, it's the right trade at the right time, and it gets the Bears better in the long term. That's at least my take, right? But it's not because Fields is amazing. It's because another team is going to think, oh, those dumb, silly Bears, like they're no good at all. And then I think there's a decent chance that Fields, who's going to have to learn a new offense when he goes to somewhere else, is going to end up pretty much looking like Justin Fields. And they're going to win some games and they're going to lose others. And Justin's going to take another 40 sacks, 50 sacks, something like that. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt, right? Because he does get hit an awful lot. He's still not going to get the call. Like, just because apparently we're completely resolved against calling anything for Justin Fields. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, right? But I just can't help but look at this and think to myself that, like, Fields has given us some neat highlights. He gave us a sweet run in 2022. But I'm frustrated. I mean, you got to remember that this is a Bears offense that we are going, Getsy. But the Bears offense scored 3 unassisted points against the Cleveland Browns, and everybody else has hung a ton of points on them. The Browns got bounced in the first round because a rookie quarterback hung 24 points on them in a half, right? And the Bears scored 3 unassisted points, and their defense picks off Flacco 3 times, scores on 1 of them, and we lost. Like, if he was as bad as he'd say, nobody would trade for him. No, Jay Sanders, that's not true. I think Fields is an outstanding athlete. I can't say that enough. This is not some kind of gimme phrase. Fields' athleticism is legitimately game-changing. If Fields was Kenny Pickett's speed, he would be out of the league already. But he isn't, right? And he's deadly accurate throwing down the sidelines. Like, there's a lot of things Fields can do. The guy is an explosive play machine. The problem is, Jay Sanders, that he can't throw anything other than an explosive play with much consistency. He can throw them sometimes. It's not like it's a hard embodiment. It's not like it's a hard X where it's like it is impossible for him to throw a little sit or something like that. He'll throw them. He's thrown them sometimes. It's just that it's not consistent. It doesn't happen often enough, right? If you call the play for it and it's open, you're not certain that that's what he'll do. You're not certain that that answer is something that he'll utilize, right? And that's fine. I mean, he's one of the most electric runners ever in football history. Can I be clear about that? Truly, because that is easy to underrate. It is game changing. It's everything we talked about early on in the 2022 streams, the 2022 offseason streams, the 2023 offseason streams, I guess you'd call them. Like earlier this year, not this year. Gosh, if you go back and you look at the streams in June, I was incredibly high on this. I was basically asking, yeah, but like, how bad would Fields have to be for this to not work? I basically begged the question, Jay Sanders. You've heard me say it before because you're pretty loyal, and I love you for that. Like, I love the fact that you're on here and you disagree. I really do. Like, I basically said, when DJ Moore is open, is he going to throw the ball? And for 18 weeks, he really didn't. I mean, DJ Moore obviously got 1 billion targets and caught 1 billion yards, but I was shocked early in the season that we didn't pull the trigger. And then on slants and other patterns that gave Justin a lot of trouble, digs, like the backside dig, it feels to me like it became obvious that there were things that Fields simply would not do, right? And McFact, you mentioned what did Fields have around him until this year? So McFact, all right, let me ask you a weird question. Let me ask you this, okay? So Justin Fields had the highest average time to throw in football by a full quarter second, right? He ends up with 3.4 3.4 second time to throw. Next guy on the list, I can't remember. Somebody else can get it in the chat for me, but it's somebody with like 3.15, and it's like a backup quarterback or something. So if he has the highest time to throw, that theoretically means that his offensive line is keeping him upright for a certain amount of time. It also means that Justin Fields is dodging, scrambling in the pocket, et cetera, et cetera. But we also know that Justin only basically rolls to his left and throws, or he just runs, right? And a run obviously doesn't count as a throw. So can it coexist to say that the offensive line was awful and also the quarterback had the highest time to throw? Or do those two not quite go together? And Jay Sanders, you mentioned just now, like, does that mean you're blaming Fields for awful game plans? No. And I've said before, Getsy needed to be fired. Can't these things coexist? If Getsy's fired for being bad, can't you also come to the conclusion that Fields did not play well either? Because we came to the conclusion that Justin Herbert's pretty good, and Justin Herbert's coach got fired, and his offensive coordinator got let go on account of it, right? Like, Dak Prescott's pretty good, and we know that, even though his offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, left, and now he was stuck with Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, right? We see this all the time, don't we? That a good player plays well, generally speaking. Is it possible that Bo Nix ends up the best quarterback of the 2024 draft class? Look, I don't want to end up on Old Takes Exposed. Anything's possible, right? It's never impossible that that kid from Tulane, the starter, ends up being the best quarterback in this class. It's just unlikely, right? McCarthy has a Super Bowl ring. Like, yeah, from 10 years ago. He also just ate a fat L in the first round again. Does that automatically make him better? Like, and that's the thing, Derek. Like, 100%. Like, Fields is so much better than Tyson Bagent. So much better than Tyson Bagent. That's the thing, right? Like, sometimes it feels like this always becomes a false equivalency. We're saying that you're disappointed in Justin Fields' performance means that you think he sucks. It is hard to be a top 25 quarterback in the NFL. You have to be pretty good to be a top 25 quarterback in the NFL, right? You have to be pretty good. You can't just be any UDFA off the street to be a top 25 quarterback in the NFL. It is that much harder to be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. And if you aren't a top 12 quarterback in the NFL, you just won't succeed. Like, at least what we are seeing in the modern league is that if you are below average, then, like, as a starter anyways, your offense is just going to struggle. Like, let me see, is unlikely. Oh, like, are you talking about Bo? Just to make sure, Chris, like, it's not, everybody keeps making this silly thing. I don't like it personally, where they keep saying Justin sucks, Tyson's better, or Justin sucks. Anybody's better. No, 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 no. Justin isn't Kirk Cousins. That's the problem, right? Justin would have to take a pretty heavy step forward to be Kirk Cousins. Another way to put this is Jalen Hurts. How much do you have to put around Justin Fields to get Jalen Hurts out of him? Will you get Jalen Hurts out of him under any circumstance? Shouldn't you at least be able to get Jalen Hurts out of him when Jalen Hurts is somewhere between 9th and 12th best quarterback in the NFL, maybe like 9th to 13th, right? And like Ben's saying, there's amazing things that Justin can do. If somebody's controlling Justin Fields on Madden, oh man, like you're rolling, because the Justin that we see on a football field actually plays a lot more like the Madden guy sometimes. Hangs on the first read, like runs at the first opportunity possible. It throws on the run sometimes, but runs it an awful lot, works his way down the field, doesn't throw a lot of picks because he's played the game a lot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's the thing, Wags. It's like, I think that Justin wasn't good enough to stop us from drafting one of the most tantalizing quarterbacks I think Chicago's ever seen. Like, that's the thing about this, guys. I looked, right? In the last 60 years, the highest graded quarterback that the Bears have ever taken with a draft pick, right? And by graded, I guess I mean like the best quarterback one that the Bears have ever taken was Mitch, which did not work out for us well, right? And then you got this other hand guy, Caleb Williams, who was the presumed number 1 overall pick for 2 years. Let me ask you this. When's the last time that happened? That a quarterback was the presumed number 1 overall pick since a freshman year. And then that guy was horrible. I'm not asking you to tell me he's a Hall of Famer. Like, obviously, we hope so, if they draft him. But let's just ask whether he's going to be okay, right? How often does it happen that the Trevor Lawrence type doesn't ever throw for 400 or for 4,000 yards? This doesn't count Joe Burrow, right? Because Joe Burrow was not the presumed number 1 overall pick the year before he ended up going off at LSU, right? This doesn't count one-year risers. This counts guys that prove it early. You get a lot of Christian Hackenbergs. You get a lot of Sam Howells. You get a lot of Matt Barkley's, right? These stories of guys where you go, that guy, that's going to be the guy, right? And then they're not the guy at all. You see in their sophomore year or in their senior year that ain't it. And Caleb's tape, in my opinion, for as many people go after his 2023 season like it's some massive step down. No. His 2022 season is otherworldly. His 2023 season is very good. And that's the thing. Like, Winston was, I think that's about right, Derek, where it's like Winston's about the only one that was mediocre. And hey, the 30 for 30 club, at least it's something interesting, right? And Travis, I mean, yeah, right? But Fields has some 200 game, etc., right? Like, and that's the other thing, Billy. Like, you mentioned, isn't the problem with Fields that he immediately loses or moves to the bottom tier if he loses any athleticism, that his best skills are skills that don't age well? I hadn't even brought that up, right? Like, it is scary. God forbid Fields gets hurt, right? Fields runs the ball a lot. I understand that quarterbacks can get hurt doing literally anything. Quarterbacks at times make it seem like if they stand up off the bench, they're liable to tear their ACL. Don't get me wrong. I get it. This isn't to say Fields is going to get more injured. This is to say that if Fields gets hurt the wrong way, it is pretty much like it is just a completely different player. You're looking at an RG3 level like drop where you may just disappear altogether. Like all the ability, all the upside. And that's the thing, Foster. You mentioned how many yards is Lamar averaging a game passing. First of all, the answer is 227 yards. Right? Whereas Fields, I think, clocked in around 194 this year. But even if you didn't want to stick with just the Lamar comparison, we can also agree that there's only one Lamar Jackson. Like, the other thing that we're seeing is that maybe Fields is that one guy that now has an MVP in his second year and a second MVP probably this year. So he's sort of in his own territory, right, Foster? But beyond that, his stats are a little better, where you're talking about the 12th best PFF grade passing quarterback. You're talking about one of the best quarterback ratings in football. Like, you're talking about a bunch of metrics that say he's played much better, right? And so that's the other part of this, right? Where people will compare him to Lamar, and it's like, well, Lamar's offensive line is pretty solid. Right? Because that's the thing, Foster. The 300 yards a game thing, I actually don't think it's fair. I think you have to use total yards if you're going to do that. And Fields has had a good, solid crop of 200 or of 300 total yard games. He's also had a lot of starts, right? So you're going to get some of those. And that's the thing, Joe. The other piece to this that you mentioned, because look, I get that we all want GMs to be media resilient. Can we agree that the media the media creates fan frenzy, and fan frenzy drives more decisions than we want to admit, right? Like, agree or disagree. I think when Bears fans get mad en masse, you get things change for better or for worse, because these owners want to keep butts in seats, and it's not like that's what's going to create a head coach firing. It's not that simple, right? But it might tip the scale, right? If George McCaskey was 50-50, then everybody in the media saying one thing or another might push him a little bit. Maybe that's not true, but it sure affects my experience. When the media is talking crap about the Bears for 17 games, I hate it. Maybe you guys feel that way. But I would just hate to cover a Bears team. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Part of me would just hate to cover a Bears team where two quarterbacks that I like go to other organizations, and I sit here with a receiver that isn't getting the ball in a backside dig, and a quarterback that wants to run the ball pretty much as often as he can, still throws to DJ Moore, or worse, now he throws to Marvin. He doesn't throw to DJ Moore as often. Everybody goes, I guess DJ Moore just got old and fell off a little bit, as DJ Moore falls to a 700-yard receiver, and Marvin has an 1,100 yard season, and everybody's excited about it. And Fields throws for, let's say, 3,200 yards over 16 games, and that's if he doesn't get hurt. People, like Kyle saying, people start saying maybe Waldron wasn't all that good of a hire, right? The Bears go 8-9. The defense is solid, but maybe they're not amazing, just because it's hard to sustain that level of play, right? And we look at ourselves, now we got to pay Justin. There's going to be no real way to avoid paying Justin. People keep wanting to say, well, yeah, I mean, you could just let him ride out his contract and tag him. This doesn't happen. If that was the case, the Packers would let Love ride out his contract. They're not going to. The agent is going to demand an extension. He's going to get his way. If Daniel Jones can get paid, Justin Fields would get paid if you passed on number one, and Jordan Love's going to get paid this offseason. We just know these things, right? And so, let me see. It's at least what I'm trying to say is not McFact that Justin Fields had this amazing, incredible support cast, but he did have enough to do, I think, better than we saw, right? At least that's what I see, right? Thank you so much, Ken P. I really appreciate you. It's awesome to see a whole bunch of people like Zach Foster. I know you guys have been in here often, right? And look, us Bears fans, we're a community at the end of the day. I really hope that we don't use this to turn against each other, right? That's not what I'm trying to do. At the end of the day, AC Adam, are you still in here? First of all, hope you are. Just because I'm not trying to, I hope I can sound like a reasonable non-hater that is dissatisfied with the quarterback position. Does this make sense? I'm trying to articulate the other side, because I think it's really easy to McFact. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. What did you say? But I'll watch this time. I think it's really easy to just slam the table and say, I love Justin Fields. Take the thank you, AC. Take the picks. The picks are awesome. And I get that, Jay Sanders. I think it could feel like it. I mean, you got to remember Jay Sanders for what it's worth. Content creators, look, I am not trying to say woe is me. You guys have given me so many gift subs and donations. I am so blessed, and I appreciate you guys so much. So much. The people that don't agree with me can get pretty nasty in DMs, etc. And that's okay. It is what it is. But I can't help but think, because here's the thing, Jay Sanders. If the Bears had picked number 5 and number 9, I'm going to tell you, hey, maybe if Jaden Daniels falls to 5, you think about it. But I would bet you that I would watch Jaden Daniels film, because I've watched one game, right? And I've watched one game of Jaden Daniels, and I would probably look at that and say to UJ Sanders, I really don't know if if Daniels is going to get you much more than Fields, and he's lighter. I'm worried about him getting hurt. It's the Bryce Young kind of thing. He's a solid quarterback, especially at the college level, but he's got Malik Neighbors and gosh, I always forget his name, Brian Thomas, like getting wide open, and that's great for Jaden. Like it really helped him succeed. But as far as the NFL game as I see it, I don't think Jaden's going to be any better at it than Justin Fields is. So I would stick to Fields. Like at that point, there are real scenarios where the Bears don't have the number 1 overall pick. And I'm talking about, okay, let's see what we can do with Justin, right? Maybe I would consider trying to bid for Kirk Cousins, but a 39-year-old coming off an Achilles, am I really like that excited about that? Like somebody just mentioned that earlier. Does that not freak anybody out? And then Baker Mayfield. I mean, he's fun. He's different, right? But he doesn't have the outrageous athleticism that Justin has. And so you kind of end up in the same place. Like, I think Baker's a little better, right? But you have to pay him free agent money. And that's at least what I think, right? But so when I look at this, it's like there are tons of these scenarios where if the Bears didn't have the number 1 overall pick, we're not talking about this, but they do. Like, and that's exciting. Like the Bears have the chance to draft what we would hope would be the next Aaron Rodgers. Like, again, hope, right? Maybe all you get is Big Kyler, right? And if you get Big Kyler, whatever. Good. I mean, Kyler's a good player. Kyler had a second and third year. Man, I love doing the Bear Down Shuffle. Really appreciate you guys. Like the Bears would, if he was Big Kyler, so to speak, get 3 and 4, like years 3 and 4 would be MVP caliber. And those Bears teams would be nutty. Like Kyler came in and threw for 37 yards as a rookie. Like there's a lot of different ways where the number 1 overall pick does not have to exceed crazy psycho thresholds to surpass what we expect out of a Bears quarterback. And that's a good thing, right? Because Chris, you mentioned you hope for Aaron Rodgers, but you get stuck with Jordan Love and that would suck. I don't think so, Chris. If you hoped for Rodgers and you got stuck with a 4,000-yard passer that threw for 30 scores and at least he was Jordan Love by year 2, okay. Like now you've got 3 cheap years where he's going to crack 4,000 yards and give you a chance to win with spending at other areas of your roster and trying to build a super team around the guy, right? Like Mac Jones is the scarier example because for some reason, Mac Jones just broke in ways that I will never understand. Like I can't help but think when I look at Mac Jones that we're watching a truly broken player. Like some of the picks he threw were Madden rookie tier throwing to you to get you back in the game. Like I'm actually not all the way away from you. I like Mac, right? But it is wild to me watching Mac Jones right now where I'm like, what on earth happened? 4P, yeah, I don't see any reason to hate Shane. To me, 4P to put this really short, I think Shane Waldron is like the B plusest, A minusest hire you could possibly make, right? There's almost an element of like what's not to at least be okay with, right? If we were mad enough to fire Getsy, Shane Waldron is your experienced choice with a history of good offenses. Does he have flaws? Of course he does. If he didn't have flaws, then the Panthers would have hired him, right? But that's life. He's the best offensive coordinator that wasn't getting hired for a head coaching job, and he basically came up on accident, like in terms of why he was getting hired. I don't think he's Getsy 2.0 because that would be what's the word? Clint Kubiak has a better chance of being Getsy 2.0. Zach Robinson has a better chance of being Getsy 2.0, and you truly have to start over, right? This is like getting a solid mind, at least, that you hope would be a head coaching candidate in the future, but he's going to stop here on his way, right? And there's a lot of issues with Matt. That's the thing. Like, pretty much, Alex, at least that's the hope. Like, Jordan Love. Okay, Chris, are you ignoring 8 straight solid games from Jordan Love just because he only scored 24 points in the playoffs against the 1 seed? on the road, like on a wet day while we're there. Like, I hear you, Chris, but we're picking one game to say Jordan Love was really bad just because we're talking about like the way it ended. And I hear you, right? 20 points. Thank you. I thought I could have sworn it was 24-27. Maybe it was 20. But anyways, like, it's more to say that I think if that was our quarterback, we'd say, it happens. And Wags, Clint Kubiak might not be Getsy. My whole point is that we don't know, right? Like, to me, the best way I could put this, Derek, or not Derek, it's Wags, is the offensive coordinator gumball machine, right? Is like you take a guy that you hope is going to be good, right? You put your quarter in, you turn the gumball machine, and then you get his first year calling plays. I'm sure it's going to come with problems. Why wouldn't it come with problems? The guy's not experienced, right? Has he called plays? Like him being Kubiak? Clint Kubiak's called plays? That's good to know. I mean, there was a lot of this that I got to be honest with you. I've been so heads down on draft prep that I've had to make sure, or I'd basically just wait until the Bears hired somebody. And I was just sort of hoping they'd hire Waldron the whole time. Okay, so maybe Kubiak was an OC from Minnesota. I get that. Thank you, guys. I always appreciate it. But so, gotcha. So you get 1 year of experience, which, hey, better than Getsy. That's good, right? Not all the way in the gumball machine, but it's also not everybody hated him. Great. That's the other thing, Akusai. It's hard to find an offensive coordinator that people are like, oh no. Jordan Jimenez, it seems to me like we're just going to get a really good offensive or a really good defensive line or DB coach, right? Like the way that I would put this is, it seems as if the Bears want to get a defensive coordinator focused on player development because they are very obviously and openly just going to make Flus the play caller. And you know what? All right. Like, just looking you guys dead in the camera, would I prefer an offensive head coach that's an offensive play caller that you try to get your wunderkind like Kyle Shanahan? Well, that certainly seems to be a winning method. Like, you take a look at the teams that are in the playoffs right now. You got Dan Campbell, who has the guy that's leading the charge, but also he's an offensive head coach. You have Kyle Shanahan, you have Andy Reid on the other side, and then you have a special teams coach that's just kind of different, right? Like, it's so funny looking at the Bears situation, because it's like, well, we are trying to model our team after the guys that just lost to Patrick Mahomes. Though, to be fair, that Buffalo team is good, right? At least the Bears are going to try to emulate the same play caller identity. They're just going to do it with their head coach on defense. You know what? All right. Like, whatever. Hope it works. Right? Like, we're stuck with it. I will work on it. Like, Flus showed some fun things at the end of the defense, or like at the end of the defensive season. Obviously, the Bears basically jumped on everybody. Jay Sanders, here's, I guess, my favorite part to work around. And Jibby, you're right that it worked out well for the Texans, but would you agree with me that Matt Eberflus and DeMeco Ryans might not be the same? Now, that's not to say they can't be the same. Hey, maybe Flus really does have a trick up his sleeve. But it is so funny to me. Like, I'm not trying to say you get everything from the way somebody talks to the media, but it is so funny to me listening to Matt Eberflus talk to the media. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is such a Bears head coach. Right? And Derek, you're totally right. Like, at the end of the day, the offensive and defensive thing is an obsession. Really, to me, it's more about, is your offensive play caller relatively locked in so that you can basically keep one consistent identity? But that's a whole separate conversation. And it's something that's easy to get hooked on, but it doesn't maybe matter as much as you want. Right? But so, what was I just about? What were we talking about? Let me see. It was the other Jay Sanders. I remember we were talking about this. So first of all, you talked about what are the Bears going to do that's going to be different for Caleb. Well, first of all, it's worth mentioning that the Bears either way are going to be teaching a new quarterback a new offense, right? And because the Bears are first overall, look, I know this goes against protocol, but all it would take is for the Bears to tell Caleb Williams, we are drafting you. Do they even have to do it? No, right? But like, we all the Bears have to do is tell Caleb Williams, we are drafting you, and you can get the guy working with him in the QB collective to start working on the offense with him pretty much now, right? At least the footwork and stuff like that. So Caleb gets a head start that most teams can't afford their coach or their quarterbacks. Maybe Washington can do this, right? But it's not like the Giants can tell Jaden Daniels to start learning their offense because it's they don't know they're going to get him, right? Like New England might take him. If not, the team at 4 might take him. Like the team at 5, I doubt the Chargers are taking him, right? But maybe Arizona takes him. Maybe they don't. You don't know. So you can hope. And then come May, you'll get him your playbook and you'll get him started as soon as possible, right? But you could tell Caleb in February, January, right now, and basically say, okay, start working on Shanahan style. And guess what? That's what he's doing, right? Like, that's not Ben Johnson's offense, though a lot of it would paper over, right? He's working with the QB collective the same way that Justin Fields has worked with the QB collective, and that would be great. I mean, we already knew Justin Fields is working at a Shanahan offense, right? But so that's not news, but it's more to say that Caleb is at least starting to work on this. So the hope would be you might be able to jumpstart the rookie a little sooner because Jay Sanders, either way, Justin Fields has to learn a new offense. Like people keep saying that the Shane Waldron offense and the Getsy offense are basically the same. I got similar ideas, sort of, but at least the tape that I'm seeing, they are not exactly the same. In fact, there's a lot more emphasis on throwing outside routes in the Getsy offense than there is in the Waldron offense. And so that means you're going to need to reteach Justin a lot of core concepts. That means you're going to need to walk through differences in the way that you structured things with Getsy as opposed to Waldron, right? You're going to need to ask Justin to carry different burdens, right? To do different things. You're going to need to teach this offense to your quarterback the same way either way. And Justin's probably got a head start. He's had 3 years in the NFL, right? And so because he's had 3 years in the NFL and he's learned 2 offenses, there are going to be more moments where Justin goes, yeah, that's kind of like what Nagy wanted me to do. Yeah, that's kind of like what Luke wanted me to do. Like, I get that, right? But also, you're teaching a rookie the same, or like the difference between where Fields is going to get with this offense and where the difference between where Fields is going to get with the offense and where the rookie's going to get with the offense might not be so far apart, right? AC, it's not that JF1 can't do it. It's more to say, why does the incumbent have an advantage here, right? If you thought, just to use an example, AC, if you thought Justin Fields had a ceiling of a 79 and right now was at a 74 level, so you thought you could get him better, but to a certain level. And then you thought Caleb had a ceiling of a 90, but a current grade of, let's say, a 70 flat. And you're thinking that by the end of minicamp, you might be able to get him to a 73. Then is that tantalizing enough to make the change? Because I think that might be enough for the Bears. And that's if they don't see his ceiling as being higher than that, right? I know I'm putting it into Madden ratings, but I think it helps people visualize it, right? Where maybe you think Fields can get all the way up to an 82. Maybe you think he can get all the way up to an 83 if everything goes right? But maybe that's not as worth it as a kid that you think you might be able to push up to a 94. And if you're chasing ceiling, that might not get you there, right? And Chris, you mentioned Fields is not a one-read quarterback. I don't know about that, man. I mean, it's not that Fields is a one-read quarterback. He makes more than one read, Chris, but he hangs on his first read a lot, and that's the difference. He will go through the reads, right? But he will end up late to the second one, and a lot of times that shuts the play down. But so I saw people mention Kingsbury, right? And Jay Sanders, I wouldn't hire Kingsbury because I thought the USC offense was a mess. Like, at least me personally, I thought, especially that 2023 season when Kingsbury was apparently calling plays, it was like they had some loose ideas about what they wanted to do, but it did look a lot like Arizona, which is to say super duper disorganized. And I get that there would be some familiarity there, but I actually really like the idea of taking Caleb out of what he had and putting him into a system where the hope is that he would just be the quarterback, right? Yeah, the quarterback's always going to be a heavy load. It's like playing goalkeeper in the NHL. Right. But I can't help but look at Caleb and think, wouldn't it be better if you could try to Chiefs him as much as possible? right? Where you could try at the very least to put Caleb around enough guys that you just let him make the basic play. You know what I'm saying? Like Caleb just throw the slant. Caleb just hand off the ball. Caleb just go from this to that. Caleb just check it down. Like you can make him the street baller later, right? But my guess would be that they're going to try to harness and channel Caleb Williams a little bit, at least early, because the goal would be to basically start by getting him to play within himself and then expand him to what he can be later, right? And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. They didn't. The Bears weren't fair to Justin. We've talked about this before. It's never been about whether the Bears were fair to Justin. The Bears were never fair to Justin. If you could draft Justin Fields right now, I think he'd be the QB3 in the class. I think he'd be incredibly exciting. I think the fact that there are two quarterbacks at the top of this draft always makes people skeptical that both of them really are that good, and both of them really are that good. Like Drake May would go 1-1 in the overwhelming majority of drafts, and Caleb is better than him, in my opinion. The Bears were not fair to Justin Fields. And if you put Justin Fields onto the 2024 Bears with the first overall pick, Jay Sanders, I would expect great things from him. But the fourth year of Justin Fields is a very different gamut. We are going to have to unteach a lot of the bad habits so that we can reteach better habits. We're going to have to get Justin Fields to rely less on his legs than he does now, which is going to take some time. And then we're going to have to get him ripping throws into windows that you just have to throw into in the NFL that right now he's not doing, right? And it's just going to take time. And by the time you fix it all, right, you are going to end up out of time. And you have to make a decision on his contract one way or another. It's not going to be, it's just really hard to do it, right? You mentioned, how can you be sure they won't ruin Caleb, especially with a lame duck coach? So first of all, I don't think Shane Waldron signed up to be a Chicago Bears offensive coordinator under the assumption that Matt Eberflus is a one-and-done head coach. It's always possible, right? It's always possible, especially if the Bears go like 5-12, right? But if they go 7-10 or better, 6-11 or better, I think Flus is getting a fourth year. I don't think we'll love it, right? But I think that the plan here is stability around Matt Eberflus. I think if that wasn't the plan, then that's the thing, Jay Sanders. You mentioned Flus is gone if he misses the playoffs. What tells you that? All the Bears' actions, especially if they draft a rookie quarterback, suggest that it's not as simple as playoffs or bust. I mean, that's the thing, Mario. You mentioned, I'm sure nobody thought they'd be a part of a lame duck staff. So what? Firings come like a thief in the night, right? They come quickly and they come suddenly. So I do get that, right? But I imagine so Jay Sanders, if you stick with Fields and you don't, or if you stick with Fields and you don't make the playoffs, everybody's fired. If you draft a rookie and you do make the playoffs, everybody's extended. If you draft a rookie and you don't make the playoffs, well, it depends why. Did the rookie get hurt? Even when the rookie got hurt, how did the rest of the team play? Did the whole roster get hurt? Like, people are going to care about the semantics. All you need is a little bit of glimmer of like promise from the rookie. Caleb would need to have 5 solid games and 2 really good ones, right? Like, if he did that, Bears fans would be excited. It doesn't matter the sample size. Like, you give him 17 games and 2 of them are sick. Like, Caleb throws for 300 and 350 twice. People would freak out, right? And it wouldn't matter what the record was. Now, that may not save Eberflus, to your point. It's never impossible, Jay Sanders, that the Bears are, let me put it this way, Jay, because I feel like we talk a lot on this show, and that's good. I think it creates good conversation. I hope everybody enjoys it, right? Because I think Jay Sanders' position really helps spur a lot of really interesting discussion. It's part of why I talk to him so often. At least in my opinion, Jay Sanders, I would tell you that I think that, okay, I keep wanting to say scared money don't make money, right? But I think it's a silly phrase in this case. What I'm really getting at is, to me, Justin Fields' absolute ceiling is probably being relatively above average, like 14th best in the NFL, right? Caleb Williams' ceiling is probably being top 3 in the NFL. Could he be better than Mahomes? Yeah, good luck, Right now, Mahomes is looking like it, and Josh Allen's looking just behind him, but somehow behind him all the same. So you're drafting Caleb with the hope that he becomes the third best quarterback in the NFL and the clear-cut first best quarterback in the NFC, which is really, really, really open right now. And then at that point, like you start or you look at Fields and you say, well, I guess the hope would be that he's the third best quarterback in the NFC North, right? And you say it's impossible to guess that, Jay Sanders. That is the whole point of scouting. Like, if anything, you could say that that's the whole hope of, that's the whole hope of drafting a quarterback, right? Like, at this point, Jay Sanders, if you had to just guess, where does Fields rank in the worlds of the NFC North's quarterbacks if the Vikings bring back Kirk Cousins? Is he the fourth best? Is he the third best? Is he the second best? He's not the first, right? So why would you stick with a quarterback that, let's see, so Mitch being better than Mahomes was scouting. It was a scout's opinion, and they all got fired. Like, I hear you. Scouts make silly, stupid decisions, right? I get that. In this case, you're taking a quarterback with much more than just one, much more than just 1 year of scouts crowing about him. You're talking about scouts have been talking about him since he stepped on the field at Oklahoma and beat Texas in a comeback. And so at least you've got some, what would you call it? You've got a big pile of scouting reports that are pointing in the same direction. Like, don't trust my opinion. Or maybe do, because I think it's pretty good, right? But you don't have to trust my opinion. You can trust other people's, and you can trust the fact that the overwhelming majority of scouts have considered Caleb Williams to be in the tier of Burrow and Lawrence. And even if you're disappointed in Lawrence, Lawrence is drastically easier, right? Or like Lawrence is drastically better so far than Justin Fields has been. And we would be really excited if he was our quarterback. Jordan, you mentioned, do you easily see a world where all these quarterbacks can fail? Can you envision Caleb or May failing? Sure, I can envision any quarterback failing, right? Especially if May's processing issues actually come to roost the way that I worry they might. Especially if Caleb's never kicks the fumble bug or fumbles more. If Caleb becomes the kind of guy that puts the ball on the deck 14 times a season and throws another 12 interceptions on top of that, guy's going to have to throw 35 touchdowns to make up for all the turnovers. And that's just going to be hard. But also, we've generally seen a trend that if you fumbled in college, you fumble a little less in the NFL. Your fumble rate can stay pretty high. Caleb will always do the dumb thing. But if he does 3 good things for 1 dumb thing, then you get a little more of a Josh Allen type, right? And that's really core, I'd say. Like, and that's the thing, Chris. Like, what about T-Law? What happened to Trevor Lawrence? Playoffs and game or any playoff games in 3 years? A playoff win, Quinn. Like, as silly as it is. I know we clown on Trevor Lawrence a lot because we're all upset about the way that this last season happened, and I think a lot of people would be, right? Like, you got plenty of reason to say that the Jags are wasting a talent and that maybe he's not delivering the way that we hoped he was, right? But like you mentioned McFact, like Fields was injured when the offensive line couldn't block 3 rushers. So McFact, you really don't want me to go down this road because Fields got hurt because Fields missed an open touchdown and rolled out of the pocket and took a hit that he shouldn't have taken. There are better examples than that. Like, I'm not trying to go there. But to say that he got hurt, David C., appreciate you. No worries. I'm always here. We were darn close to that Caleb Williams breakdown. I did not expect to make that so quick. But so like let me see what I was trying to get at. Like, there are plenty of examples that are like guys getting failed by the organization. Oh, I was going to say there are plenty of examples of the offensive line giving Fields a lot of trouble. But also, the game we just watched, McFact, were you here watching Geno? Did you see how many free rushers he stepped around and still threw the ball? Like, sometimes Fields makes it look like if there's pressure, it is literally impossible to throw the ball. And I don't think that's fair. Like, if anything, I think Fields is at many times making the offensive line look worse. That's not me trying to tell you Lucas Patrick is secretly good. That's not me trying to tell you that Nate Davis had a secretly great season. Both of those guys struggled. But nearly every offensive line in football has at least one guy having a down year all the time. Like, it is really tough to find one offensive line where all 5 guys played well consistently. That's part of the issue in football. I'll see you there, Q. Like, it's so tough watching the rest of the NFL. If you polled The 32 NFL fan bases, maybe 4 of them would tell you that their offensive line is good. Like, most of them would tell you that their offensive line is bottom 5 if you asked them. Like the Steelers, bottom 5. The Seahawks, bottom 5. The Bears, bottom 5. Let me see, the Packers probably wouldn't, but the Vikings would. Bottom 5. The Lions would probably tell you that theirs is pretty good. The Cowboys, many have told me bottom 5. Like, I live in Dallas. This is what you get, right? People hate their offensive coordinator. They hate their offensive line, and they love their quarterback nearly no matter what. At least from what I've seen. That's just fan trends, though. Like, it's funny to look at this because 4P, you mentioned Trevor Lawrence has identical stats to Daniel Jones. I'm just going to say this one time, right? 4P, people have hated on Daniel Jones for no reason. That's not to say Robert thinks Daniel Jones is good. Do not go there. Do not go there. Do not go there. Daniel Jones was just viewed as a laughingstock, and he played all right, if that makes sense. And everybody they just kept clowning on him because he never transcended being all right. But it is so funny when you look at his stats because the whole like white Jameis thing is hilarious because like Colin played pretty good. Like that last season, he was like, okay, we're kind of finding something. Like Danny's executing the offense. Like, but I mean, you're also talking to Robert Schmitz, who props up Nick Foles, props up Andy Dalton. There's something about bad quarterbacks that I gravitate towards. And if you wanted to hold that against Caleb Williams, I guess you can, right? But I don't know what to tell you. Like, not to mention, you're still not going to catch me. You're still not going to catch me talking up Foles. One of my favorite games that I've seen the Bears play, like, was the Bears game against Seattle in the snow. Like, when Foles came in for his one game in the 2021 season and led the Bears to a dub. Like, it's that was one of my favorite games of the year. That was one of my favorite games, honestly, in the last 5 years, where Foles comes in. This was right off the back of the slicing and dicing with the third stringers, like earlier in the preseason comment. Like, it was such a funny season. And then it's Nick Foles on 3rd and 14, throwing up a prayer to Jimmy Graham that gets answered to put the Bears in position to tie the game. But they don't want to tie the game, do they? Like, Alex, you mentioned Demir Bird touchdown. It wasn't a touchdown. The Bears could have tied the game. They didn't want to. They went for 2. And Nick Foles fits a ball between 2 defenders that Demir Bird can't help but catch. Somehow comes down with the literal catch of his life. The Bears go up 1, and Seahawks fans tore themselves in half. Like, it was so funny. It was so funny. In fact, we definitely did. Like, Justin Fields threw some seeds down the sidelines. Atlanta was content to play man coverage the whole game. And so the Bears just lined DJ Moore up in the slot and the guy cooked. I mean, it's very similar to the Washington game, which is to say Fields had an incredibly statistically productive game. He left a couple of backside digs on the field. It happens. But I was positive about Fields the whole time. I have never tried to not be fair, right? It's just that our ceiling is limited to pretty much the middle. At least it's felt that way to me, right? Like, of course he's a starting quarterback in the NFL. Like, McFact, I am never going to try to tell you that Justin Fields cannot start in the NFL. It's just that there's a lot of quarterbacks that could start in the NFL. I mean, if we just ask that question, right? Like, Sam Howell can start in the NFL. Apparently Desmond Ridder can start in the NFL. Zach Wilson has started a lot of games in the NFL. Like, what makes you good? Where's the bar? Is the bar like Staffordish? Is the bar Geno-ish? Is the bar Love-ish? Is the bar, where is it, right? And we need a quarterback that's going to surpass it. It doesn't really matter who that is. If it was Justin, I would campaign for it. I don't think it's going to be. I think you're risking a ton, a lot, the moment that you stick with Justin, because you have everybody talks about the opportunity cost. They say, well, is Caleb better than Justin plus Marvin Harrison Jr., right? The answer might be yes. Like, let's not forget that Aiden O'Connell doesn't suddenly get that much better because Devontae Adams is playing with him, right? Like, Tyreek Hill still lost to Patrick Mahomes. They got blown out, right? Tyreek Hill I think he should have been the MVP. Like, I mean, does anybody think otherwise, right? The amazing, amazing receivers of the NFL. Justin Jefferson missed playoffs. Now he didn't play a lot, right? But last year, eliminated first round, right? And that's with Cousins, who's pretty good, you know? People talk and they say, oh, well, what about this player but that player? Well, if the quarterback isn't pretty good, like let's just set the bar there, pretty good, whatever you think that is. Doesn't need to be top 12, doesn't need to be arbitrary, just pretty good, right? If they're not pretty good, they're probably going to get bounced early. Joe Flacco, he had a solid season. Would anybody say any otherwise? Like, McFact will see. Like, I think Joe Flacco had a solid season. Like, he lost to CJ Stroud in the playoffs, who just hung points on the best defense in football. Like, it's so tough when we have these conversations because, to be honest with you guys, I can't help but feel like in many cases, first of all, 143 viewers at like 11:30, knee deep in a tangent. Thank you guys. Love you. Thank you. But like, so I just can't help but look at this and I hear people, they kind of build a straw man, right? And this isn't to call anybody out on the argument. I get it. I would probably make similar arguments, right? Like I totally get it. If I was really big on Fields, I'd be there with you. Like, and I'd be saying, well, come on. He's going to be better with Marvin. He's going to be better with Marvin, right? We're going to go from 194 yards a game, hopefully to 210, right? Because we do lose Darnell Mooney for whatever that means to us, right? We gave our running backs more targets than we gave Mooney. Maybe that's an implicit problem, but we're not going to worry about that, right? Maybe Kmet takes a step back because now we have a wide receiver too that we're throwing the ball at. Like, there's all kinds of things that could happen, but let's say that Justin moves up to 210 yards a game. Let's say Waldron bumps him up to 220. Let's say the rushing takes a step back to account for it. First of all, that'd be fat. That'd be massive. Like Jay Sanders, you mentioned, I am guessing. Is that not the point? Like, what are you not guessing if you trade back? Like, let me ask you this. Jay Sanders, what tells you that it's going to be any different if you trade back? Like, you add better players. You make the team better. Why would it be any different? Like, why do you beat the Packers now? Without change, right? What changed enough? I mean, if at the end of the day, it doesn't help you beat the Packers, what is the point? And that may make it sound like I'm planting a single-minded obsession. But to be honest with you, NFLGG, like, I bet you agree with this, that the Packers are kind of the class of the NFL right now. Certainly the class of the NFC North. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you're going to have to beat the Packers. Like, you're going to have to. And so you have to at least split with them, man. Like, you have to at least split with the Packers. and I can't help but look at that and think to myself that what's Fields going to have to do to beat him? We couldn't score a touchdown last game. That bothers me a lot. Like, when Fields isn't getting chunk plays, when Fields isn't like playing man defenses, it bottles up for him in a big way. That bothers me, man. Like, and Jay Sanders, I hear you when you talk about building around the quarterback. Can't you build around the quarterback in free agency? Can't you build around the quarterback with pick number 9? Can't you build around the quarterback with the second round pick that you get when you trade Justin Fields? Like, can't you build around the quarterback that way? You still have DJ Moore. You still have a pretty young offensive line that you've invested a decent amount in. Maybe not the world's most investment, right? But you have a decent amount. Not to mention, Jay Sanders, the Vikings, with whatever they're going to do at quarterback, maybe they don't bring back Kirk Cousins, right? But if they don't, then the Bears defense is going to eat them. Like, you mentioned that the Bears, that they can, but the Bears never do. What if they do this season? Like, I'm telling you, Jay Sanders, that what I think is that Justin Fields got a raw and unfair deal, right? Like, I think that the Bears have screwed Justin because of their first 2 years. I think that he had 1 year to prove everything wrong. He didn't. And that's the hard part about proving everybody wrong, right? It has to be definitive. And it wasn't definitive. And to me, that was the problem, right? But I think that Caleb has a chance to come into a Bears situation that is unlike any Bears situation. Because normally, Jay Sanders, you're right. Normally, we hand Mitch the keys to wide receiver 1, Kendall Wright. We lived through this, right? Normally, Justin Fields comes in and he gets an angry Allen Robinson. He gets a Darnell Mooney that's the only receiver that seems like he's trying, and an Anthony Miller that's on his way to being cut, and an offensive line headlined by Charles Leno, right? Normally we get Jay Cutler And then it's as if the GM said, great, we got the quarterback. We literally don't need receivers now. And then we've got Earl Bennett running around as our wide receiver one, and Jay just throws the ball to Matt Forte for 2 years. Like, we've lived through this. You're right, Jay Sanders. Normally, the Bears hamstring their quarterback like crazy. Like crazy. Thank you so much, Colin. I appreciate you. Like, 4P, I'm getting there, I think. But Spencer doesn't really fit into the conversation. I think the problem with Spencer Rattler, just to be really clear-minded, 4P, is that he has these moments where he just unhooks his arm and throws a pick, right? I don't know if he sees the field well enough. And in the NFL, you just can't make those mistakes. You're not going to live throwing 2 picks a game. And that's not to say Spencer does it all the time. As a developmental option, I think he's going to be underrated. Like, you're using a great word when you say underrated, but I think you need to draft him as a backup and hope maybe he becomes a little more. I will tell you, 4P, one of the other hardest parts about the NFL with quarterback right now is that you're either in or you're out. With a when you draft a receiver like Tyler Scott, if he ends up being a special teamer for you, that's fine, right? Like, okay. You get a 4th round receiver. He's going to play a little bit of teams for you. He'll sprint down the field. That's fine, right? If Tyler Scott ends up being the next Tyreek Hill, that's great. Okay, he earned his way into the lineup. Darnell Mooney's a great example of this. Like, you love to be surprised, right? With quarterback, you only get one, you know? So, and worse, when you have one, you need to build around him. And so at that point, if Spencer Rattler plays his way into the Sam Howell territory of he's pretty good, I guess, right? Then what do? Like, are you a tweener? Is the goal still to get a top 10, top 12 quarterback, right? Because if it is, then having a quarterback that is decidedly 18th best and overperforming might make things harder for you. But that's me just talking. Like, it's part of what makes drafting a quarterback at number 1 easier than drafting a quarterback at number 20, right? Just because you're not taking the best guy on the board, you're taking the guy you think is the best guy, right? And then you're inserting him and then you're building around him and you go from there. Like, when you take a JJ McCarthy and you try to, like, sit him, well, now you need the situation to play ball with you. You need the veteran that you signed to play well enough to let him develop. It doesn't happen, right? Normally, you don't have an Aaron Rodgers that wins you 2 MVPs and keeps Love on the bench. Normally. It doesn't happen. Like, normally, you sign Mike Glennon. Like, Jay Sanders, you asked about Russell Wilson, right? If you signed Russell Wilson and you drafted JJ McCarthy, how much leash does Russ have with the fans before people demand to see what we got in JJ McCarthy? People are going to say, don't you think it accelerates his development to get in the game? Did it work for Justin? Like, it didn't. But Dan Orlovsky's going to say it anyways, right? And what is it? Mike Greenberg is going to say it anyways. And Marcus Spears is going to say it anyways. Like, these people are going to come on the airwaves. They're going to slam their fist on the table. And they're going to say, you got to put the kid in, right? Exactly, Haplo. Like, we've been here. We've seen it twice. We saw it with Dalton Fields. We saw it with Glennon and Mitch. Like, you end up staring down this, like, wait to see the rookie quarterback. And if the veteran isn't immediately good, then the rookie just gets thrown in. Like, not entirely because the fans demand it, but because there is another option. It's like the Falcons pivoting off of Ritter and pivoting towards Heineke, and then they regretted it immediately. Not to mention, Derek, just saying, like, yeah, you mentioned that they'll get over it 100%. Like, for what it's worth, this locker room is full of professionals, right? Like, let me see. It is becoming a rant for the ages, Nikhil. We got to go back. Like, let's see. Jay Sanders, you're totally right. Like, drafting a quarterback with a lame duck head coach, we've been here before. Totally have been. The difference would be you hope that this quarterback is better than the others, because the other two they didn't live up to billing. Partially because Fields got screwed. Partially because we aren't hitting stuff that is pretty basic in the wide world of quarterbacking. We saw Geno Smith make some mistakes, especially near the end of the game. Early in the game, it felt like he was cruising, right? Near the end of the game, we made some mistakes. The game got out of hand. we lost. We did lose. Like, Geno made mistakes. You lost the game. So correlation, if you will. But I'm with you, Jay Sanders, that like, look, we're going to be here next year, whatever happens, talking about mistakes. Because to your point, Jay Sanders, we mythologize quarterbacks, make it sound like there's this quarterback out there that makes no mistakes. That's not true, right? But we can also count, if you wanted to, plays, right? What does the quarterback do that got us a play? And Geno delivered a bunch of plays early in that game that a lot of quarterbacks don't, which is good. That's the goal, right? If you get a plus play that somebody else is not necessarily going to make, that's a good thing. It outweighs the mistakes, right? Or at least if you get more of them. That's the hope. It's the Josh Allen idea, right? But your issue is that whether he's not enough because the Bears let him waste away and tore his confidence down, put 100 sacks on his body. That's the other thing, Jordan. Like you mentioned that Fields just isn't a prospect anymore. Like now he's pretty beaten up. That's not to say he's wasted. It's not over. Like the whole reason, McFact, if you're still in here, the whole reason Fields has trade value is because there are a lot of people that believe in him. That's good. I mean, it's good for everybody involved. Justin deserves a chance to go somewhere else and succeed. Here's a question I'll ask you. Let's say that the New England Patriots. All right, here's my question. All right. The New England Patriots draft Marvin Harrison Jr. And then in a stunning move, they trade their second round pick for Justin Fields. So Justin goes to the New England Patriots. He's thrown to Marvin Harrison Jr. Is his team in New England better than the Bears team in 2023? Keeping in mind that Chase Claypool ended up terrible, right? Like keeping that in mind, I don't know that it is, right? If anything, you're really hoping that Marvin Harrison is that dude and he's that dude from the jump, right? So if the team isn't better, what would Fields taking a step forward look like, right? And I'm with you, Derek. I think it depends on the coaches, right? Because it would be legit if he overcame it. It would absolutely be legit, right? But there's a chance that the Bears may send Fields. Look, this is something Randy Mueller talked about, and it's gross, and I don't like it. I'm just saying, right? Like this is an ugly part of GMing that I don't know if Ryan Poles subscribes to, but there is a shot that if the Bears get equivalent offers from two teams, that the Bears will send him to the worst team. Randy's football GM. He's doing podcasts now. He's not a GM, right? He's not a GM, so maybe times have changed. Maybe Ryan, who's much younger than Randy, doesn't subscribe to this theory. But also, the optics tend to favor you if you send a player to a place where he will fail, because it makes you look like you made the smart move, nearly no matter what you do. Like, if the Bears send, if the Bears send Justin to a place where they don't think he will succeed, then what if he doesn't? It would still be unfair. The Bears would still be screwing him, right? And it would be pretty gross. I said that earlier. I'll say it again. But it would still look like Justin not throwing for 3,000 yards again. And if Caleb threw for 3,100 in 17 games, which would be pretty bad. I'm just saying right now, that would not be celebratory. You're hoping for 3,500 yards if he plays 17 games, right? Like, especially with the team you're hoping you put around him. If you drafted like a wide receiver you liked, if you signed a Tyler Lockett type, if he did get cut, like if you added a center that we liked, and God forbid you add some depth at the offensive line and Caleb only clicks in with 3,400 yards, etc. Like, okay, rookie year, we'll get over it. I'm not expecting 4,000 yards. I guess 33, 34 is about what I would think, but I would hope for a Kyler season. Like, the team around him is solid. You sue me for hoping, right? But that's the thing, right? Like, it's part of the game. And so I won't be surprised if the Bears are going to do what they can. To make themselves look good, right? Anyway, somebody called me out earlier about how this rant is really long. So how about we watch some more tape? You want to do that? It's 11:44. So let's click through some more tape, and then maybe we'll watch some more later. We got a long off season, so we got plenty of time, right? Hey, I just want to say one quick thing. Like, as we right before we get back into the tape, I do want to say that one thing, just one, right? I feel pretty good about my draft evaluations. Not just this draft, right? But in this last class, I feel like I had a decent read on a lot of the guys what we've seen so far. Look, I'm not going to take a lot of victory laps, right? But I only get so many chances to look back and reflect. And if I was going to do that silly the herd thing, where Robert was right, oh man, Jaden Reed's a beast. Michael Wilson looks like a lot of fun in Arizona. Love Tyreek Stevenson, and he really came on late. Like, I thought Darnell Wright was a really fun young tackle to watch. I had Paris Johnson over him, and Paris was awesome. Jay Sanders, you asked how did I grade Bryce Young? I couldn't have drafted him. CJ Stroud was my quarterback one by default because I just couldn't have drafted Bryce. I thought he was far too small and way too much of an outlier. And so within that, like I wasn't projecting Stroud would just be a stunner, but he was kind of the only one that I had or that I thought was on the radar, right? Then looking a little further, I thought Gervin was fun. He ended up being fun. I did think he'd be a better run stuffer than he was. His technique issues really got in the way, so hopefully he refines that as he goes. But he's got a lot of natural pass rush, which is a whole lot of fun to look at. Pickens ended up being pretty solid, but I wanted to see more after the Senior Bowl stuff. That's a lot of learning. Like the guys who are natural hands users in school. Hey, Jordan, this is me complimenting you. Like athletic or not, if you show that you can beat the hands and you can beat the man, then Carl Brooks is going to be just fine for the most part. Like it's a skill that clearly not a lot of guys have, and it's harder to teach than you think it is. And that at least is something that I can see, and we can apply it going forward. We can see if it makes you better or worse. Like, or it makes me better or worse as a draft evaluator, but it's clearly not something that's as easy, like hand technique, as and reactions, right? McFact, am I going to be here another half hour? So probably longer. But so that's the thing, Mario. I had to kick the Senior Bowl to later because I knew this would happen. Right. The good news is that I am going to the Senior Bowl, so I'll shoot the video or shoot what video I can, and we could talk more. Like we could talk about it when I get back. Right. But so when Pulse says he bounces ideas off George and Warren in the room, right. But so let me see. Linderbaum. No, I get you. I get you. I still wonder if Linderbaum was like, I mean, we'll see, right? I haven't watched enough Ravens tape, but Linderbaum still freaks me out because he's like 290 pounds and he gets eaten up by big nose tackles. But makes Joe Public feel good. I gotcha. And that's the thing, Nikhil. I thought for sure that Quentin Johnston would get more physical. Like I thought that it was what TCU was asking him to do. Yeah, that's a draft miss. Like especially on my part. I would say Jordan Addison taught me a lot. I thought he was going to be a stud. I didn't think he was going to be that kind of a stud. Laporta is awesome. The draft is so fun. Like, let's see. Let me see. McFact's going to make a 7-course meal. Hey, why not, right? But so let's get rolling. Let's get rolling. So are we back? I think we're back. People keep asking me if I'm back. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm back. Man, the John Wick series is legit. Oh yeah, we're going back to the tape. Look at this. Eagles immediately. Metcalf's not going to get the pin. Love Metcalf. Every time I've evaluated DK, he does not love to run block. He will do it sometimes. Not that this block is easy. It isn't. Is that Hassan Reddick 94? Like no, Hassan 7. So 94 is something else. But so, anytime, Ravi. So excited you got it. Seriously, let me know emotes you want. Like, especially as things change. I want a channel with a bunch of goofy emotes. Like, what I want, just so we're all on the same page, is I want to build a channel where some Bears fan walks into this channel and people are speaking in emotes that they've never seen and they go, what am I looking at? Right? I want a bunch of deep inside jokes. Like, Michael, do I need a sleeve? Like, is that what I need? Like an Eberflus, like winking and like, but maybe he's like pulling up his sleeve or something like that. Like, you let me know. Just because just like send it to the Discord and I'll start crack-a-lacking because we've got enough members where I could do whatever, where I could pretty much build whatever we want. I think a BU remote or emote would be hilarious. Like, seriously, like, let me know some goofy inside jokes. We had Vildor Island for a while. Vildor Island is playing in an NFC championship game, which is its own thing. But That's just goofy. Ken, we'll see you later. Or Ravi, I think. Yeah, Vildor Island's there. And everybody who's there knows. Let's see. So second down. We're just going to run sit. DG, how you doing? Curls. Pretty basic stuff so far. Why wouldn't it be? We're working with Drew Lock. I'm not allowed to skip. This is the script, which is its own thing. DG, how you feeling about the offseason? We didn't lose this week, right? There we go. Look, world's most basic play in the playbook, right? Go run a sit behind the dropping linebacker. Kudos to Drew for seeing it and smoking it. Oh, there are a bunch of these concepts, Jordan, that are just fine and only fine, right? A bear eating cheese is a great idea, Quinn. Like it. Every day. Man, DG, I think that would have me in the spin cycle, right? And there's definitely some days, there really are some days where turning turning the thing around and King Poles is good. A George emote is great. These are good ideas. Please leave them in the Discord or I will forget about the majority of them. Here we just go levels, get the ball out. Fadeaway shot for no real reason. The Seahawks did a lot of booting. If you like boot actions, if boot actions are your thing, you're gonna like Shane Waldron. Here, what do we got? Outside? Ozzy? Let's see. Yes. Look, I'm not going to try to freak out too hard about outside zone. I just love the chaos it creates. These exact kind of backside runs were the kinds of things that David Montgomery ate on. Anybody remember that superhero game in like 2021 where David Montgomery just went nutty? Like, that was wild. And he did it mostly off of outside zone. It's fun stuff. Then we lost. But what's new? The one against the Packers is the one I'm thinking of, Alex. The one where, no, wait, he may have done that in 2022. Just thinking out loud. Because I think it was his last year, and it was like David Montgomery refuses to lose to the Packers. Well, for me, that's hilarious and sad. All right, so I really like the use of motion here. Pulling Fant across, getting him into a bunch, and then running what is basically a pick play for him. You just don't pick the man. 1031's got the freedom to break on the ball. Like, Locke pushed it too far out anyways, but I think he's trying to squeeze it past the defender. Is what it is. You are allowed to root for running backs, Michael. I want to draft one every year at this point. Like, I think there's no reason not to. Just keep adding at the position. I mean, especially since, for crying out loud, Michael, can I just say, I want an Aaron Jones really badly. Like, if I got to choose, the Bears would find a way to get an Aaron Jones. That guy is a difference maker. He is psycho. Like, oh my gosh. I've never seen a running back do not never seen. That's unfair. But the damage that he does is insane. Insane. Week to week to week. Here's a solid decision by Drew Lock. This is hilarious. Looking at this. Like, just that Drew Lock hits the back of his drop. And I mean, he like doesn't move. Like, I know I'm slow-moing it, but like, he's like bouncing lightly on his feet. But you want to talk about the old school, like stands there like a statue? Like, he really did. He did not move a little bit. I would love to see a speed back in Chicago. Yeah, I get that Herbert can be one, but like, for Bucky Irving's tape was so much fun. I am having to hold myself back from just showing off a bunch of draft tape. Because so I was sitting here watching Utah, right? I talked about this on the latest, like, building the board. But like, I'm watching Utah. I'm trying to get excited about Sione Vaki. I'm not really seeing it. Sorry, guys. If you're a Vaki guy, like, happy for you. watch Cole Bishop and Siodivaki, and they can't tackle the running back. And I'm watching him, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, why can't these guys hit this guy? And as the game goes on, it goes from, all right, that's a bad tackle. All right, that's a bad tackle. All right, they can't square that up. To, that's the fourth missed tackle. What am I looking at here? And suddenly I start watching this guy. His name's Bucky Irving from Oregon, and he's giving DBs double vision. Like, he's a lot of fun, really bursty, natural hands. Like, he's everything that we're talking about right here, right? Like, is he Christian McCaffrey? LOL. There's one of him, right? Is he Aaron Jones? Man, I don't know about that. But he is really fast. He is really quick when he's got the ball in his hands, and he's a very natural runner. And I think that's fun, right? Gibbs is a good way to put it. Bucky Irving is basically, we've got Jahmyr Gibbs at home, right? But I don't know about that NLFG or NFLGG. Like, AJ Dillon is pretty solid back, but better than Khalil Herbert says a lot of things about AJ Dillon that I'm just not so sure AJ Dillon is, right? The king of 3.5 yards. Yeah, JSN wanted none of this smoke on first down. Now, I got to tell you, I do like the tunnel design. Just in terms of, boom, we got our 2 blocks, and if we get him out here, no, not yet, not Jalen Wright yet, then maybe we kick something out. Dylan Johnson, I need to watch these guys. I have not watched them yet. I'm still crunching Senior Bowl DBs, wide receivers, and safeties like a maniac, trying to get scouting reports or early scouting reports done, trying to just get early looks done so that I can better cover the Senior Bowl. Because last year, that was where I basically went in saying, you guys remember this, I'm sure. Like, I did a whole Senior Bowl stream talking about Jaden Reed and Michael Wilson. Then we went to the Senior Bowl. Jaden Reed and Michael Wilson popped off, and from there I just never stopped. Not to mention, the Senior Bowl is funny because sometimes a person's presence really pops to you. That was what I saw with Tyreek. Like, Jordan, I don't know if I've ever admitted this to you. I'm very aware that Tyreek Stevenson's tape was more third rounder than second rounder, right? But his Senior Bowl was stellar. And there was something about being in his presence where I was like, I believe in this guy. Like, he rules. And it was because he sold me and I was there in person. Like, it was so different than a whole lot of other guys. I mean, there was something about the fact that he played so well in his first 2 days that he just pieced on the third day that I was like, that guy rules. He's awesome. And so when the Bears traded up to draft him, I got it just because that felt like Senior Bowl acknowledgement to me. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes you get Denzel Mims. So it goes both ways, right? Million ways to fail in the draft. Million ways to succeed on accident. Like, Dwan did rule. Like, totally rule. 100%, Derek. I'm so sorry, Foster. I'm so sorry. All right, big drop back. Check down. Drew. Wrong button. I'm glad you did, Foster. Drew, what are we doing? Am I missing something? Like, we got a runaway concept, and we're right there. I mean, hey, I appreciate that we're getting to the check down, right? But like, we're basic. It's not literally big dagger, right? But it's an over, and I'm sitting here like, what? But hey, we don't want to layer the throw. That's fine. Let's get the ball out. First down. Pick up 5 yards. Jordan, you basically just apply. If you still have a show with Barroom, for instance, you could probably apply under Barroom Media. It is the most accessible credential to get. The Combine is a much harder credential to get because you need some kind of relatively entrenched media, right? Just talking it out with you. But I think the Senior Bowl is basically the gateway to meeting all kinds of people, and you should take it if you can. Let me see. Brightside Bears. I got you. Kieran, first of all, you've been doing a great job. If you're the Brightside Bears I could think about, the only thing you're doing wrong is you're laying it on a little too thick, Kieran. Like, I hear you, but you have to remember that it is your role to create a conversation, right? And don't be alarmed at all, to be honest. How long have you been doing this, Kieran? Because I've been doing this for about 5 years, and I was doing exactly what you were doing with Mitch, to be honest with you. Like, and that was after 2018, so it was the end of my first year covering the Bears. But the tail end of my first year and my early second year, I was disillusioned with Mitch and trying to figure out how to break it to people, and became, I don't know, hero to some, villain to others. But it's a hard life to live. Like, you're gonna get enough flack either way. But creator to creator, like, if you're the bright side Bears I can think of, and the one who's been doing a whole lot of Caleb tweeting, you're doing great research, really great research. And the only thing I would think about is just that, like, how do you want to posture yourself? But DM me. Let's talk later, right? Um, just because it's hard. This is a funky business, and people get their emotions really tied up in it, and there's literally nothing wrong with that. Like, the other thing, Jordan, the Senior Bowl is public. You don't miss that much if you don't have a credential. Like, not that I think you're gonna hop on a plane and meet me in Mobile. If you wanted to, you can, right? But I'm pretty sure you can go to the majority of the practices just walking in, right? And you won't get some player interviews, but that's fine. Like, the media credential does not get you that much access in the wide world of things. Um, I'm mostly going to meet people. Like, yes, I want to cover the Senior Bowl, but my whole goal is to rub elbows and find a way to get paid. But hey, at the rate that we're gaining memberships on the channel, maybe I don't need to worry about that. But here we go. Outside zone. No, it's a cap scheme. Love that. Night stuff, Jordan. Again, DM me. We'll talk more later. Okay, love to see that Waldron's incorporating a little bit of gap, just because we saw all zone against the Steelers. All one thing is never great, right? But Walker's just gonna rush up the gut, get us something. Like, and that's the thing, 4P. I hope it feels that way, right? Just not because I mean, first of all, like, take the I will take the compliment any way it comes, to be honest with you. But part of me feels like, oh, what do we got? Yes, David C. Yes, David C. I appreciate you. I got you. I'm bringing my Zoom microphone. Last year is where we fell in love with Mike Allstott believer. What is his name? Oh my gosh, it is Payne Durham. Forgive me. Let me see. Do I do football stuff full time? I have a day job, Brandon, for better for worse. But so let me see. Like, a little bit of trap for sure. It seems like it's. I get a pin and pull feel out of something like this, to me at least. But this also feels. I mean, this is just power, I think. It's midnight. I'm taking generalities. But love seeing a little bit more gap scheme. And like you're talking about, Ben, we're getting more out of. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got to win the game on the ground. And so because of that, Nikhil, my day job is being a mortgage broker. I sell mortgage. Here we're going to go toss crack, and Hassan Reddick is just going to blow the play up. Also, what on earth is 19 doing? What are we doing, my guy? Like, take him out. I feel like we got the wrong direction here. It's why the stream starts at 8, man. Like, as opposed to like 6 p.m. or something. I'm trying to sure, technically I'm trying to let other people do this, but I'm also generally like just trying to make sure I finish watching up the game. Okay, I love seeing that he can run outside. Chances are this is why you got to watch more than one game, right? Because the Steelers have really solid edge rushers. Not that the Eagles don't, right? But they're not TJ Watt, etc. You know? And so you see a different game plan. And now we've got Drew Lock, and apparently Zach Charbonnet can't catch. Rip. That sucks. This has to be like a halfback option. At least whenever I used to see Tariq Cohen run this, it was get out and then bada bing, bada boom, or bada bang. And you go slant, in, or out. And so Charbonnet is going to get out here. He's going to read the guy playing outside leverage with a little bit of shade, and then bang, try to catch it and get uphill. How is he looking overall? What's he good at? What's he bad at? Remen, at least from what I've seen, he's good at creating short completions. He really prefers getting his quarterbacks in rhythm, which seems like it is important to him. He adapts to the situation that he needs to adapt to relatively well. I can't pretend to you that I'm some fat, massive expert on the guy, but at least from what I am seeing, he places a lot of the right emphasis, I think, on the passing game, even if the concepts are at times a little shallow, because he would rather make them lightweight rather than load the quarterback down with too much and leave him without making a throw. At the end of the day, he does do quite a lot of this, if you ask me, which, man, solid quarters beater. And you got to be gutsy to make this throw. Like, kudos to Drew Lock, just because when you throw this against quarters, if you miss, you throw a pick, right? That does not mean you should not throw it. It's an NFL throw. You have to make this throw, right? Like, if it's open, you got to throw this. If Drew Lock will throw it, you got to throw it, right? But good job by 11 by protecting it. It just is so funny to me. I got to tell you guys, it is so funny to me how many throws in the NFL are like, yeah, if you miss it, it's a pick, but don't miss, right? Takes a look to the right, likes the backside dig, first down. Good route, JSN. What is this, like? Not literally a spear screen, because it's more like a 3 verticals kind of thing. And not quite. Seam with an under route. High lows some of the defenders. You see quarters, you throw it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, it's just crazy. Look, I know it's Drew Lock. Who cares? Watch the quarterback's footwork. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 7? Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's a 7-step drop. Man, he got through that like it was a 5. Pop. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang. Big time throw. You want to score in the NFL, those are the kind of throws you got to make. Or be a superstar elite athlete. Because Justin will score on his own merit sometimes. It's wild. Like, his athleticism is truly game-breaking. Run up the gut. Was that 68 can't move Jordan Davis? That can't be that surprising. Yeah, I wouldn't run behind, what is that, Will Dissly? 89? Wouldn't run behind him either. He does his best. Just remembered as something I had to do. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so we'll get through this game and then we'll cover more Waldron another time. This run's gonna probably be it, and that's okay. Oh, what is this, double stick? Even mirrored double stick. JSN looks like he's running some kind of an option route. That is a lot of wiggles. Is he in the air? Look at JSN right now. Jump, wiggle, 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 wiggle again. That's a lot of effort. What's up, Khalid? Not tonight. We're already late enough. Is what? Waldron runs multiple plays, pass off the same formation. I think everybody wants to feel like that's the case, Eric. I mean, the truth is that when you watch something really close. So I always think of offensive coordinators, Eric, kind of like pitchers in baseball, where it's like they're all doing a whole bunch of things. Like, hang on. Kind of surprised Locke doesn't want to work 19 here on what seems like an option after DK and Lockett clear out a little bit. But he must see something that I don't, which is fine. Picks up some yards. I guess it is drive. The option had me thinking clear out. Man, good stick by the running back. Charbonnet. Boom. But yeah, pitchers in baseball. because you see all the bad things, right? Everybody always remembers all the home runs that your pitcher gave up, right? And so you go into the playoffs thinking my pitcher sucks, even if they're good, right? But everybody else sees the strikeouts, right? They don't think about that time in what I guess baseball season it'd be August where and July where your pitcher blew a 3-run lead. Like they don't think about the time where your pitcher got shelled. You do, but they don't because they only watch your pitcher in prime time. And frankly, then if it's playoff season, they're just watching him then, right? And they're looking at the season stats and it's all real into his ERA, right? You watched it all. And so you remember all the warts. And frankly, you focused on the warts. And that to me describes a lot of fan bases' relationship with their offensive coordinator. Could it be better? It can always be better. It can always be better. Now, a lot of Shane's stuff does seem like it's, hey, go make a play for me. So it's not like I think the Bears are getting the world's greatest offensive designer. But I do like a lot of the philosophy things. Like exactly 3 walks in a row. Like fans will just never forgive you if you do that. Like at the end of the season, anyways. Like, Damo, how would you miss all 20 Thursday? Now it's all 20 Friday. I don't think we have any word on assistant. Damo, it's going fine. I got to get some sleep here at some point. But we're watching Drew Lock struggle. I don't know where the points come from because so far the first half has been pretty dismal. Then I got to eat dinner. I didn't do that yet. Sorry, guys. Swing screen. And even on a night where nothing's going, we're still going to get a screen out. And it's still going to work. Kudos to Shane. That's I think that's really fun. Like, you put this together in pieces, right? You started with the weird Waldron formation where you have 2 tight ends in the backfield, right? Then you're going to push him up. Then you get him set. Then you're going to push Walker out. You're going to orbit motion. And then you're going to suddenly have enough guys to create a tunnel. That's pretty sweet. Let's see. Well, so the Seahawks were ranked 15 offense, 15 in what? EPA per play, Khalid, for what it's worth. They were, I don't know if they were literally top 10, but I think they were 11th. I think that it's a little bit of everything. I mean, your offensive line is going to take you as far as it's going to go. In the Seahawks case, they had what was generally considered to be one of the worst offensive lines in ball, and truly one of the worst offensive lines in ball. Man, does that sound like a homer take right now? And I get that, but like, if you trust PFF at all, they had the Seahawks as their 29th best offensive line in football. So that's not my opinion, right? That's at least a third party opinions that the Seahawks were not very good at run blocking, and they were just as bad at pass blocking. So you're kind of avoiding that all season long. But I don't know, Khalid. I guess we'll find out, right? I think Geno played pretty well. At least the game or two that I've watched. I'm sure he had plenty of moments where he didn't. And also, as I understand it, yeah, the Seahawks line was probably pretty beat up too. But I won't pretend to be a super duper expert, right? Exactly, Colin. If Jason Peters is getting time there, you know that there's problems afoot. And nice block by 87. Is it Fant? There you go. Okay, 2nd and 3. We're in the 3rd quarter. We've supposedly got like 17 more points. Not supposedly. They're coming. There you go, Kenneth. It's so funny because it's just an ignored play concept, right? It's basically, what is this, double hitch with a seam? Maybe you could argue this is open, but man, you'd have to lace it. You'd probably have to get that ball there earlier. Like, especially when Drew is looking at the slant and we don't have an arrow to couple with it, right? So we're not going to kick it that way, you know? So instead, Locke just sees it. He's late, gets the ball out. Player makes you a play. Good running back can do a lot for you. Learning and improving to be a head coach, right, Khalid? Makes sense, 4P. Let's see. Both tackles were hurt week 1. Yeah, that sucks. Wasn't the Seahawks defense not very good? And yeah, I tend to agree with you, Iceberg, where it's like, it sucks because it always sounds unfair, but the like eventually in football you're going to get dealt. I mean, to use my favorite example, Iceberg, right? Eventually in football you're going to get dealt a game where you have your defense cannot buy a stop no matter how well they play. I'm talking about Kansas City and Buffalo, right? And your receivers are a half interested Travis Kelsey, Marcus Valdez Scantling, a rookie in Rushy Rice who's been playing really well, right? And Mecole Hardman, right? So you score all the points you can, and truly, it's a lot. I don't know if Mahomes got stopped for the first 3 quarters, but then when you're right about to put the game out of reach, that Mecole Hardman guy, you hand him the ball, he's got a touchdown almost literally in his grasp, and instead he just throws it into the end zone. So now the game's tied again, right? Like, or tight again is what I intended to say. Like, that's football, man. You got to rise up and overcome. It's a brutal game. It's not fair. And sometimes two teams deserve to win and one of them has to lose anyways. Other times, two teams deserve to lose and one of them has to win. It's how the game works. But it's wild to me, at least when I look at this and I think to myself, okay, like you gotta see, you gotta hope that the Bears have a quarterback in 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027 that can rise up and overcome. The goal should be to find one, in my opinion. But if it, like, that's all it is. If it's Justin, great. If it's Caleb, great. But to me, you have to do what you have to do to maximize getting a guy that can rise up and overcome. And that's all I think anybody really wants. That's what I think, anyways. But to be fair, I'm also the guy, uh, Iceberg, that thinks that, what is this, a little bit inside zone? Feels inside zoney. Honestly, the line does an okay job with it. I can't help looking at what is this? Let me think. Gosh, we're getting late enough where I'm losing my train of thought. This happens all the time. Like, what was I gonna say? Let me see. I can't remember. All right. Happens. Oh, I remember now. Like, I'm the kind of person that's going to tell you that while I want the Bears to be better in 2024, chances are the way that the team is set up, it's going to be better in 2025. That's when they've got even more cap space. That's when whoever they draft this year should start peaking next year. And Montez Sweat and DJ Moore, in theory, won't lose the magic until they're 30-ish. Yeah, I know, Jordan, but that's how it is, right? The hope would be that the 2024 team is better. Everybody, all 150 people in here, I hope you heard me say that. Like, I hope you didn't log off immediately. The hope is that the 2024 team is definitely better than the 2023 team. They will have more resources. Everybody will be a little older. Like, it should still be way more fun, right? The schedule's just tougher. So, first of all, we'll see what happens there. But also, in the world of winning a Super Bowl, the hope would be that the window opens in 2025 when this draft class is old enough to be leaders. At least that's the hope, right? What is this? So levels, like levels flood, where Lockett. Okay, one thing that I am seeing a decent amount of is guys running into each other, right? Like, this is just showing up in enough of these games. But hopefully it's not an issue. I feel like having said that, it might be. Some of these you wonder if they drew it up on a paper napkin, how they were going to get it there. But hey, gets you a flat, gets you to 3rd and 1. Can they convert it? Yes, very easily. Outside zone to the left. No, it's not. Is that inside zone again? Yeah, it is. Which, I mean, they're running it from shotgun. Go get you a block, Drew. Yes. That's going to make everybody everybody excited, right? When your quarterback gets downhill, gets a block to put you in the end zone. And everybody clapped, right? Go, Kenneth. And Kenneth Walker. I'm starting to see what all the Seahawks fans talk about. This guy can play. That's how I feel, Iceberg. Jordan, then they got to find one. Nothing wrong with having player makers, right? Oh, Drew. Oh, Drew. Oh, Drew, no. So first of all, maybe I'm just masochistic, but I think you could put this ball down. Oh, no, he's going to get it. Yeah, no. That you can't throw that. But Drew looks him off, pipes it down the middle. Oh, don't we wish we had Gino back, right? It's got to be both, though, Jordan. Like, to me, at least. I look at it and it's like, is Joel Embiid amazing? Yes. The 76ers also put him in the put him in the spot to score 70 points. And the player deserves more, right? Like, it's great when the players deserve most of the credit. I hope the Bears aren't a team where we're giving the offensive coordinator most of the credit. I hope we're saying, wow, these players rock. And hey, Shane, kudos to you too, right? I hope that's it. I hope that's all that happens. And they really are going to run the full house, huh? 2 backs. Some of this stuff is so goofy. I'm glad Shane likes it. Pull a guy in motion across. Got really nobody in the second level. Man, what are you going to do, Drew? Nothing. Step up. No, we're just beat twice. 55 is through. Nothing you could do about that. Yeah, no T formation, right? Any fun, Alpha? See, I'm telling you. Double vision. It's my favorite way to describe whatever Bucky does, because he puts guys in a blender. Oh, go, Kenny. What on earth? How do we turn that into a positive? What on earth is this? Look at this. We get out of that, and we pick up another 7 yards? All right, Kenneth. Sure. Do whatever you want to do. Man, talk about how a player will sometimes just win you a game. Second and 3. Yeah, man, that's 2nd and 9 to 2nd and 3. And that's if you got 2nd and 9. And here he goes. Oh, beautiful. What is this, another gap run? Oh, yeah. They feel those Eagles coming. They must have seen that if you pull, they're going to jump on you. But man, kudos 68. He comes across beautifully. What's that, tight end? Tight end does a great job working back. That hole's wide open. Man, Kenny is eating. Kenneth Walker is just tearing him open. Isn't it? Like, if anything, Ben, that's what I think is part of what's wild about this. With Gino, it was just like gunslinging. With this, it is a Rolodex run game, or at least more like one. Here you get a little bit more. What would you say this is? Duo? I guess it's kind of duo-y. We're just running. Trying, Zaid. All right. 13 personnel. We're still running. We're up the gut this time. I mean, feed the beast, right? Like the stream if you're enjoying it, by the way. If you made it to this point, you do, right? But like the stream if you're enjoying it. Leave constructive criticism if you're not. We'll take whatever. Tell your friends. Help me grow the stream. Let's make this thing as fun as possible for everybody involved. First down, play action makes all the sense in the world. 55 does a great job trying to stay tight. So Locke's just got to loft it over, try to take what he can from 89, who, hey, 4 yards, not so bad. That's the thing, Demo. Like, it's so easy. So it's kind of the running back thing, right? Like, okay, so Damo's talking about something where I feel like I'm eating some personal crow. I got to tell you. Like, it is so easy to say, oh, come on, you can't pay a running back. Like, talk about Saquon, talk about etc. Right? But then if you don't have a really good linebacker to pivot the position to another position that gets talked about that way all the time, right? If you don't have really good linebackers, you get baked in the middle. And that's it, right? And then the team with the really good linebackers, in this case the Bears, where I'd say Tremaine Edmonds is still probably a little too expensive, right? Especially when his teammate TJ Edwards, I would argue, is at least just as good as him, right? But the Bears can protect the middle pretty well against every team with the Packers, right? Like, but that's a bunch of games that the Bears won, partially because their defense was just outstanding at defending passes in the middle areas of the field and made the opposing teams work like crazy for it. It's what ate up the Lions, you could argue. I would. It's way up the Browns. And so I can't help but look at that and see value in, at the very least, as these positions get devalued, exploring what you can see. Like, favorite coaching hire so far, Jordan? So, first of all, I really, really like Dave Canellis. Like, not only do I think he did a great job with Tampa Bay, but I also think that he's got, okay, so I'm going to make a comparison. Just don't take it literally, right? Nobody cared about Mike McDaniel either. And when he got hired late for Miami, most people didn't think much of it. And then the Miami Dolphins became what they are. Does that mean that Dave Canellis is going to do the same thing? I don't know, right? But I do think that was a really fun hire for them. The Chargers hire is going to be wild. Like Harbaugh in Los Angeles, I can't wait to see what happens. That thing's going to be nuts. Like, it's going to be fireworks every day. I mean, it's Jim, right? It's a completely different tenure than you've got in a guy like Brandon Staley. Like, the tone is going to be so different. So I'm super interested to see what happens. Like, super interested to see what happens. Butthead, how you doing? Yeah, it is a great time to check out the center, Evan Brown. And I'll tell you what, man. So in the world of studs and duds, like, Evan Brown, to me, fits more in that category of like, Butthead, I'm going to tell you something scary, okay? So what is this, 4th and 2? 4th and 2, we're going for it. We want that score. We get DK relatively open. 24 does a good job of holding just enough. I mean, you can see it right there, right? Hook of the arm, slows down. Are we going to get the call? Oh, we did get the call. Thank God. Butthead, Evan Brown looks to me, I'm going to scare you, like what you were told Lucas Patrick was going to be, which freaks me out. Do I see some player that's amazing? I don't know about amazing, right? I see a water holder, but it always freaks me out, especially in a Chicago uniform, just saying that when we're talking about offensive players, I feel like you need a guy to be a Pro Bowler so that he can just be okay in Chicago, right? Like, I feel like you need somebody who's really, really good so that he can be pretty solid in a Bears uniform when they're playing offense. If they're a UDFA playing linebacker, they're going to turn into Jack Sanborn. I can't explain it. Like the only position on offense that the Bears seem to get a jersey boost to. I know I make this joke all the time, but I'm gonna keep making it because I think it's funny. Right? You put on the Bears jersey, you run the ball, you become stellar. Like I'm amazed that Roquan Smith didn't have a better season just because he wears the jersey. Right? Like it's so funny to me watching the Bears uniform and just the way that players seem to perform in it. Interior trench guys, I swear, it's hard to be bad in a Bears uniform. It's been done. But the idea that Andrew Billings came to Chicago and suddenly put it all together, what's weird about that? Like the Bears have had at least one dominant trench guy on nearly every team I've ever seen. So Montez Sweat puts on the uniform, suddenly he turns into a legit edge rusher. What's new, man? Like it's so funny to me watching just the Bears organization, what ends up prioritized, but moreover, what lucky breaks do they get, right? And I always think it's funny that when the Bears make a big time defensive move, you get a lot more Khalil Mack moves than you do total like Bradley Chubb moves, right? Hey, maybe Montez falls back to earth. I mean, he's good, but we are overselling him a little bit because against really good offensive tackles, he was still Montez Sweat. He just didn't play a lot of really good offensive tackles for the majority of that stretch. But hey, he was stellar in that stretch. That Browns game was awesome, wasn't it? Like he's playing a backup's backup, but he showcased all the same. A lot of other people didn't. And that's, hey, we love it. Why not? Like it's fun. And if it's fun, enjoy it. But anyways, yeah, exactly, Eric. It feels like the opposite effect with Bears quarterbacks. The Bears need a curse breaker, almost like a guy that wears number 13, right? Like, we'll see if it happens, but I'm just telling you, because AC, if you're still in here, like, there's something about the idea of a quarterback that even made a commercial this year about not being superstitious, potentially being the curse breaker for Chicago, that feels to me like it could be a story. That's all I'm saying. You talked about JF1 being a story. Hell of a story. But AC, let's both look at each other in the virtual eyes. Like, if the Bears win a Super Bowl, it'll be a story either way. Like, it doesn't matter if they line up a wide receiver at quarterback for the entire year and just run, like, handoffs and sweeps. If it wins them the Super Bowl, the Bears are going to get a 30 for 30 and they're going to get the parade of parades. Like if the Bears win a Super Bowl under literally any circumstances, it is, I mean, obviously any Super Bowl winner's national news, but people go freak out, right? Like people think, I mean this lovingly, right? People think Detroit is packed. People think Detroit is stoked. They don't have any idea what the city of Chicago is going to do if they get a winner, like under nearly any circumstances. And so I don't know what makes a difference here. Like to me, we should all be hell-bent on a Super Bowl, whatever that looks like. I'm hell-bent on hoping the Bears win a Super Bowl. And so I can't help but think that when I look at this, I see more opportunity to win a Super Bowl with taking a shot at quarterback. Pick your favorite, right? Pick Drake May if you want to. Like, pick Caleb if you want to. But like you're saying, Colin, like that, yeah, the Bears got bounced from the wild card and the city was a buzz. Like you just knew. Nobody could stop talking about the Bears now. They went 7-10. Like the national media brings up the Bears all the time. I get it. They have the number 1 overall pick. It's a really intriguing storyline between them and Fields. I get it. But it is wild to see how much conversation this team gets and how much more you know it's going to get if they win a playoff game. Oh my gosh. Imagine if the Bears really are the Lions. Like, think through this with me. Imagine if the Bears are the Lions and they make an NFC championship game and they lose. Whatever. Like, if they win the wild card and then they win the divisional, you're going to have at least 5 people drink themselves to death. Like, I mean, I say that jokingly. I hope it does not happen. I hope that is not a prescient prediction for the love of all that is good in the world. But, like, the Bears are going to make people freak out if they are any good in the next 3 years. Like, it is going to be just bananas, if you ask me. Now, look, John, you asked, like, if the Bears are the Lions, are we rooting for a Lions Super Bowl? So if the Bears destiny is tied to the Lions. I guess so. Right. But John, I got to be honest. I have a narrative that I'm trying to drive home. I'm kidding, everybody. But okay, so this is one of those like jokes, but not. All right. So ride with me, and I think you'll see where I'm going. I don't mean this like literally, but I can't help but think that it might help Bears fans swallow the pill of what's coming if they see, or what I think is coming. Maybe it won't come, right? Maybe it won't be what the Bears do. But I just can't help but think that it's going to help some Bears fans stay grounded if Mahomes wins a third Super Bowl in 6 years. And everybody goes, well, shoot, why do you not want a player like him? Well, what if you could have one? And again, I don't think Caleb is Mahomes. I think that comparison's unfair. I think that Caleb moves a lot like Mahomes, but he throws a lot like a guy that's been in Green Bay for a long time. It's completely different. Like Caleb has a better shot. I don't want to say he's literally Marino, but he just plays a different type of football than I think Pat does, right? But all that to say that you talk about the Lions winning a Super Bowl. If Goff wins a Super Bowl, people are going to say number one picks don't matter, despite the fact that Goff was a number one overall pick. If Purdy wins a Super Bowl, people are going to say number one overall picks definitely don't matter, right? And they're going to act like it's easy to find Brock Purdy, despite the fact that there have been like nearly 250 seventh round quarterbacks, and none of them have won 5 games, let alone won all the games that Brock Purdy has won. It's different, right? Then if Lamar wins, people are going to say number one overall picks don't matter. They're going to say you can get a quarterback anywhere, right? And then people might try to say that about Pat Mahomes because he's not a number one overall pick either, and I get that, right? But I can't help but think that if Pat Mahomes somehow controls it all the way home and wins again, the importance of a quarterback will be really hard to understate. But I don't know. Like, and Cornelius, you've literally been debating this with people on another Bears channel that Caleb is not Mahomes. He's not. He's not the same, right? But they're not the same. But the big thing, Cornelius, that I see personally is that the way that they move around in the pocket and specifically the way that they run looks similar. Like Caleb carries the ball similarly. Caleb squirrels around in the pocket similarly. Caleb does the same thing Mahomes does, where when somebody jumps at his legs, he just like kicks his legs in the air and avoids the tackle like Mahomes does. Like they both have that same squirrely scramble run that a lot of people look at, but when they throw the ball, I think that they're quite different. And I'm with you, Michael. I think Caleb versus Love should end up being a whole lot of fun. I can't tell if Love's going to dominate or if Love's going to be the guy who's just good enough to prop up the other guy. And you know, obviously, which one I hope for. And that's the thing, Z. Like, Caleb could put up fringe top 15 numbers in Chicago. Z, if Caleb throws for 4,002 yards over 17 games, it's not even impressive anymore. People are going to build him a statue. He's going to be on every ad in the city. Like, I banned 4 others, Drex. And then NFLGG. First of all, I'm still pretty convinced it's just one Packers fan that's been making new YouTube accounts. And I got to say, I appreciate the dedication. You've been here for almost 3 hours. But so let me see, just one statue, right? Seriously, NFL, or seriously, Z, it's like and that's if he throws for 4,000 yards and is like, I don't know, 9-8. Like, God forbid he throws for 45, right? Imagine a Bears quarterback that threw for 4,500 yards and 36 touchdowns and then rushed for 4 more. Because people keep talking about quarterback rushing. I, the quarterback rushing hater, want to just go ahead, hold up my hand, and admit in the red zone, it kills. Like, quarterback run game is really nice when you're in goal-to-go situations and you can use it as a changeup, right? It can be your out pitch, to use a baseball metaphor. And Caleb and Drake both offer you the ability to pound that rock into the end zone. And it can be really handy because from this exact alignment, for instance, or from this spot right here with the guy in the shotgun, you can just go boom, bang, and nobody covers this. like, especially if Caleb has been just handing the ball off out of the shotgun all game long. You run one zone read in the red zone, and all of a sudden, all Caleb's got to do is potentially squirrel away from a defensive end and then pound the ball in himself. Man, I we'll see. Now, to be honest with you, NFLGG, first of all, I know you're mostly messing around. For all I know, you might be an AI. Who knows? But anyways, uh, if you care about the health of the rivalry, the Bears do need one. Like, I know that this is not something you probably care about because you'd rather it stay one sided. I would want the same if I was you. But if the Bears get one win, it will fuel Bears fans talking mess for the next 10 losses in a row, if that's what's coming, which might make it funnier for you. But I would tell you that Bears fans, I still think this, y'all. Like, God forbid Caleb Williams within the next 2 years, because I think it's gonna be Caleb. It might be Drake. It's always possible, but I think it's gonna be Caleb, right? Um, if it's anybody, but if that happens, like if Caleb wins one in Lambeau, like, oh my gosh. Z, you mentioned Twitter will be an amazing place. Like it really would feel like the Cubs won the World Series, and all they got to do is win a regular season game against the Packers. Like, just one. Let me see. If Caleb measures below 6 foot, does that change any of my evaluation? John, it definitely makes it weird, right? It makes him pretty much in that same place as Kyler. But I think there's part of me that looks at this that is, I'm trying not to think too hard about. I'm watching the tape. I don't know why it wouldn't change, right? Like, why would the height part make a difference? The biggest problem, John, that I had with Bryce Young was weight. Like, yes, the fact that he's 5'10" sucked. You know what I mean? But it was the fact that he was 190 where I was like, he's really small. With Caleb, if he weighs in, or if he measures 5'11" and 215 pounds, then I kind of shrug my shoulders and go, I don't know about that. Now, I will point out that every time they put Caleb in pictures with a guy like CJ Stroud, he seems like he should measure 6'6'1", right? Not that that matters. Like, at the end of the day, I think if you were talking size, you want him to be 6'4". You want him to be 230. He's not, right? He's failing the size test. He's just failing with a D minus, or he's failing with a D rather than an F, if that makes sense. So he's definitely shorter, right? But he is stockier, which I'm fine with. That's at least what I see. Because it's all that pocket feel goodness. Oh, look, it's another screen. Oh, look, it worked again. Baker size is a good way to put it. Man, who's this lineman? The left tackle gets out there. And that's if they don't give him a favorable measurement anyways, right? They shouldn't because of the combine, but you never know. Remen, it's hard to tell. You mentioned how would Caleb's arm strength compare to the rest of the NFL or to the rest of NFL quarterbacks? And it's like, well, you look at a guy like Geno and his arm is kind of nutty. You look at a guy like Burrow, his arm strength is kind of not all that nutty. Like, I would tell you that Caleb's release becomes top 5, but even release alone does not make you a great quarterback. Anybody who watches this channel enough knows that I bring up Derek Carr more than any human being should. And I really mean that more than any human being should. But his release is nuts, and his arm strength is nuts. Everything else is just very milquetoast, right? That's the thing, Mario. I would say he's a arm talent, right? But arm strength, I don't know. Like, just because I don't think he's going to push some of the frozen ropes that some other quarterbacks can, but Caleb also throws, this is going to sound like the scoutiest thing you've ever heard. Caleb also throws an unusually catchable football. Like, the drops that people drop on Caleb are pretty bizarre to the eye, where you're like, how'd you drop that, man? Like, maybe people feel like it's a changeup. I doubt it. Like, it sure feels like Caleb floats the ball to his guy so that the guy can catch it very naturally. But that's at least my 2 cents on the matter. It's easier to talk about with film, right? He's not a god, Jay Sanders. He's just got a lot of skill. Like it's he's got a great pocket feel. He makes a lot of his turnovers are heinous. Like if he's an angel when he's on, he is the devil when he isn't. Jay, like his turnovers are hilariously bad, and I mean really really horrible. Oh, lock this is a pick. I'm amazed Sid Brown overran this. Like where Caleb Williams needs to work at the next level is that he needs to find the limit of what to do and what not to do. It's something Pat Mahomes was able to do. It's something I don't know how Caleb Williams is going to do it without the ability to sit behind somebody, but he's going to have to figure it out, right? And maybe the Bears don't get all of it, right? Maybe the quarterback development looks a little different. Like, hopefully it's not too ridiculously different. Oh, man. Tipped up. Could have gone way worse. Trial and error, right? Hopefully he doesn't get hurt. There is a ton of stuff, John, that he can get away with in college that he won't get away with in the NFL. But also, John, I think that there's a lot of people that say that. Oh wow, no, this throws a lot better. Just bounces. So, John, the other thing that I think is weird about that. Look, I'm not trying to tell you that everything Caleb does is going to work. That's just not the case, right? Like, it's not, right? But I think that we like saying that a ton. Like, oh, well, Caleb does that, but that's not going to work at the NFL level. You got to remember that Caleb's going to be playing with professional NFL linemen. And so when he does bounce around in the pocket, like, it's going to change rushing angles left and right. And even when that's Nick Bosa on the other side, well, at least it's Darnell Wright that's going to be regaining leverage the moment that Caleb moves. And so there's some of this stuff that will not work. The 12-second pockets, yeah, no way, man. But the good news is we've got Shane Waldron, who comes from coaching this guy, right? And coaching Gino. So you got to think he's going to be able to hammer that in. The other thing I can't help but look at, John, this is me, right? It sounds like I'm losing my mind about Caleb. Like, to me, if you want to draft Caleb, that's fine. I think Drake is really good. Like, Drake is my QB2, but if you wanted to draft Drake, I get it, right? Just because his arm is outstanding. His footwork is super well practiced. I think he'll hit he'll hit the NFL and probably be a little bit better day one. There are going to be some concepts that I think are a little more similar inside of the UNC offense than they are in Lincoln Riley's offense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But I do think drafting one of them is probably your best bet. But there's a whole lot of conversation there. Like, I hope so, John. Like, the other thing is I have this sneaking suspicion, so to speak. Like, so what I'm sitting here thinking, John, is let's talk about this real fast, and then we're gonna go over Luke the game-winning drive, which is super cool, right? But we'll quickly switch to the Rob camp for this. Okay. So I think May takes coaching really well. At least what I see on May's tape is a really, really well drilled player, right? And I want to credit the player for that. Like, coach told him, 3-step drop, ball out here. Like, if you see this player, or if you see this defender in this zone, shift to read 2, throw it here. Like, May has a similar neck to the same thing Brock Purdy did, where he is decisive to a fault, right? Sometimes he's decisive, and I don't even know if he trusts himself, right? But part of me thinks that an NFL coach will come in, he'll show him the playbook, and May will not ask questions. When you said throw it there, he will throw it there, which part of me thinks will result in a better player early, even if that might cap his ceiling. Might, right? Because I, at the end of the day, think that the only way to really win in the NFL, this is just my opinion, right? Is like I think that I at the end of the day think that you need a quarterback who can be creative. I think you need a savant, even if it's a Josh Allen savant versus a Mahomes savant, which are different ways to get there, right? I think you need a quarterback that can enter the ether. You need a quarterback that feels like he's playing with the slow motion turned down or turned on. The stupid thing in most video games, they always give you like a cheat play, right? Where the quarterback has the ability to just turn that on. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's, to me, the best quarterbacks in the game, and that's really hard to emulate, have always had the ability to just assert their will in a different way. And you're absolutely right, Jordan, that you talk about like, but we have seen May be creative. Like, yes, we have, but May's creativity, I don't think compares to what we've seen from Caleb. I don't think it's close either. It's neat. Like May's creativity is absolutely worth talking about. Again, most drafts he's 101, right? But I feel like we're saying, but May can do it too, and then we're showing neat examples, but they're like it doesn't matter because the creativity isn't even like it isn't even about getting to the sidelines and ripping it down the sidelines. It's not about that, right? It's about being able to move in the pocket. It's about being able to change up angles. I'm convinced. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. I'm not certain May has pocket feel. Like I think May is really well drilled. John, you mentioned that he's a good soldier. When I watch May, what I'm worried about is that he doesn't feel pressure so much as he's taught to get to the back of his drop and then drift towards where he needs to throw the ball so that he gets off his drop spot. I think it's really well coached. I think it imitates feel, right? I think he probably feels pressure. Like I'm not saying he's oblivious. It would look different, right? But I don't think that he has the all-seeing eye, which is rare to find. Like to me, I think you could argue that at times Caleb sees too much. Now he doesn't hit all his reads. It's not that obvious, right? But we also saw Rodgers after he sat for 3 years at the NFL level. So it's hard to say what Rodgers would have looked like as a rookie. But I feel like when I watch Caleb, we get a little closer to watching a guy who's watching the All-22 with us. And those to me are the scariest quarterbacks. The ones who you swear they've already seen the game. And they're just making the decisions that fit what they want because they've already seen the tape. They know what the defense is doing and what to do about it. Now, this took Mahomes 2 years to learn. So none of this is going to be easy, right? It's probably not going to be instantaneous results. But, John, to work all the way back to what we talked about, a lot of this will also come down, in my opinion, to what I think, or to what Shane Waldron is going to be able to instill in Caleb Williams early in rookie minicamp, OTAs, and the preseason. Like, as silly as I know that may sound to some, training camp too, like showing that will work, that will not work. Getting Caleb those QB1 reps, honest to God, going up against the Bears defense is going to be a great test. Like, this is something we've talked about for years, and we normally make fun of ourselves. Maybe the Bears our offense looks bad just because the Bears defense is so good. Have we ever thought about that? Like, obviously, this could easily happen in training camp, and maybe it could just be a sign that Caleb's about to go belly up, and that would be really sad, and I would hate it, and I don't know what you'd do, right? But, Jordan, plenty. What do you talk about? You really think it's never? I think that's wild, man. Like, I think Caleb makes plenty of plays from the pocket. I really do. But yeah, Michael, exactly. Like, to me, Caleb should get a nice dose of that'll work, that won't work, at least from camp, which is handy, really handy. But anyways, let's finish the game. Rob's got to go to bed. Support the stream with a like if you can. You're the man. No, I get you, Jordan. To me, I got to tell you that, Jordan, my eval wouldn't work if I didn't like Williams as a pocket passer. What he does outside the pocket is neat, if you ask me, right? Like, it's a nice, it's a parlor trick. It's kind of the same thing that I'm just talking about with Drake May. But if you can't throw from the pocket, if you can't win from the pocket, if you're not seeing it from the pocket, then at the end of the day, we're limited, right? It's the Zach Wilson thing. And so, to me, I can't help but look at a lot of these Caleb games. And it's like, my eval, I'll probably talk about this in my breakdown, is mostly like, if you took away all of the pomp, circumstance, fanfare, and hype, and all you gave me was Caleb Williams in the pocket tape. And I guess you count the scrambling a little, right? Like, I am a big fan. Caleb Williams' matrix that you called it, Jordan, is my favorite trait in the class. I don't think it shows up often. I mean, you tell me, How many times have you seen the Matrix like show up in other quarterbacks and then they not work out? Like, I think it's rare. I can't help but watch Caleb and think awareness is king. What is this? Is he throwing a check down? Is Locke throwing it to nowhere? Does he hit somebody? He's got to hit a helmet, right? Did we get a headshot? Did we just fan? I think we just fan it. And Jordan, I mean, just to your point, like if I could make Caleb Williams taller, I would love it. The size thing is not something I'm trying to ignore. It's something I'm willing to compromise on because I think the other traits are so unusual. Like, I know I've talked about this before. All right, so what do we got here? Basic three-way, like flat curl with a seam. But moreover, what I gotta throw at Shane that I appreciate is that he's got his quarterbacks ripping these. Like Jordan, you talked to me. It's so funny. The more I'm watching this, everybody, the more that I'm seeing Shane Waldron and why he vibes with Matt Eberflus, because Matt Eberflus is very similar, right? Shane seems like while he's got plenty of ideas that definitely work for him. I mean this in a positive way, everybody. I'm sorry. Uh, there are a lot of these concepts that are just not world breakers, right? Like a curl, a seam, and a flat is nothing crazy, right? But getting your guy to actually rip it is a different story, right? And so when I look at Shane, what you got to hand it to him is that he gets his guys to try the hole, right? He gets his guys to take the snap, see enough, and push the ball. And the wide receiver gets hit in the hands, doesn't make the play. Bummer. Ball might get tipped. To be totally fair to the wide receiver, that's Lockett. Tip ball. So he rips the hole, he doesn't get it, right? But we want our quarterback to have or to be empowered to rip the throw. Oh, here's the throw to Metcalf. Oh, man. Here's the prayer in the honey hole. 1, 2, 3. Throw it up. Please, DK. Yes, DK. Exactly, Jordan. I can't help but think, Jordan, look, maybe I don't know him at all, right? But part of me thinks that if Caleb can't succeed in Chicago, I don't know why Drake would either. Like, that's not me hating on Drake. It's more like I get the impression that Drake is the ultimate teammate, but I don't know that he's more than your standard. I don't even know if he's a rah-rah leader. I guess there is part of me that when I listen to Drake in interviews, I hear somebody who's confident. I don't think he's full on Mitch Trubisky, but I don't think that and not Duron Bland demo. That's the Cowboys game. It's separate. Like that's the thing, right? Like what Chicago is becoming an incredibly hostile market to quarterbacks. There's not a lot of quarterbacks that will succeed. I just refuse to let that stop me from trying if I got to choose, right? I think you have to try. I think the goal would be to make Caleb Williams part of the story, but maybe not the whole story. Good luck, right? And that's the other thing, Z, at least to me. No, JJ McCarthy would be the king in Chicago. The problem being, Jordan, that I also think JJ McCarthy would get pressed into duty. I think that while he's toolsy, that there'd be a lot of things that wouldn't go well for him, just partially due to limitations that we see. I mean, we could get more into that later, but that Chicago would defend him to the death, right? Because that's part of what we do is we will defend the quarterback so long as he suited up and played a game for the Bears and won one of them. Like, it's all it takes. And that's the thing, Doctor. You mentioned that they draft players for character. 100%. Caleb is just strange. From every report I've gotten, and hey, it's not like I'm some all-seeing eye, right? It's that Caleb has a different attitude. Every time I hear somebody talk about him, they talk about him like he's a zoomer and other people are boomers, right? Like, people talk about him not like he's different in a bad way. People don't talk about him like, oh, he's where he shouldn't be. They talk about him like he makes jokes that I don't like, or I don't get him, right? And I guess there is part of me, for better or for worse, that keeps going, oh, well, the flick of the wrist, that looks a whole lot like AR-12. Oh, well, Aaron Rodgers' family hates him. So maybe there's something to your family hating you. And then I always feel crazy, right? But that's how it goes. What is this? 3rd and 10. Here's the throw. Bang. Just keep calling verts, baby. You get the alert. 24 gets beat. Kudos to Locke for still throwing it. Boom. Man, Raymond, that's the dream. Mario, you don't happen to be talking about the guy who, just throwing this out there, that Jalen Carter, rumors about not liking to practice or not liking to practice. Hey, I thought Jalen Carter was going to be a stud, and he was for like 8 weeks, and then he fell off. And I'm just saying, Mario, it almost seems like the league got tape on him, and then totally normal rookie slump, right? When you pop, you're gonna probably get shuttered. When you get shuttered early, you might pop late. Like, generally, rookies struggle to be consistent. It's part of what makes Puka Nacua so wild. But also, doesn't that fit the narrative a little? That the guy started reading his own press clippings, and then maybe as the league adjusted to him, he took a couple extra reps off. I don't know. We'll see. Like, there's no reason to talk mess about Jalen Carter. It just doesn't serve anything, right? Um, he's not a bear. He's an eagle. Like, it doesn't help anything. But I gotta wonder, at the very least. Yeah, the whole defense did go into the dump, so that's a whole separate problem. But anyways, like, that's the thing, Dr. Truth. Like, I think that it's wild listening to Caleb personally, not because I think Caleb is, like, I don't know, different, but it was hilarious to me because this is a guy who, okay, so I'm gonna make a comparison, everybody, that I hope this makes sense. Caleb Williams, listening to him talk is like listening to Steph Curry talk, right? Like, Caleb Williams and Steph Curry simply don't consider that they might fail. And they are total sore losers, in part because they simply did not consider that they might fail. They did not fathom it. Like, Caleb Williams sounded like he woke up in Wonderland when he was interviewed about the upcoming Oregon game, talking about how it was the first time in his life that he had ever lost 3 games in a season. Think about that. Like, he mentioned middle school, he mentioned high school, he mentioned college, that he had never had a 3-loss season. Ends up finishing, obviously, with 5, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that this is going to make everybody inspired. I mean, JJ McCarthy, if we're talking about winners, like, has a sparkling record in college. Absolutely. But it is wild listening to Caleb talk from that kind of attitude. Like, where he's speaking from the perspective of, like, I got to tell, because Eric, he's talking about a loss that he just had last week. And he's like, I got to tell you, I mean, it's just bizarre. I've just never been here before. I mean, you work every day, every week, every month, every year of your life to get to some of these big games. And then they go in ways that you don't expect. And I mean, it's just a lot to process and a lot to deal with. Like, very earnest and honest answers coming from a perspective of somebody who simply did not imagine he could lose. Not necessarily in the untouchable way either. At least it doesn't sound overly arrogant. It just sounds like he thought he was definitely going to win, right? And and that's the thing, right, Jordan? Like, it's fun. And exactly, Mario. Everybody feels that way. But Mario, isn't that part of why we love Justin Fields? Like, again, I go back to this. I think it's overstating the point, Mario. But if Justin was available to be drafted again, I would not have a problem drafting Justin Fields again. Like, I still think, at least in my perspective, that if you put Justin Fields into a more Bears 2024 environment, you might be able to coach him into more than he is right now. The Justin Fields we see now, the Justin Fields you hear Rob complain about, is a scarred, bad habit ridden Justin Fields that has had the 200 club drilled into him for the worse. and I don't like it. I think Justin needs to go somewhere else so that he can heal. I think that I think that everybody is in the same boat here. I hope so, right? Where it's like we like Justin. Justin does not come across to me as your common core like bust quarterback. It ain't that simple. It ain't that simple, right? But I also can't help but think that we're just really late in the game to make big change. Hopefully we see more. But Shane Waldron's fun. I mean, lightweight, simple, get the most out of your quarterback, work around what the talent you got, find answers as best you can. At the end of the game, just trust DK Metcalf, trust JSN. They both come through. Like, I agree with you, John. I really do. And I tend to wonder, like, whether they know it. But we'll see. Like, Dr. Truth does it really? Because I love that. If that's real, now you're gonna make me look this up. Like, if that's real, I am obsessed. To me, the guys. So, Dr. Truth, the question I have continually asked myself about Tom Brady, right? All right, Mario, you get one. I'm so sore. Like I can feel the sickness still in my body. Anyways, the I have constantly asked myself, talk about Tom Brady, how did he get up at 44 years old with Giselle begging him to stay home? Don't go back to Tampa. The boys don't need you anymore. How did he convince himself he still had haters? Who was Tom trying to prove anything to? Like, say what you will about Aaron Rodgers. He kind of does the same thing, except he's not Brady, right? But the chip that these great guys have is bananas to me. The guys who have to invent the chip are something different. It's not that simple. You have to have the ability to blah, blah, blah. Jim does have that. Like, Jordan, there are some people that are going to wake up an hour earlier. There are other people that never went to sleep. Jim Harbaugh never looks like he slept ever. Like, Jim Harbaugh looks obsessed, which you got to love from him, right? Having a coach that's that obsessed is awesome. Why wouldn't it be, right? Matt Eberflus seems like the kind of guy that studies a little before he goes to bed, goes down, wakes up like Eric, let's not go there, but I will tell you it would be awfully fitting, wouldn't it? Like, why would Chicago? Okay, for those of you who were alive in 85, I hope we've got a couple in here, right? For those of you who were alive when Jordan was the king, I got to ask, what was Jordan's, because 30 for 30s and stuff like that, I just don't think I trust him, right? Was Jordan a hero in the NBA media, or was he a villain? Like, I'm dying to know. I know he became a hero. Like, it feels like it would be hard for him not to be, right? But was he, like, during those Bulls runs, was Jordan always beloved? Or was Jordan like, or was Jordan somebody that a whole lot of people wanted to see fail? I'm always wondering. And Eric, of course, in the city of Chicago, he was going to be a god, right? I'm wondering, what did the other cities think, right? Because part of me looks at somebody like Caleb and thinks to myself that makes sense, butthead. I get that. My hope would be that if the Bears were going to turn their organization around, not unlike the Bills, right? They would need a figure like that. Part of me sits here and thinks, and granted, Jordan, like everything I'm about to say, like talking to you, Jordan Silvera, not Michael Jordan, everything I'm about to say is narrative driven. So, like, I get it. This is not tape. But part of me looks at the city of Chicago and thinks that a Justin Herbert might get eaten alive. Even that Justin Herbert. Like, it's neat that it's neat that he can be in a Subway commercial and make a slightly like jovial remark. But it almost feels like in Chicago, if you're not willing to be on every third commercial, then like you're just not going to last. And because for better or for worse, you will be. Like, it's weird looking at the city of Chicago because you either have to be one of the only dudes or you might not last at all. Like, I don't actually know if the Bears could have a normal top 10 quarterback like Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean? Like, I guess Jay Cutler kind of proved that you sort of could, but my hope would be that that's the thing, doctor. Like, my hope would be when I look at this that Caleb can become the same hero, but we'll see. Like, I get that, AC. I imagine that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, there had to be somebody. And in fact, I'm not asking anybody to care what others thought of Jordan. It's more like, I don't know. We do need a smoke and J emote. That's a good one. Um, like, I thought Jay was endearing, but also Jay was just the Bears quarterback. I mean, like, I loved Orton. Who didn't love Orton when he was the starter, right? I loved Grossman until I didn't anymore. We've all been there, right? This quarterback carousel has been hell. I don't blame anybody who wants it to be Justin just so that it can stop. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody. I think we can take one more ride. I think the opportunity is wild. Like, I can't help but look at what the Bears may unwrap at number 1 overall and think that it could be legitimately franchise changing. I mean, we'll see, right? Who's to say? But it is been, I mean, AC, it's funny that you put it that way. It's like Cutler, Orton, McCown, Mitch, Justin Fields, but also don't forget Foles and Dalton. They got real runs, right? And then you had, I mean, Jay was obviously there for a while, but before Jay, you had Greasy. He kind of got a season. Then don't look at the 90s. The 90s were awful. Like, Glennon was the starting quarterback for a little bit. Like, it's wild when you look at this quarterback carousel. It has been a terrible experience. Like, especially the last bunch of years, because the Bears have constantly shortcutted to try to get to the end, right? I wasn't, I'm 29, so I was not Bears fan enough to have a chance to love Rick Mirer, and that's fine, right? And that's the other thing, Jordan. I also think that there's a decent chance that JJ is going to end up in the first round, and that might be all he was really looking for. But obviously, he hopes he's going to be more than that, or he thinks he's going to be stellar pro days, which is totally fine. Like, man, I got the worst crick in my neck. Anyways, I can't help but look at this and think to myself, look, the goal here is to make one last move, right? The goal isn't to keep clamoring. It's not to keep clamoring. It's to have a quarterback in place for the next 3 to 4 years, right? Like, the goal, whether it's Justin or Caleb, who's going to get you to 2027, right? Like, AC, you hear. If you would extend Justin today, I respect that. Like, that's what I want. I want the people that love Justin Fields to not tell me about tagging him. Does that make sense? Like, that's the thing, guys. Like, to me, I don't think you should have a weak take here. Does that make sense? Like, I do think you should stand by what you believe in. And I think that's cool. Like, I think we can respect each other as we do it. And if you love Justin Fields, I think that's great. Like, I hope you're ready to pay him the bag. He will ask for it, right? Especially if you trade off of number 1 again. So are you going to draft somebody to try to develop him behind him? Is the media going to play ball there? They won't, right? You're going to have Adam Hogue. You're going to have Adam Johns talking about, has Justin Fields been good enough to keep, I don't know, Bo Nix from playing? Like, that's going to be every episode of Hogan Johns, every single one of them, right? Just because that's life in the NFL. The problem is they did it for Levis too. Levis. Like, we would act like it's new in Chicago, right? It's not. Like, Will Levis got pushed to start, and Michael Penix is going to get pushed to start, and Drake May is going to get pushed to start, and JJ is going to get pushed to start, and Bo Nix is probably going to get pushed to start. This is just what happens, y'all. If you were in need enough of a quarterback to draft one, you're going to play him. That's the way the modern NFL is working. We don't keep these guys on the shelf anymore, for better and for worse. probably a lot for worse. Like, you're just gonna have to play early. Sorry about you, right? Like, and so it's it's a sink or swim league, and it's brutal. I actually think it's too brutal. Like, it's rough watching it, but I can't help but look at the Bears' situation, right? Man, Jordan, I think May is going to be an awesome quarterback. If he is in Chicago, I worry that the city's just going to eat him. But we'll see what happens. I mean, it just gets tough for me because maybe it would. Like, I can't help but look at this AC, for instance, and it's like I hear a lot of people that tell me without telling me, right? That they don't really believe in Justin yet. Like, those are the people, and I love Lawrence. Like, I think Lawrence Holmes is great. But when Lawrence goes on a rant and he says, you don't have to pay Justin, I'm like, but don't you love him? Isn't the whole point of sticking with him that you like him? If you like him, why wouldn't you want to lock him in for an extension this year before the cap goes up, right? Or do you not like him, right? Do you want to make sure he's really worth it? And then once you do that, aren't you planning for failure? Like, why plan for failure? Don't fail, right? It's one thing to hedge a bet. You can hedge a bet on a lot of positions. You can't really hedge it on quarterback. You're either in for Josh Allen or you aren't. You're either in for Patrick Mahomes or you're not. Like, you're either in for Paxton Lynch or you aren't. And the moment that Zach Wilson got buoyed, you knew he was done. Didn't we? I mean, you pretty much can never flag on a quarterback. And the moment that you do, it's over. You turn down the option, you might as well have just signed his papers. His being both Daniel Jones, which is weird, but also like Justin Fields in that case. Like, I can't help but think that when I'm looking at the Bears situation, if you think Justin's the dude, again, I respect it. As much as I would make fun, because I think I can tease a little bit with a guy like Herb Howard saying Justin Fields is Lamar, because I love Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson's amazing. I think Lamar Jackson never gets enough respect. When people say Fields has Lamar's skill set, I'm like, how do you do that to Lamar, man? But it's not as far-fetched as it sounds. I mean, it sounds far-fetched, but in the best case scenario, Justin Fields could become Lamar. And then maybe he wins two MVPs or something like that. And that's the thing, Brian. Like, you do have this year to decide if you want his fifth-year option. Well, first of all, you don't. Like, you have to decide his fifth-year option now, right? You should just pick it up. Like, the fifth-year option doesn't make any sense. Quarterbacks are too cheap. If you really think Justin Fields isn't worth a fifth year at half price, then you already think his market price is not worth starting, right? But beyond that, like, I'm trying to tell you that I would pick up Justin Fields' fifth-year option, and I really would not think much of it. Like, that's all I'm saying, right? Is like me, Robert, the guy who wants to draft Caleb. One of the, I don't know. I've been pretty outspoken about this, is I guess all I'm trying to say, right? I think picking up Fields' fifth-year option is a literal no-brainer. You have to pick it up. And that's the thing, Brian. You mentioned you can still move off of him after the year if you don't want him still. But Brian, don't you want him, right? Why would you not want to just extend him? Like, that's the thing. Because I get that it's placation, right? I get that it's people saying, okay, but split the middle. Can't we compromise? You can't compromise here. That's the thing. Like, Brian, I think that's okay to say. Don't you? There's no compromising. Like, the whole point is that the Bears have an opportunity to pick a quarterback that they don't really normally get to pick. The moment that you tell me, hey, what if we traded down and picked Bo Nix? I go, that has been my whole life. Like, my whole life has been compromising for QB3. Like, Mitch Trubisky, who ended up being QB3. Who could have seen that coming? Like, the moment the Bears are trading down and drafting a toolsy kid that we want to develop, gosh, this has been my whole life. That's been what the Bears do. The Bears draft the third or fourth best quarterback in the class. They rush them into playing. Then they fire the coach. Then we wonder what was wrong. Do we ever draft the best quarterback? Well, we haven't yet, right? Do we ever give the kid proper development? Not really. Why? Because the team's always looking for shortcuts. There just isn't a middle ground. There is no happy medium. If there was a happy medium, we could talk about this, right? But there isn't one. I'm the guy who wants a happy medium pretty much all the time. But there isn't one, right? Right? Like, you can't keep Fields on the roster because the moment you draft Caleb Williams, then he needs to get those first team reps. We would fry this organization if they took first team reps away from Caleb, and Caleb had to start within the first 7 weeks of the season, and he looked even remotely sloppy, as he should. He's a rookie, but we would fry the organization. Like, fry the organization if Caleb Williams didn't get those first team reps and looked disorganized, because he should have. It would have been obvious, right? And you mentioned that you'd rather trade down to 2 or 3, take Marvin Harrison and an offensive tackle. I totally respect that. I think that's a perfectly decent way to go. Here's my quick question to you, Brian. Who do you think would play better with that same team? Kirk Cousins or Justin Fields? Kirk Cousins is a free agent. You could pick Baker Mayfield if you'd like. Baker Mayfield or Justin Fields, right? Marvin Harrison Jr., DJ Moore. You could throw in another wide receiver like Tyler Boyd if you'd like. And a rookie left tackle. Now, it's a rookie, so hopefully they're good, right? No certainty that Olu Fashanu is going to be a better pass blocking tackle than Braxton Jones. You hope so. Do you know, though? Right? Like, the what if he's worse argument, I actually think applies more at offensive tackle than it does at quarterback. Because at quarterback, you should sacrifice everything in pursuit of better, pretty much. Like, it's the only position where you really do that. You cash it all out. You push it all in. And you bet it all on your latest quarterback. There really isn't another option, right? Your backup is your backup, but it's not the same. With offensive tackle, you can get a lot worse, especially if you spend more. Like, at that point, Joe Alt needs to be, like, really, really good. Because Braxton's all right. Braxton, if anything, Leonidas is too tall. He's like 6'5", right? And Brian, you mentioned building out an entire competent roster. Like, the argument that I guess I would make is that the Bears are closer to a fully competent roster than you might be giving them credit for. Especially because you talk about a tackle. The Bears' tackles are their 2 best positions on the offensive line. I mean, when Jenkins is healthy, you could say that the left guard is one of them. But at that point, they're 2 of the best 3 positions on the offensive line. So Joe Alt doesn't help you because Braxton Jones can't play guard. He's just not going to. Like, he's too big and he's too long. He won't play guard, right? And that's the thing. Fields is absolutely a leader, right? But I'm trying to think of a good example here. There are plenty of good leaders throughout, like, the NFL that have also not ended up being amazing quarterbacks. Like, it's a different skill set. It's a different thing in every case, at least what I've seen. I mean, I'm sure there are Browns fans that would tell us that Baker Mayfield was a really good leader, blah, 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 blah. But nothing's coming to mind, and I'm blaming the fact that it's 12-1-30. I told myself I wasn't going to go to 1, and I was wrong. Support the stream, please. Make this worth it. But anyways, I mean, 22 new members, 20 gift subs. You guys have, absolutely. But love you guys. Thank you. Anyways, the Browns didn't do jack with it. Like, that's the other thing, DBB. Like, you think I'm going to wuss out, not end up talking? But we'll see what happens. Like, none of this is easy, but it's mostly not easy for us. To be honest with you, when I look at this, I mean, I think we all see it as cut and dry. That's the other thing, right? McFact, you mentioned one doesn't have to be amazing. Just put the team in position to win. 100%, right? But put the team in position every week to win. Right, McFact? Like, I don't want to just beat who do we got? Thank you, Mike. You're a man. You're the guy. I appreciate you so much. But so, to me, AC, it's not easy on fans. It's not easy on the fan base. Like, Twitter is going to be so bad the day either decision gets made. I mean, I'm going to try to wear a brave face if the Bears don't draft a quarterback at 1 overall. Like, you mentioned you would rather, or you would get more than a second, but you want as many picks as possible in the first few rounds. Brian, I agree with you. Outside of the fact, oh gosh, we've got another dance. Thank you so much, Derek. I appreciate you. You got to realize I hear it. Thank you, Colin. Like, what I'm always giggling about is I don't know if it's clear, but like all I get is the Super Bowl shuffle starts playing in my headphones, and I react like a little puppet. It's part of why you see the same shuffle every time. It's just 'cause it's a thing. It's on brand, but it always, anyways. It's been a funny adjustment, and I love fun with it. But that's the thing. Like, Eric, I think that there's a lot of people that feel the same way you do the other way, right? Greg Gabriel pretended to bet his pension on Justin Fields staying. Like, it's this is something a lot of people are incredibly emotional about. Like, now, Michael, you mentioned it's going to be hard to get excited going into next year. The Bears should have a sweet team for a while. See, here it is again. Like, every time. Thank you so much, Colin. But it's a team game, and the Bears team is going to be sweet. And I still can't help but think that unless the Bears find their Purdy, they're probably going to bow out sooner, right? Like, look, there's a lot of people that will talk about how the Bears, if they draft Caleb Williams and Caleb Williams is bad, that they'll go 5-12 and everybody will get fired and it'll be the same thing, right? Like, happens all the time. I get it. With Justin Fields, if the Bears stick with Fields, I am worried that the book is out, right? Like, the Packers in particular have given Fields 2 really tough games. The Vikings have given Fields 2 really tough games. Eventually, Aaron Glenn will pull his head out of you-know-where and stop playing man against Fields. I don't know why he thinks it keeps working. Like, I don't know what he's doing, right? But Aaron just has the worst plan against Justin Fields, and now he's playing in an NFC Championship game. So if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he'll stick around for a while. But either way, the Bears could easily become a 10-7 team. I could see all kinds of Bears fans lauding, parading, becoming a 10-7 team, just like the Steelers, right? Like, it's interesting to see what Bears fans want. They want the playoffs badly. I want a playoff win, and I'm willing to lose 3 more years. This isn't what I want to happen, just so that we're on the same page. I'm willing to try something that we haven't done and then not get it right, rather than do something that isn't actually all that safe, right? But the team gets better, and you hope you can squeeze out a playoff win or 2 before you finally run into the Niners and get smoked. Butthead, you ask, am I a dome or an open air kind of guy? So I want to be tough enough to tell you I'm an open air kind of guy. But I think there is part of me that enjoys the controlled results that domes get you, right? Like, just because at that point you get to see both football teams and you get to see less incidents with wet balls, right? Like, the Purdy games where the ball's been wet, that is football. That is how football works. I completely respect that. But for every snow game, you get a crappy rain game. And to me, the rain games have just gotten kind of boring. They're different. Hey, I get it. Weather is part of sport, right? But at the same time, if you could get a grass field with a dome in it, like, hey, I respect it, Butthead. I respect it. Like, no problem. But so, McFact, you talk about how on offense it goes back to the offensive coordinator making proper in-game adjustments. I mean, it does, right? But also, don't you feel like you just placed the entire burden of the offense's performance on one man, and in so doing, absolved about 15, right? Like, the players do have to play. It's a cohesive thing. Everybody's involved. The tight ends coach is involved. The wide receivers coach is involved. The offensive, like QC, the quality control guy is involved. Like the pass game coordinator's involved. The run game coordinator's involved. We keep making this all exclusively about the OC. It's not. The quarterback has to run the plays as expected. The offensive line has to execute their assignments. The wide receivers have to make more plays than they don't, right? Like, it's easy to make this all about the offensive coordinator. I wish it was that easy. If it was that easy, it'd be as easy as just hire Todd Monken. And if it was all about the offensive coordinator, well then, gee, you should fire Matt Eberflus, right? Are you incensed, McFact, that they didn't fire Matt Eberflus? Just because if that was how you believed it, that it's all about the offensive coordinator making in-game adjustments, then Ben Johnson probably felt pretty obvious. And if Ben Johnson felt pretty obvious, what are the Bears doing? Basically getting the best of the rest in Shane Waldron and passing on their opportunity to hire a sweet offensive coordinator, right? Like as their head coach. But and that's the thing, Mario, you might be. And it's okay if you are. If I just described you, good. I think that logic checks out, right? But I don't know. I think the offensive coordinator matters. Definitely do. Not try to tell you it doesn't. I think it's a team thing. I think everybody can get better. I think your quarterback has a lot of impact. I think if the quarterback has a lot of impact, then you want the best one possible. And you don't need to say that with a ton of emotion, if that makes sense. Of course. Oh, yeah. Like, and in fact, I'm not trying to back you into a corner, I promise. Like, to me, that's all this is. Like, let me see. Are we on the NFL screen? Good. Let me see. Can I get a notepad up? If the offense is all a matter of 0 to 100, right? All on a rubric. And your running back is 10. And your wide receiver room is 20. And your offensive line is 30. Right? I'm not going to include tight ends. Tight ends are going to go in here now. So this is wide receiver. This is running back. This is your offensive line. I do think quarterback is your 40. And I think out of 40, right now, if we were going to go through this, the Bears have, and this is right now, the Bears have about 12. No, they can get more. Right now, they've got like 9 in the wide receiver room. Running back, I'd say that they've got like 5 at this point, right? Offensive line, I think they're at about a 16, and that is it. And then quarterback, I think that they're at about, like, and that's the thing. Mike Tomlin said it's on the coaches to coach. It is on the coaches to coach, right? Absolutely, it's on the coaches to coach. It's also as coach speak a thing as you're going to get, right? And Mike Tomlin can't win in the playoffs. Is it because he didn't coach Mason Rudolph enough? Like, at what point does it become obvious, right? Because right now, I would say the quarterback, especially when you take this on a relativistic scale, is probably around 15, right? We're above like 12. We're above like 10, right? We're just still below average at this point. And if you told me that I could take a player that might make more, because let's say Marvin Harrison Jr. moves you up to 15. That's a gain of 6 points, right? But Caleb Williams has the opportunity to move you up to 30, which is a gain of 15, right? Wouldn't you want to take the bigger gain? Like, these positions are weighted. People keep asking me. They keep saying, well, it's Justin Fields with Marvin Harrison versus Caleb Williams. And I'm like, sure. I mean, sure. But the upgrade at quarterback is weighted differently. Now, I did not tell you that, Eric. You know this channel has math. Like, if Marvin Harrison is really unbelievable, like if he takes you up to 17, that's a gain of 8. It's still just under half, or just over half of the gain that Caleb Williams could take you, and that's if Caleb's not better than that, right? All right, so what if Caleb's just okay, right? What if Caleb is a gain up to 25, right? Well, that's a 10-point gain. So can Marvin give you that much in your receiver room? Can he give you 10 points, right? Or is your receiver room going all the way up to 20 just because of Marvin Harrison? Probably not, right? So at that point, Caleb Williams gave you more than what Marvin Harrison would give you. But then that begs the question of, well, how many different ways? Like, what does Xavier Legette give you, right? Xavier Legette may not be 8 points, but what if Xavier Legette, just to use an example, random guy from the second round, right? What if he gets you to 13? And then Tyler Boyd on top of that gets you to 15. Well, did you not emulate the rest of what happened? Just because at that point, you started to try to replace the problem in aggregate, right? Like, to me, the biggest reason I keep going back to this, you get to start 3 receivers. You can start 2 tight ends. Everybody keeps trying to make this as if the Bears need 2 elite receivers. Like, they do. You do. At least you'd hope so, right? But if you have 1 elite receiver and 4 pretty good receivers, that's probably going to be a similar receiving output than if you have 2 elite receivers and kind of nobody else. The quarterback is the only position in football where you don't play 2 of them, right? Like, isn't that the whole thing? The quarterback touches the ball on almost literally every snap, for better or for worse. And he also doesn't have a second player that plays his position. Like, right, Colin? Exactly. Don't tell anybody who coaches Taysom Hill. Don't ever tell that. But it's the kind of thing that I look at and I say, it's the highest weighted position. Look, I made up this scale, but I think it'll make sense, right? It's not perfect, but I think it helps get the point across, you know? That, like, quarterback is the highest weighted position, and it is the only position where it is literally just one player that swings the difference. If you added Joe Alt and Alt was freaking good, I still think best case scenario, you're looking at an 18 on offensive line. Because I like Braxton. That's the whole point. When people tell me I want to upgrade at left tackle, I'm like, I think that's a more superficial upgrade than you think. When, if you got a decent free agent center, let's say you got a league average center, I think that pushes you up to a 21 on offensive line. And then if Nate Davis rebounds, you're looking at a 24 on offensive line. Like, you get most of the points by having pretty good across the board, right? That's my 2 cents, right? Then at running back, if you get a superstar, maybe you pop up to 9. Again, your offense gets better. It's just hard to get these points, you know? And when I look at this, the obvious biggest impact here is at the one position that holds the most weight and the most control. Like, where only one position player makes the difference, and acquiring one is like buying a diamond. Like, there's just not that many diamonds. And generally, to have the opportunity to get one, you have to suck enough to where you're going to waste his career. But instead, the Bears get to cheat. The Bears have a one-way redeemable ticket to the best. The Bears, drafting at 9, have a one-time use coupon for the best quarterback in the last 3 years. I think it's obvious. I really do. And the other thing, not that it matters, but if we're going to talk about money, why do you want to spend $8.5 million on a receiver that you don't know is good yet? Look, I'm kind of kidding, right? But the value play for Marvin Harrison only gets weirder, Eric, when you remember that you're going to spend about $22 million on your draft picks either way, right? So wouldn't you rather spend one on a quarterback? Like the moment you drafted a receiver and an edge rusher, and you did that for $23 million, like, okay, well, now they got to show up, which you knew, but now they got to show up. Like, McFact, I think you do want to give Fields a competent offensive coordinator, but I also think if you traded Fields to a lot of teams, you're going to get pretty similar results. That's my 2 cents, though. Like, I think that the Fields that we've seen, I think the offensive coordinator thing is basically just a narrative that's been drummed up to protect one of Chicago's favorite players. Like, yeah, I think the offensive coordination fell apart. You watch any JT Sullivan breakdown, and he'll split the scheme in half, but he wasn't quite as critical of what the Bears were doing on offense early in the season. It was when things fell apart in the middle of 2023, in the early goings of 2023, that we really started going after it. Like, at least that's my 2 cents, right? But we'll see. Like, but it is. It's just a free boon. Like, Derek, it is. And people are turning it into an opportunity cost, and I don't blame them. It is. That's smart thinking. That's smart thinking. Like, pointing out that the number 1 overall pick could be worth 3 firsts, 3 seconds, and 2/3, or something like that. But I just sit here, me personally, and I think to myself, if it doesn't fix the problem, or it doesn't fix one of the problems, like maybe your offensive coordinator gives everybody on that 0 to 100 scale like a total of like +8 or something. Like every position gets a +2, right? +2, +2, +2, +2, like an offensive coordinator boost. That'd be neat. Now your quarterback goes from a 15 to a 17, right? Now you're a little below, but not as below, right? Does it make a difference? I don't know. I'll say it one last time. To me, it's obvious. And I actually wish it wasn't. And that's okay. Like, O'Sullivan scolded. So that's the problem, McFact. O'Sullivan scolded Getsy a lot, and he should have. Like, the Bears' offensive coordination was pretty tough. But then you got guys like Chase Daniel that jump in. And Chase Daniel has a habit of saying the mean thing to the offensive coordinator and the nice thing about the quarterback. Justin Fields is not the problem. This is a headline people used to get clicks, and it worked. A brand building headline, if you will. And this is a headline that actually applies to more than one of the backup quarterbacks that did this. Is that saying that they're lying to you? I think that's a stretch. I think that's a lot. I think it's definitely one of their opinions, right? One of the other opinions that Chase Daniel had is that Tommy DeVito is legit, that Jake Browning is the dude, that Mason Rudolph deserves another shot, that Zach Wilson is actually back. Like, that there's so many of these takes that he had where you line them all up, and one of them is Justin Fields is not the problem, and you start to say, maybe none of these things are unlike the other in terms of takes, and I totally get it. Totally get it. With Tim Jenkins, for instance, Tim isn't, I think, doing anything more than drumming some stuff up. Tim, like others, because I think Tim's rules. I think Tim is pointing out the problems in the offense, the ways that Justin Fields is set up to fail. But also, I think that a lot of these guys, when they watch Fields' tape, and this is my opinion, it's just one opinion, right? I think a lot of them are ignoring the idea that Justin Fields may be being told to do something and he isn't doing it. The assumption is that if Fields isn't doing it, then he must not have been coached to do it, which I think is a more of an assumption to make than meets the eye. And I only know this because I already watched Mitch Trubisky. Like, I have been through something similar. It's not the same, but something similar, right? And that, to me, is what has made this frustrating because I've seen the same thing. I remember when it was all Nagy's fault. And now Mitch gets 2 games in a 10-7 Steelers team. Y'all, they were 10-7 this year, right? They lost to the 2 worst teams in football with Mitch as the quarterback in back-to-back weeks. Like, oh, how far Mitch has fallen. Oh, how far Mitch has fallen, right? And that's the other thing, Eric. They'll show you about 8 guys, right? Or they'll show you about 8 plays, which is great. JT will go through about 40. And in those 40 plays, he'll talk out about 9 where Justin could have done something else. And he'll add away Justin on another 5 or 7 of them. Like, the two tend to match up more or less, right? You get a couple oh mans and a couple oh yes, especially with Justin Fields' legs, right? But you start to get to this point, and I've just seen it before, where for some reason the quarterback just can't find a good offensive coordinator. What a shame. And then when he works with a good offensive coordinator, man, they call the same crappy thing. What a shame. Like, and that's the thing, McFact. I guess there's part of me that just thinks that coaches can't pull a snake out of or like coaches can't turn water into wine, right? That's totally my opinion. Leonidas, you don't need to be harsh. You really don't. And that's okay. Like, McFact, I guess I believe that there's no making Mac Jones more than he is. You don't have to break him, which is ultimately what happened. But I think it's hard to turn Brett Ripien into Matt Stafford, right? And that obviously sounds like a huge departure, but it's kind of speaking to the point, right? Like Tyson Bagent is really good for a UDFA. Tyson Bagent probably isn't a starter, no matter how much you develop him, just because there's only so much there. Everybody has a limit, like Reinhardt just said. And I think that with Mitch in particular, because I think that Mitch is a completely different, I think Justin's much better than Mitch, like, is what I'm trying to get at here. Like, I'm just going to spit that out of my mouth. Like, Mitch, to me, I said this at the end of his tenure. I still believe it. Like, the biggest problem with Mitch is that literally anything he was good at, he was also bad at for some reason. The short game, way better accuracy. He couldn't see, right? He could see what his coach wanted him to look at. But if the defense changed the picture at all, he was throwing a pick. Or he was throwing he wasn't throwing, or he was throwing a dirt ball or something. Mitch could see clearly when you ran turnabout or like turn your back play action. And then he could not chain his hips to his feet. Like he could not land a deep shot to save his life. Mitch Trubisky seemed like he could see in the intermediate pretty well, but he kept airballing throws, which led to picks and it led to inaccuracies. Like he couldn't seem to consistently open up to his left or his right, which left him throwing down the middle where all the defenders are, which was its own separate problem. Like Mitch was one step forward, one step back for 4 years. With Fields, his athleticism makes him right when anybody else should be wrong. It just feels like that's a ticking clock to me. Like, it feels to me like that's a faucet we're pouring out of. There's only so much water left in there, right? Like, we're using up a resource on empty seasons that we can't just put back. I wish we could. If we could, it'd be a different conversation. I think quarterbacks like Justin Fields are going to take up a lot of space in the league because they alter defensive chemistry. They do things to defenses that you can't just game plan around. You have to have solutions. And when that guy can beat your spy in open space, it's just different. The problem is, if he can't attack a throwing window, it limits your passing game just as bad as your running game limits the defense, and you refind equilibrium. And then you're defendable again. And if you're defendable, now they can force you to pass. At least a little more, right? They can make the run a little less efficient. Right? Hey, Iceberg. It always comes back to scare money don't make money, right? Like, if we keep saying, and this is just my opinion, if we keep saying, yeah, well, the Bears have never developed a quarterback, well, they're certainly not gonna with that attitude, right? McFact, you mentioned Peterson took Lawrence to another level, that McDaniel took Tua to another level, Todd Monken took Jackson to another level. Good coaching absolutely matters, and I don't want to pretend it doesn't. Another level means 10% better, right? So if Justin Fields goes from, well, right now he's in the lower end of quarterbacks. You may not agree. That's what I think. Like, I think if you stacked up Justin Fields and you asked me how many quarterbacks I would take over him to win a game, I would probably take somewhere between 22 and 24 quarterbacks at this point. Like, now granted, my style of play would prefer the Minshew to somebody like Fields, just because there's so many concepts that I can't run with somebody like Fields. Though, if you gave me one game to win with Fields, I would just run him 30 times. Like, I would run him with no regard whatsoever and just run with abandon and hope that they gave me a backup that was at least like Trevor Siemian just in case. But that's a whole separate conversation. Like, the biggest problem is the most optimal way to use Justin Fields literally will not work for the future. You have to try to make him a passer. Like, you have to try to make Justin Fields a passer. If he's not a passer, you're not committing to keeping him healthy, in my opinion. And people will say that about Lamar. Lamar throws most of the time. Like, going back to McMahon, Fields checks all the boxes. Hey, I hope he does in another uniform. Like, I don't think he's long for this. I don't. And maybe, like, I think we're far along this, personally. Eric, you mentioned earlier, when you lay it out like this, I think Poles sees it. I do too. Right? But that's at least what I think. Yeah, no, Jordan Lamar whoops. Like, he's great. He's done a really great job. But anyways, what is it, 1:30? 1:50. Okay. It's time to sleep. I gotta eat dinner. But yeah, unless he ends up on like the Vikings, right? I mean, we'll see. I mean, you got to remember, McFact, you mentioned that he was a passer at OSU. Yeah, he's a deep strike passer, right? You go back and you look at Justin Fields, and he had, I think, 3 games. I mean, hang on, let me take a look at his stats. Justin Fields college stats. You say you go back and you look at Justin Fields as a passer. You're absolutely right. Like, he was a passer in college. He wasn't the runner that we've made him in college. But also, when you take a look at Justin Fields in 2020, let's use 2020 as an example. Anytime, Brian, like, excited for it. One thing that always sticks out to me is we get 3 games in Justin's case. Now, granted, this is 2020. So if you want to go to 2022, we can. Or 2019. Right? Does anything jump out at you? Take a look at this. Take a look at 2019. 2019 Ohio State. Does anything jump out at you? I'm going to give you time. Ohio State went 13-1. Great record. Amazing. Does anything jump out at you? Does anything jump out at you? So it's funny. Colin mentions, oh, thank you, McFact. Let me fix that. That should fix it. Let me see. Let's get this moved over a little bit. We'll go one more zoom. Enhance. Here, take a look. Let me know what you see. Because it's not yards. It's not yards. Like, could I make the yards point? I guess if you wanted me to, right? It's the attempts. It's the fact that Justin didn't throw the ball 30 times in the majority, all of his games until Wisconsin. And then he threw it 46 in Clemson, right? We talk about Justin Fields as a passer in school. Well, he definitely threw more in his 2020 season, right? But then in this game, or in this season, he breached 30 against Penn State. He hit 30 against Indiana, and then he breached 30 against Alabama. Outside of that, he didn't throw 30 times, right? But I get you, McFact. I'm hoping that it's big enough at this point, but you guys let me know. And that's the thing, Jordan. Like, I completely understand where you're coming from. I do. But to me, at least, I see an offense that built itself around they built itself around running the ball and striking deep with big dog receivers that can get open. It's just Pro Football Reference, Leonidas. Like, you just type in Justin Fields college stats, first thing that's going to come up. Like Caleb Williams stats. I mean, it's boom, sports reference right here. You then take a look at college guys, like, or you take a look at Caleb, and we breach 35 here, 35, or what is it, 37, 36, 37, 42, 45, 41, 43, 41, 52. We take a look at then 2023, because that was 2022. Like, we are over 30 at 40, 37, 34, 40, 30, or 35, 34, 42. Look, pass attempts per game does not make you great. If that was the case, plenty of people would be great. But this idea that Fields was a passer would imply that he did more passing, wouldn't it? Like, Fields was a thrower. Fields was a play action deep striker. Like, play action was a play, or like, Justin Fields to me was a Ryan Tannehill type. And that's fine. He's still a Ryan Tannehill type. Like, when Justin Fields can throw the ball less, he will be more efficient when you are throwing it at all. Like Brian's talking about, it does mean you're balanced. It just means, Brian, that when your team isn't good enough to run the ball against every defense in football, which I think happens, I think it's an inevitability. Not every coach is going to act like that, right? There are going to be plenty of coaches that think that you can get yards on the ground against anybody. Truly. I don't believe in that. I personally believe that NFL defensive linemen are getting good enough and offensive linemen get hurt often enough that you will not have the offensive line edge in every game you play. And that is simply an inevitability. And when that happens, you need to be able to use the screen game. You need to be able to use quick outs. You need to be, or like quick throwing options. You need to be able to let your quarterback basically bear the load of the offense through their arm, not through all throws down the field, right? But including short throws with a whole bunch of stuff. And like you're talking about, exactly, using the flats, 100%. But you got to remember, Brian, those count as a pass attempt. So when I'm talking about something like Caleb Williams throwing it 40 times a game against California, right? Sure, it'd be neat to talk about like yards per attempt, etc. But I can't help but notice that you're getting plenty of these games where Caleb is maybe 50-50 when he's throwing deeper, but he's hitting a couple of quick throws along the game that are helping keep the run game moving. But that's just my 2 cents, right? It's more to just beg the question on who are the plays, or like, who are the players we love? Why do we love them? But anyways, it's 2 a.m. You guys are great. I'll catch you soon. Like, always a good stream. Catch me on Twitter at Robert K. Schmitz. I'll be in Mobile next week, so you'll get to see all kinds of Senior Bowl analysis. Can't wait to share it with you guys. Best wishes. Everybody stay healthy. Don't get sick. It sucks, but it should be a fun off season if we can keep it fun. And I appreciate you guys. You earned a Caleb Williams breakdown. I'll work on it and I'll get it out. And we'll see if we can't make it good. But until next time, Bears fans, right on. Check out the podcast. If you like this stream, you're going to love Bear With Us. If you haven't, share it with your friends. And I'll talk to you soon. Right on.